Speaking of Game 7.
Ganda na laban.
Game 7
na pala agad to.
Hindi kasi parang, kaya ako nasabi finale, kasi
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But, let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi!
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
how to register to Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations, you've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
Kasi nga, di ba, may issue nun.
Sobrang disrespectful. Sa totoo lang, pikon na pikon ako.
Easy ka lang, easy ka lang, boy.
Kayo doon.
Tinanong ako ng host eh. Yan pala nagsimula yun, nga pala.
Hi everyone! Welcome to the first episode of the Philippines' most important championships. Ngayon, babalikan natin ang mga laban na talagang nagpakita ng lakas ng Pinas sa mundo ng MLBB. Abangan ang mga throwback at juicy trivia tungkol sa mga paborito nating teams and casters. Kaya huwag kayong aalis. Okay, let's start!
Let's G!
Let's go!
Okay. Game.
Okay, excited ako kasi first time natin to gagawin. I wanna know kung ano nga ba yung mga naalala nyo tungkol sa M4. So if you can describe it in one word, and one word only, how would you describe that?
Yeah, unahan ko na. M4 for me is dominance.
Oh.
Ganda.
Nationalism.
National.
Spell nationalism.
NAT.
Akin
Pag Tagalog, maanghang. O kasi nasa Indo yun eh. Marami,
Puro manghang.
Dapat ka na-explain. Spicy.
Sinong spicy? Tayo sila.
Yung buong event.
Ay. Safe.
Fair enough.
Sa akin, in grande.
Oh.
Laki yung stage, madaming tao. Di ba? You felt it, right?
Naramdaman ko.
Yun, no.
Naramdaman
Sa
ko.
akin, in grande.
Sa akin naman, influence.
Binago lang
Ay,
yung
sorry. Nakuha na.
Yung ba yun?
Nakuha na.
Dinagdagan mo lang
Ito, we're gonna start. I'm gonna play it now.
Oh, this is game 2.
Familiar to mga to.
Pila lang kayo nagkakas?
Blacklist Echo.
Ito yung full echo dominance tong game na to.
Kaya pala dominance ang sabi mo.
Parang check mate.
Checkmate to.
Tsaka nung panahon na yun, agawan sa Parsa eh. Naalala ko yun eh.
Farsa.
Agawan sa Parsa.
Eve, tsaka Eve.
Eve Parsa.
Para sa Eve, Fred.
XP Joy pa pala nito.
Halos 6 months din pala dominant si Franco. Kasi nung MSC 2022, Franco din eh.
Oo. Oo, light. No, sila light.
Sobrang lala nitong M4. Ang dami kong memories. Masasabi ko itong M4 yung core memory ko tong M4.
Bakit?
Kasi pinadala kami dyan para
Naalala ko.
Yung magsayaw.
Personally, oo.
Nanggulo kayo doon.
Tinanong ako ng host eh.
Yung pala nagsimula yun, nga pala.
Dito, ang lala kasi, ito yung nag-finals PH. Tapos, nag-double jacket ako nito.
Dalawa,
Blacklist
oo.
Echo.
Ay, oo.
Yan.
Sobrang, yung finals na to para sa akin, isa sa mga underwhelming na grand finals. Personally, kasi 4-0 eh.
More than M3?
Mas underwhelming yung M3.
Yun.
Pero ito, siguro ang sobrang memorable sa akin nung M4 kasi yung buong tournament, hindi lang grand finals yung maaalala mo. Kasi yung buong tournament.
Para sa akin personally ito pa rin yung pinaka-favorite kong desk. Like one of my favorite casts in my career. Kasi feeling ko, on showcase, yung two of the best teams in the world at the time. Isang Ube, isang Echo Express.
Isang Express.
So sobrang bilis, tsaka sobrang parang macro bagal.
Kaya to core memory kasi nga nasa Indo, kaya ako sinabi maanghang. Kasi doon ko na naramdaman yung anghang ng Indo in terms of the fans.
Supportan.
In terms of the fans. Kasi dito, kaya nangyari yung cheering. Kasi ang lala mag-cheer ng fans ng Indo.
Iba.
Very loud, big cheer crowd.
Oo, gumagalaw talaga. As in, may wave talaga.
Saka sila yung nagpauso ng drums.
Sila yung nagpausa ng drums.
Sila yung standard ng crowd.
Hindi ako nagbibiro. Binubu talaga yung Echo. Binubu yung Blacklist dito. Pero nung nag-Blacklist Echo, ang binubu, Blacklist. Kasi yung Echo, may sister team na aura. So yung mga nakikicheer sa amin, nung Echo, mga aura yun.
Naalala ko yun.
At saka na-appreciate ng Indo yung playstyle ng Echo. Gusto nila yan.
Ano to, naghati yung PH dito. Pero ang masasabi ko kaya siya memorable, yung buong tournament. Kasi, parang dama mo doon sa Indonesian crowd na proud sila na sila yung host. Tapos dama mo yung passion. Kasi bago mag-start yung laban na to, may parade. May parade yung ONIC, may parade yung RRQ.
Oo nga.
Kung ma-share lang, may parade. Wala yun din kita sa Filipino broadcast. Pero for sure na abutan mo yun. May parade as in, may pom-poms, may yung may ikot-ikot.
Baton.
Major rate.
Oo, kasi ganun kalala yung, lalo na pag RRQ. Gusto ko na nga makicheer sa RRQ nun eh. Kasi sabi ko, putik, lala naman ito, gumagalaw yung stage.
Pati yung namimigay sila ng mga merch sa labas.
Oo, mimigay sila.
Para maging fan ka na rin pagpasok.
Fan ka. Iba sila doon.
Maraming nagsabi, di daw mapupuno to ng Grand Finals kasi Pinoy-Pinoy. Pero hindi, napuno pa rin. Napuno.
Tsaka bago magsimula yan, mainit din kasi parang pinipredict na ng mga tao, PH, parang season 10 Grand Finals rematch daw. Di ba?
I think yun yung maganda kasi na-establish natin yung sarili natin.
Malakas.
Kahit sa ibang bansa. Like, gets na sila.
So may one time nangyaring insidente.
Di talaga makapaniwala kay kasi imagine nagawa niya yun.
What? No. Hindi.
Wait, what? Really?
You know what?
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na!
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na!
monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PNNES. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reseta. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL-PH Season 13 action live at SM South Mall Events Hall in Las Piñas City. Get your tickets now via SM Tickets. Don't miss any MPL-PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL-PH on TikTok as well for more content. Don't miss the latest news and updates about the MLBB Philippine esports scene through our esports news tab. Visit the esports page on your MLBB app now and be a part of Lakas ng Pinas. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Walong kupunan nung nagsimula. Sinubaybayan natin ang kanilang mga laban. Nagpakita ng lakas. Sa loob at labas ng laro. Ngunit sa huli, 6 lang ang magpapatuloy sa laban. Sino ang magiging kampiyon? Sino ang tunay na magtatagumpay? Abangan ang huling laban para sa tagumpay.
Season after season, we welcomed everyone, every day, to the home of the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world.
To our most loving supporters and the beloved fans of MPL Philippines, we want you to know that we are listening.
Now, bask in the very reason why we are called as such. Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome to the MPL Champions Arena.
It was in 2018 when the first international trophy was brought home to the Philippines. A 3-minute signal ultra graced the grand final of MSG to ensure that Filipinos will be crowned as champions. Representing the MSC 2018 champions, Hayes! When esports broke ground as a medaled event in the 30th Southeast Asian Games, the Filipinos still came out on top. C-ball athletes made history after claiming gold medals from the MLBB discipline. Representing C-ball, Pilipinas, REBROADCAST! Amid the challenges of the pandemic in 2021, the Filipinos still joined the fight at the second MLBB World Championship. Then Bren Esports outlasted Myanmar's Burmese schools to claim the country's first world title! Representing the M2 World Champions, Coach Dake! 3 years after first being crowned as the Kings of Sea, the Filipinos embarked on a voyage to reclaim the crown. 2 Filipino teams dominated the tournament anew, with execration emerging on top. Representing the MSC 2021 champions, Coach Pakban! The third iteration of the World Championship saw 2 Filipinos reigning the tournament. Blacklist International broke the code to defend the Filipinos title. Representing the M3 World Champions, the Queen herself, oh my Venus! 2022, the Filipinos only strengthened their supremacy. The Kingslayers were crowned as the Kings of Sea themselves after their all-out quest in Malaysia swept the Kingdom of RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia. Representing the MSC 2022 champions, their manager, Lexi! The quest for victory continued at Hanoi, Vietnam. Sipol broke the code of Indonesia to secure the country's second straight gold medal at the 31st SEA Games. Representing Sipol, the unbothered king himself, Pilipinas, Del Rosario! The fourth iteration of the World Championship saw a loud orca swimming against the tide. The grand final served as another testament to the greatness of Filipinos defending the World Championship title yet again. Representing the M4 World Champions, Coach Tic Tac! '23 served as the year of victory for the national MLBB team. Their first stop was Phnom Penh, Cambodia, to defend and claim the country's gold medal at the 32nd SEA Games, representing Sipol, Pilipinas, Makassar! The national MLBB team's next stop was in Iași, Romania, where 16 teams across the world gathered to compete. There, Sipol bagged yet another gold medal against Indonesia's delegates, representing Sipol, Pilipinas, Glindro, Coach Dake! Before the final stop of last year's competitive season, the Filipinos ended Indonesia's reign at MPL Invitational. The Kingslayers overcame the Orcas in another all-Filipino grand final held at Jakarta, representing the MPLI 2023 champions, Lexi! Finally, the feat that cemented the Philippines' legacy at the 5th World Championship. Then AP Bren became the first two-time world champions, defending the Filipinos' title in home soil. Representing the M5 World Champions, legend Ducky himself, Coach Ducky! As the reigning victors of the Philippines surrender the mark of being a champion, they join the 6 teams who will vie for the coveted title, Champions Arena. This is the MPL Philippines Season 13 Playoffs! Champions Arena, who will be hailed as the next champion of the Philippines!
Ang huling yugto para sa laban, para sa tagumpay ay magsisimula na. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I am Hans Galeria, and together would be with us would be none other than Reptar, who just gave us a massive introduction towards
What's
our
up?
legendary
Okay.
players, and this is an exciting day, an exciting start patungo sa MPL Playoffs.
How you doing? Catch your breath first.
I'm okay. I'm actually kind of worried that I'm losing my voice, but it's fine. Ang dami nating titulo eh. Wala eh. Ganun talaga eh. Home of champions.
I got goosebumps. I literally got goosebumps as I watched the players come. I mean, even when V came in here, did the crown pose, everybody was cheering. We're so glad sa first day ng ating playoffs.
You know, just the representation that we've had showcased the level of competition na kaya nating ibigay dito mismo sa Pilipinas, which brings us to the competition at hand. The gauntlet format for
right.
the MPL playoffs really is massive.
Let's talk about the format this time. So it's the gauntlet format, the very first time in the history of MPL history that we're going to be doing this. So the playoffs, we start off with the play-ins. 2 single elimination best of 5 series. And right after the play-ins, double elimination, best of 5, except for the grand finals, which will be a best of 7.
You're taking a look at the brackets so far sa inyong mga screens. There's a lot of teams, 6 out of the 8 current competing teams para sa posibleng championship that they want to achieve. And also, yung level ng competitiveness in the bracket format really showcases kasi yung 5 and 6, the lowest seeds needs to take 2 wins para makapasok sila dun sa susunod na matchup. What do you think about the gauntlet format so
Honestly,
far?
I love the gauntlet format. Makita mo talaga ang ganda ng storya para sa mga teams na kailangan gumapang from the play-ins round.
That's right. And we have our first seed going up against the second seed. That'll be Falcons AP Bren with their new names. They're going to be going up whoever wins against the play-ins. And then it'll be Liquid Echo, third seed, going up against RSG Philippines, fourth seed. So with this gauntlet format, how do you think it changed the way the teams approach the regular season? And how is it for the playoffs?
Well, I think the best way to look at it would be the story of Liquid Echo at second seed and then RSG Philippines dun sa third seed, wherein if you're so used to facing someone at the same time over and over again, like the story of Echo and RSG PH and all of that, really it calls for your team to prepare even more because you don't know, it's a big mystery, who you're gonna be going up against. Sino yung manggagaling sa play-ins round? Which also, when you're Falcons AP Bren, by the way, hopefully nakita niyo yung mga bagong pangalan sa ating mga brackets.
Real.
Yeah, you're watching. Sino yung magiging kalaban namin? Minana Evos, Blacklist International, Fnatic ONIC PH.
That's right. But now, let's talk about the first match of the play-in. So we're going to be seeing 2 different shades of Ube. We have Blacklist International, who mastered the Ube strategy, made it popular all over the world. They're going to be going up against Minana Evos, who revolutionized this strategy this season.
You know, and in addition to what you've mentioned, there have been 2 key players dito sa dalawang kupunan na to that has showcased their skill. Number 1 is the current roamer of Blacklist International, none other than Haji himself. We named him as the KDA machine, and now from being a jungler to a mid laner and now a roamer finding his voice para sa kanyang kupunan.
That's right. Haji has been the center of Blacklist's journey for victory para sa tagumpay this season. He's a very versatile player who was once a jungler, became a mid laner, and he filled in the shoes of Renijay, of Oh My Venus, who were former captains of Blacklist International.
In addition, we also have the captain of Minana Evos, none other than Spider Miles. Isa rin to sa mga tinitingalang utility roamers from beforehand, and he really has a big responsibility to fill because I believe after Oh My Venus's departure, like break from Blacklist International, we saw Spider Miles trying to live up to the utility roaming once again.
Let's talk about those 2. Balikan natin si Haji. What's the best aspect for Haji as a legend?
As a legend, honestly, it's gonna be the opposite of what we've seen from Spider Miles. Haji has been versatile. Na-mention yun na nga yung mga roles na nagawa ni Haji para sa mga teams niya all throughout his career. He came in MPL Philippines Season 8 for Blacklist International, joining that squad because they said, you can help us get a championship in the mid lane or as the roamer at that time. And he delivered. Meanwhile, Spider Miles, when I see him, I see someone who says, I know what I want, ito talaga yung role ko, ito yung playstyle na gagawin ko, and I will thrive with it.
He's been thriving with utility roamers like Rafaela, Florin, Minotaur. So what makes nga a legend, di ba? I mean, they can, either one of those two can be part of the Hall of Legends.
I agree. Anything could be possible at this point. Siguro yung track record yung pwede nating makita in terms of these two or in terms of themselves as a team. Let's take a look at the franchise history of these two teams dahil kitang-kita yung banter nila towards one another, especially this season.
That's
na pareha
right.
sila ng strategy.
This is the very first time that actually once lang sila nagtapat sa playoffs in the entire history of MPL since nag-franchise. That will be Season 8. And that's Haji's first season as a code breaker.
Yeah, in the side of Blacklist International, the lower bracket semifinals, so far the highest placement of then next play Evos at that time. So honestly, when you look at these two teams, there's a lot of history. Blacklist International has always been Blacklist International. Nag-iba-unti lang yung mga lineups at saka yung mga pangalan nakikita natin. Meanwhile, for Minana Evos, nakita mo talaga yung evolution nila from the days from the Aether House all the way up to this era from Cerebrum into Archives, the evolution of Minana Evos. Yung storya nila, ang ganda talaga.
Alam mo, talagang lahat tayo panalo ngayon. Everybody here in the MPL Champions Arena. Pero yung ating mga manonood, pwede rin kayong manalo. Gusto niyo bang manalo ng 2,000 diamonds? All you have to do is pay attention here sa MSC Matanglawin Spot Challenge.
Because throughout each broadcast, they will be hiding the MSC trophy in the different parts of your screen or maybe in the arena, and all you have to do is to take a picture with the MSC trophy element and post it on Facebook with the hashtags #MPL-PH S13, #MSC 2024, and #Lakas ng Pinas.
Winners will be picked randomly and that will be announced right after the playoffs. So watch out for that trophy. Now, Renmar, predictions naman tayo para sa ating
This is
first
hot now.
match.
Predictions?
Yeah.
Predictions? Okay. Di ako magbibigay ng pangalan, but medyo baka hot yung take ko. Final score, 3-1.
3-1. Pwede. Huwag natin bigyan ng pangalan. Hulaan nyo lang. Comment down below kung ano nga ba ang inyong predictions. Now, how about we start the first match of our play-in?
Absolutely. This is playoff time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blacklist International kontra sa Minana Evos.
Casters,
pasok!
7 incredible weeks of one of the most competitive regular seasons has led 6 teams to the Champions Arena here. In the next 5 days, we'll find out who is going to be champion and which 2 teams will face off against the world to represent the Philippines. Welcome to the English desk. It's us. It's me, Naisu, Rockhart, and Leo. It's another version of the We Bear Bros. How we doing, guys?
I'm feeling legendary right now. Everyone feels it. The MPL Arena, now the Arena of Champions.
That's right.
I love it.
I'll tell you what I'm feeling. I'm feeling like a champion. We haven't even seen who wins in this first bout. We haven't even seen who goes out to Riyadh. But I'm going to tell you now, whatever you're expecting it's going to be greater. Whatever we see here is going to be greater than whatever you have going on in your heads, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't wait to see it. Again, Blacklist International, Minana Evos. We had an amazing opening, and I can't wait to talk more about this game. But first, like we always do, the tradition, let's welcome out our marshals, of course, to keep the fairness and the integrity of the game upon us. And it's our boys doing an amazing job once again to kick us off in the playoffs here. It's Jeff, Chico, Patrick, Wilbert, and man, they're just as excited to see this all unfold. Now, let's go ahead and welcome out the teams to the stage.
When the world said they were dusted and done for, they redefined the ultimate bonding experience into something deadly. Championship mindset activate. It's Blacklist International!
They finished their 3 seasons-long story of returning to the playoffs. But can they prove that to make it past play-ins, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, you can break the code instead? Roar for Minana Evos! This match is the first elimination match of the play-ins round, and it's a best-of-5 series. The coaches are Coach Bonchan and Coach Imba DJ. Champions Arena. Who will be the first to fall? Who will survive? Blacklist International versus Minana Evos.
And there we have it. The teams are ready to rock and roll here, but let's start it off by roll calling Blacklist International.
That's Oheb on the goal lane, Sensui on the jungle, Yue on the mid lane, Edward on the XP, and of course Haji on the roam. These guys looking really incredible. Obviously, the younger generation of Blacklist International, they have actually been proving really strong. And the hero picks, we're going to have to talk about that real soon. Sensui on the Frederick, will it be available today? And maybe, I wonder, if they have other things in store for us.
Well, let us know, because what's in store for across from them from Minana Evos, Leo?
Oh, not to sound clingy, but I missed this lineup. Minana Evos, the last time we saw Domen, Kaizen, Lancy, Kurt, and Spider Miles on the field was pre-patch. We have yet to see this main 5 from Minana Evos, the Archives lineup play in the new meta. So I'm excited, I'm refreshed. These numbers, throw them out the door. It's because we don't know how they interact with the new meta. Coach Imbadija, Coach Bitoy, Coach Super Kurt have something up their sleeves.
I love that you pointed that out, because that obviously changed the course of those last couple of weeks of the regular season. We saw some changes, of course, go through Minana Evos. But this time, and even when we look at the team head-to-head, man, we can't actually take all this for face value just yet because of how things have changed. But real quick, anything that stands out here when you look at this breakdown?
I'll tell you the truth. When you look at the numbers, Blacklist trumps Minana Evos. But you can't say that again just by saying they beat him out. Minana Evos have been able to pull out miracle wins throughout regular season.
Yep.
Actually, the more stability, in terms of score stability, I feel like Minana Evos actually come out on top. Blacklist International have been able to get to this spot, but through, like you mentioned, like quite high effort lucky breaks sometimes. So I feel like Minana Evos definitely, those numbers really did not do them justice.
Yeah, and let's see, because these guys, we saw the anatomy of a legend if you joined us for that opening part leading into this. Haji and Spider Miles. We know really the impact that Haji has had overall in his career, and Spider Miles, for some viewers out there, especially internationally, you know, they saw him for the first time really in this season, maybe for some of them, but they saw how much of an impact, because I remember getting questions before like, man, Spider Miles is just getting banned out like what they've seen previously from the team across from them in history, right? Is he that good on these roams, on these roam picks? And that answers the question. The respect is there, but also we have to dig into the keys to victory here brought to us by Infinix.
You got to change the question. It's not if Spider Miles is good. Is he still good? The patch has not been kind to many different strategies. I'm looking at Nolan. I'm looking at Joy. But here we are with the Infinix keys to victory. Blacklist has to continue challenging Minana Evos' identity. Check if that's still what they want to do after that patch. Minana Evos, they got to prepare for Sui's deep jungle hero pool. It was but 9 months ago that they faced off against, now known as Fnatic ONIC, in EVM Convention Center, where they had 5 games, and Sensui had to play a Popolin Koopa in the jungle. I'm wondering if something like that's going to pop out here today. And last but not least, it's a best-of-5 series. Adjust and adapt for many members of Minana Evos. Specifically, it's the first time that they're facing off in a best-of-5, in a location, in a venue like this with the stakes so high.
Love that you pointed it out. It's a best-of-5 ahead of them, and yes, this will be the first for some of these players going in the distance, right? Going, hopefully, to the 5 games, because, gentlemen, I want us to kick off playoffs with 5 games. If we don't, I feel robbed, at least for the opening series, because remember, too, these teams, they're in that gauntlet. They're in the play-ins here, And one of them, of course, has to go home. One of them will go on forward to play against ONIC, Fnatic ONIC waiting for them. And you're going to see here as well, Blacklist is going to pick blue side. Now, we saw the impact, remember, of blue side through the regular season. You know, the statistics were there, Leo.
Yeah, 53% of games in the regular season were won by blue side. And on paper, Blacklist actually prefers red side in the draft. So now, it seems there has been a change in the wins for Blacklist International. It seems like they have something up their sleeves. And this might actually be playing to the strength of their endurance. They're going 5 games. They know that. So now they want to start off strong, maybe get that point in, start strong with the draft, with that first pick gambit.
Well, let's see if that happens, but also for all you guys watching on TikTok, don't forget to head over to our official TikTok page to join the lottery.
That's right. Just open your TikTok app, go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel. That's at MPL-PH_official. Then click on the official live stream, and then you'll be able to get those rewards on the top left corner of your screen.
There it is. Make sure you guys join that, and don't forget, too, I believe there's a 2,000 diamonds up for grabs as well. And so make sure you join everything that we have for you guys here. Now, we're just moments away from this draft to kick off here. And I know we've had a break, gentlemen, you know, and we've been watching some of the other happenings around the leagues going around the world. And we know, I guess you could say, the meta has been set in. It's set in really well. And if you look at the rest of the world, there's still some surprises popping up, right? Real quick, too, there's today's schedule, Blacklist versus Minana Evos, and we'll see who moves on later. Now to the draft as we get ready for this to kick off in game number 1 for the first series of the day. Remember, somebody going home, and we got the fancy countdown as well.
All right.
Man, the crowd is ready for this one as both teams have a huge showing for both sides here for us. And I can't wait to see it unfold. Now, as we wait for that to pop up, are we still expecting the Spider Miles bands coming through? Okay, there's the first 3 from Blacklist International.
I guess don't fix what's not broken. A lot of teams have been able to actually take advantage of that against Minana, forcing Spider Miles onto other heroes. Obviously, if Spider Miles has been able to really deal with it, but you know what? It just does affect how they kind of draft around it.
Yeah, but again, if it's an unknown enemy you're facing, you gotta check in what kind of information you have. So with the Angela ban, the Faramis ban, and the Matilda ban, they're respecting both the firepower that Lancey can bring in, and of course, what Spider Mouse is known for. First pick up for Blacks International, we're waiting for that. They are known to just lock in the Fredrin since it is open. Givritson Sui has a pretty good win rate on that, and there it is.
There it is, locked in. Fredrin picked up. Old Faithful, if you will, right? The 79 times, 85% contention rate. Fredrin is still him for that jungle pick. We'll see what the answer is going to be, though, for Minana Evos. And I'm just admiring, real quick, the effects we have behind us that we have seen in the past as well on the monitors. I'm looking at the crowd's reaction, man. They are loving it. So with that, I'm wondering, does Minana Evos specifically pick up their jungle pick now? Can they wait for it? Do they just want to go ahead and lock in? Okay, that sounds like they're going to go this route anyway. Picked up Barrett's and the Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov has been building up stock all around the world. The one time that he has been seen in MPL Philippines, first picked up by Kelra from Fnatic ONIC, did not do so well in the regular season. This time around, they're looking to correct that and build up the stock of this monstrous menace in the gold lane.
It's actually very difficult to deal with here. A lot of times when the Moskov goes past 15 minutes, 18 minutes, you can really expect them to really destroy someone. That attack speed scales up so quickly.
Yeah, it's, I guess one of the biggest things is when you utilize that ultimate, right? The timing on it. It's great that it's global, but it's also, you've seen it not work in favor of teams that do like to pick up the Moskov here.
Here we go with the Edis, likely to go into the Roam. And of course, they pick up the Vixana. That is UA's #1 hero. An astronomical number of reps. And of course, a win rate that just benefits Blacks International.
Even with the patch, right? Like, people have already been used to seeing Vixana in the mid lane. And obviously, with that Edith, kind of still flexible. XP lane's still pretty good.
This is still the Sensui instincts, gentlemen. You saw there, he is leading. Sensui leads the steals in Lords and Turtles. And, you know, that's something you have to keep an eye on, because if you were watching during that week when we talked specifically about Sensui Ultra Instinct,
oh yeah,
he's able to pull some miraculous steals off, and it's kind of crazy that you actually need to keep an eye on that, specifically against Sensui alone. And so with that, to round out that first phase, Minotaur is going to be picked up and locked in for Minana Evos.
Oh, that's a hero that Blacklist actually favors banning. They like banning Minotaur, 4th most banned for them across the regular season. So now that Spider Miles has a hero in his hands that he's very comfortable with, I'm wondering if Kaiser's actually been playing the Barats, because Kirk can actually switch it up. Look at this Hellkurt ban. The Hellkurt ban, ladies and gentlemen, is explained by the fact that usually now Hellkurt is put in the roam role. And
Who
you can
did
just,
that?
Who did that?
Right?
You could actually just throw on the Edith into the XP lane, call it a day, and then pick up that Hellkurt. It's very doable.
Yeah, I think this is one of the major things that happened after the patch. Like, people have been starting to really explore it, especially in other regions.
Yeah.
Right? Indonesia's first one to feel the impact of this hero revamp.
Yep, definitely. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Hellkurt slip through the cracks throughout at least these next 5 days for the playoffs and have an impact, of course, you know, with the way that's changed. So these last couple bans are going to come out here. We know Gold Lane's still up for grabs. We saw so much Harith before it is banned out this time around. So I'm wondering, right, what do you want to match up against the Mozkov for Blacklist International?
All right, Blacklist International, you're looking at their choices. You can put a Nathan, you can put a Claude onto Oheb here, and both are solid pickups. I don't think any of them are banned, are bad choices. But check this out, the CC. The CC is actually one of Edward's best picks in the regular season, and the fact that Minana Evos are onto it makes sure that the engagement on the Barats and the Minotaur aren't as easily punished. So there's no bad targets for them to dive onto.
Wow.
Yeah. Those stats, man. I know you were reacting to those as well, Rockhart, because who's in the crowd cheering there?
We have a very interesting crowd here for Blacklist International. Some homecoming.
I was gonna say it's funny seeing them out there, right?
Yeah, a little bit crazy.
Of course, but so, and I like the fact that you have this discussion of the different shades of Ube, because you're gonna see that obviously go head to head here in this matchup. But even so, with the Minotaur locked in, like you guys said, you guys saw the stats there, the healing potential with this Minotaur pick, especially once that Flask of the Oasis is locked in, it's hype. And look at that. There it is, the Royal Duo out here to support Blacklist, of course.
And
now,
one of Manjin's teammates. Or, no, enemies. Not teammates. Sorry.
Bitter rivals.
Bitter
rivals.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
There it is.
There's the Yuzhong.
Pretty
Looking
good
to
pickup.
dive onto the Vexana and whatever the gold laner on Blacklist might be. So can hunt down the Nathan, can hunt down the Claude, if ever. That's on Kirk. I wonder. They're still looking for a gold laner here and an XP laner.
Okay.
Man, that's a really bulky lineup we have here right now for Minana, and almost all of them is physical damage, so they're going to have to go heavy, go ham on this mid lane pick leader.
You can put a Benedetta on Edward here.
Good. Oh, there's the Claude.
What did I say? I hate it when I'm right. Oh, wait, what?
What?
Where's
Wait,
the Benedetta?
Wait,
Yo,
is
where's
this
the Benedetta?
I was going to say, we had this happen in the regular season
Okay.
where it showed Khalid, but it was the Benedetta, so we'll have to wait.
So which is which?
Which is which?
It's Benedetta. It's written there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's
All
a
right.
Benedetta.
Okay.
I take it back. I hate it when I'm right.
Rewind. All right, that's locked in.
Small.
Yeah, and the Claude too, of course, being picked up here for Oheb, going against that Mozkov. And now this last pick, what are we feeling for Minana?
Very
Still need a
heavy.
mid laner, gentlemen. And the Valentina is the last one left. No Faramis,
Yeah.
no Lo Yi,
No Novaria.
Lilia,
Not
no
even
Novaria,
Lilia, right? So
no Vex.
wow.
That's all that's left.
That is a tricky position Minana's in right now in
Put
terms
the
of mid
Val.
lane.
And then if you pick the Valentina, there's nothing to steal.
So Lancey, what's in your pool, man? What's in your pool?
Okay, that was definitely not a what I was thinking.
Aurora.
Wait, Aurora. Okay.
All right.
This has actually experienced a pick already here for a few teams already.
TNC Pro
Yeah,
Team.
TNC,
Used
right?
to rock it a lot in the
It
regular
was pretty
season.
good. Hatred played
Optimistically speaking, it was pretty good.
it on its own. Just on its own, right? It
Yeah.
didn't really mesh well with a comp. That's a problem.
In a vacuum, yes.
Yeah, so
If you think about it, the amount of CC here from Minana Evos is devastating.
Through the roof, actually.
Yeah, because you have Daytona's Welcome. You can lock down someone exactly when you want to, and then, of course, into the Glacier, into every other piece of CC you have available to you. So I feel like that's one of the biggest challenges that Blacklist International has to approach this. And I think that's why even the Claude works so great, because you can kind of go in and out, you know, pull little Bobby tricks, if you will. But, you know, with that, I think it's really playing around the multitude of CC that's going to be thrown at Blacklist International if they want to go ahead and grab this first game victory here. So, you know, all you watching in the chat right now, let us know who you think is going to go ahead and win this series. Starting off with this first game, is it going to be Minana Evos? Is it going to be Blacklist International? Who gets that first blood in the series in the first best of 5? Remember, it's an elimination match ahead of us, and I feel like people have been waiting for this.
But also remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
That's right.
You gotta take your time with your strats, gotta take your time with your endurance, because also take note, whoever wins is facing off against a fresh Fnatic ONIC that's been watching from the sides.
And
so,
hydrate, basically.
Something to note, the lineup on Minana Evos, yes, definitely has a lot of CC on it.
Yeah.
But is it reliable damage that's coming up after? You're only really looking at the Moskov and the Aurora. What if one of them gets popped prior to the major engagement?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Minana Evos' lineup feels very powerful, but it has to be done in a very specific order. That crowd control cannot all go in at the same time.
That's right.
And if that chain gets disrupted, it can really be deadly.
I think that's why, again, if you're Minana Evos, Barrett's alone. Barrett's in the Fredrin. Like, the beginning turtle dances alone are so crucial with this.
Yep.
Because, again, we're talking about the fact that it's Sensui for one. He's on that comfort pick. They picked it up first pick. So you really want to be able to establish your momentum if you're Minana Evos going forward here. And that starts with that first objective, that first turtle.
Yep, not to mention that this is Sensui's Fredrin. I'm assuming that it's going to be rocking the support emblem, which will ensure its nigh off cooldown dashes much faster on the mechanics. And I think that's what explains Blacklist's lineup rating. Their laning potential so much higher because, again, there's more reliable damage across the board. Their mobility also much higher. And it's just easier for them to say, we'll do this at any point in the game. As for Minana Evos, there's at least 2 or 3 lines of communication and entry points for them to consider before things go their way.
And a lot of it actually does rely on like really good shot calling. To be fair, shot calling has always been the issue here for a lot of our teams. Let's see if that's going to change here today.
Well, we're going to find out. The crowd is ready. We're here to kick off into the Champions Arena. It's the first match, an elimination match for Blacklist International and Minana Evos. Both teams getting situated in the jungle. And as we get ready for this, we'll have to keep track of these rotations, things getting settled in on the jungle specifically. And real quick too, we'll take a look at the emblems in just a second to see if anything sticks out. But, you know, Sensui, hey, he's rocking the Concussive Blast this time around.
Yep, Concussive Blast with a, let me hold my tongue there. It's actually a tank Fredrin with Thrill. So he's trying to make up for the lack of cooldown with just reliable damage early on.
And that can work, actually. Pure damage, every one of your shots can do a lot more. Kirk with a kill, though.
Kirk!
Whoa.
Pulled the full combo.
Man, oh man, Kirk. Leading into this, I was like, you know, if Minana Evos wants to get the momentum going, they can start it with the first turtle. They did it before that.
Stone Cold Kirk. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not so sure if you caught the player cam as that solo kill happened, but Kirk just sat into his chair after that kill on Agent Zero.
Wow. All right. That's the best start you can expect for that Yuzhong matchup. Obviously, Yuzhong not so great if he actually gets, you know, not yet ramping here, especially without Dragon Form. But you know what? That was interesting. How that start, we'll see. For later on, though, as we do see the majority of Minana players going up on top side.
Oh man, this early on, not even with the turtle spawning, Minana Evos already going for the Ube. So this is how they're going to try to expedite that whole communication line issue. They're just going to always be going on Ube mode.
Yeah, that's a shade. Oh!
3-man knockup here, and the follow-up is disrupted. It is massive right now. Obviously, with a little bit of time being bought here, and a kill being picked up as well for Minana Evos. So 1 for 1, or 2 for 1 rather. It's going to be a turtle advantage, though.
That's the shades of Ube we're talking about. I'm still going.
There you go, just non-stop action, and there you go. That's a crowd control available for them, but it's all just that. Crowd control, no damage follow-up. That is Turtle going over the Blacklist.
Oh my goodness. What a start. A little messy, a little chaotic. But wow, Leo.
I was just going to say, of all of the members of Blacklist in the first minute of the game, the one that can really afford the death would be Edward, because the rest of Blacklist would be rotating up anyways. And that gave Minana Evos, I reckon, in my reading of the situation, a false sense of security. They thought they could ube their way, finesse their way into an early position, and Blacklist says, nah, fam, check it out. We've been doing ube since 2021, and they got it right there.
That's actually a pretty good timing because some of the members of Minana were not level 4 yet.
Yeah.
So they timed it perfectly, or they saw an opportunity, and they went for it.
That's right. They thought they got it, but Blacklist read the room and saw the entry point, and now they're sitting at a 500 gold lead. Minana Evos now in recovery mode. That does not mean that this the second Lord in a minute is just clearly Blacklist.
Yeah.
I think Minana Evos can still contest, but the key is they gotta start checking themselves, man. Check these bushes.
And you see that item pickup already from Edward has that halberd available now.
Oh
so,
boy.
you know, he was the first blood to Minana, then he gets 2 kills out of the last exchange, and now he has solved the deal, the problem at least, with that early sustainability provided from Spider Miles.
Solved the problem, he became the problem.
Yeah. So now, for Minana Evos, that is tough to deal with in this early portion of the game. Look at the matchup too, just between the Frederick and the Barretts here. Obviously highly in favor of the Chad of the Land of Dawn, Frederick.
Yep, truth be told, the Appraiser has been the most winningest hero for the better part of the past 2 years.
Yeah.
Has it been that long?
Yep, and this stat is going to be true for most matchups. But wait, check it out.
If there's so many nerfs right now, though, it is going to be Sensui in trouble here. Played around with the Pride of Ice, and now Edward has to make his way out. Or will he? Are you trapped here with me, or am I trapped here with you? Or have that the other way around. So right now, obviously Minana fighting back, showing at least they have some fight in them.
Okay, so they at least get Sensui down from that. You know, still whittling down the gold a little bit. It wasn't anything crazy to begin with, but now that this objective is up, the turtle is up here.
Well, how long did it take?
Yeah, that's true.
And how many heroes did they send?
Good point.
You know, anything is better than nothing for Minana Evos at this point because of how that last exchange went minutes ago. So they're going to go ahead and start up this turtle. Both teams getting in position. You can already see Kaizen making his way as well.
Ooh.
We'll see if they get in this position. Domeng and Oheb just farming up.
Key pickups on the mid laners. Yue had just picked up a necklace of Durans. So you're going to stop Kirk, you're going to stop Miles, even Kaizen from getting some healing on. And then you'll check out Lancey, first pick up the Queen's Wings. So he knows that he has to be the target more often than not. So he has 2 layers now of protection from aggression. That shield and that passive. But look at that, Blacklist finessing a free turtle.
Queensix actually could really come in clutch later, and sometimes that's something that you don't really expect, especially if you're screaming 1v1. You're right, that could be deadly, and this could be massive here.
Yeah, it's a good start, especially that first item, because really for Lancey, you want to just go ahead and get the freeze off if you can, and then drop the ultimate. Try to freeze down as much as you can. Okay, they're not going to. Oh, hold on, he's going for Haji.
Charges straight for it, and of course the stun is going to come in clutch. Good freezing coming in from Minana, and the damage is true. Not even Haji can withstand it. And Sensui falling soon as well. Kirk with a double kill.
Man, Minana Evos striking back here. And yes, Kirk back on the board with this Yuzhong. What a setup and play there from Minana.
Nothing comes for free. They win the fight, but they lose the battle up top. Agent Zero was just finessing his way into a turret take, setting up another amazing turtle for Blacks International. That's the long lane. Edward has been living in the long lane ever since he won the Season 7 championship. They pioneered the Lord Dance. So now you're going to see them take control of the lower lane too. Oh,
that is a lot of gold going to their pockets. What will Minana do in response though? They're getting ready to set up a fight maybe. But don't forget, Blacklist also has a free man unit that's quite strong with crowd control, and they can get even an Eternal Garden on their side.
This is funny because, you know, both teams have their own forms of Ube here. This is like the most action Ube playstyle has seen early on, I feel like. For the most part, like usually it's a slow kind of build up. Hold on, Kirk.
Oh, Kirk is fighting, and Edward just taking him easily. 1v1, mano-y-mano, no problemo here.
Wait, he had ult, but he just... What, he wouldn't be able to get away with the Dragon form?
He had ult and he had Petrify. That is an interesting turn of events.
Yeah, slow down a bit here, and Nom goes the dinosaur here. Kaizen fighting off again. That crowd control we're talking about here. Boy, Minana really coming in strong here. But here comes Oheb with that blazing duet, just tearing it up quite easily here for Blacklist. And that's another tower down. So much gold inside of the agents.
Okay, in that very engagement, wherein you could have sworn Minana Evos was ahead. They had 2 turrets sandwiching Blacklist International and their coalition. It's a matter of reliable damage now. Yes, there was an amazing Minoan Fury, but was the damage going to the right target? Sensui could have died. Sensui was frozen for a good solid second and a half, but no one was hitting him. And that's because Doming was down bottom. Doming was pushing. So now Minana Evos are clearly behind. For the first time, I think, in this 8-minute bout, I'm going to say now Minana Evos have some thinking to do.
Yeah, and I think even when you look real quick at just how both roams are doing here, you see that of course, a lot of the heals going for Spider Miles, but the time control, that crowd control coming out from Haji with this Edith pick is paying dividends so far in these skirmishes, in these team fights. And so we'll see how the adjustments come through. Minana Evos, the fact that they are just working on getting space across the map. Oh, Edward.
Oh, that combo with the Petrify, the electro final blow here could have actually gone a lot done. Right now, with the support of Spider Miles, he will be fine. And they're going for the re-engage. Great stun here coming in from Doming. No assist whatsoever needed. But look at that. The bottom lane being pushed again by Blacklist, man.
Ooh, it looks like they want to go straight for the jugular. Want to pierce that bottom lane inhibitor. But just the same, Blacklist is going to lose that top lane tier 1. Interestingly, the map is rubber banding. The map is going back and forth. Oh, Doming!
Very heavily. Doming now uncontested. Haji can't really do much here. Sensui trying to make sure his presence is known, maybe to try to attempt a hit here, but no. You went close by, Oheb. You're going to reset.
So with that, they get ready. They prepped and ready for this Lord. I would say Minana Evos did the best they could, given the situation, to go ahead and try to set things up. So they're in a good position to dance for this Lord here, because we know Blacklist International is going to want to go ahead and start that up and see how things go. You're seeing the breakdown here, too, between the gold laners falling into place. Now, positioning-wise, I feel like this is really where Doming on this Moskov is going to be crucial. He can actually go ahead and sit on one of these side lanes for now while the team starts up that Lord dance, and then go ahead and spear his way into the fight. But that comes with a risk as well.
Yeah, again, the ever present question is, what if I miss?
What if I miss?
You can't just throw the spear of destruction willy-nilly and then hope for the best. But again, that's where Spider Miles will now come into play. He has the aim, his marksman. Weirdly enough, you aim Moskov, you aim Doming into a direction and make calls 10, 15 seconds into the future. That's what Minana Evos is doing now, and that's what's allowing them to keep this gold lead from Blacklist down to a minimum, a manageable 800,000 gold ahead.
I wonder what that call sounds like. All right, Doming, it's a little southeast, northwest.
Southeast?
Northwest of here, throw the spear.
I mean, play-wise, right? Like, all right, we're going for this, we're going diving here, where we're going to be holding this out, throw it now, you know? It's more about when and where.
We'll see if that plays out. Once again, both teams holding on to this Lord dance. No one wants to commit just yet. And this, honestly, for Minana Evos is going to help them kind of build up some of that gold, get to the items that they need, of course, for it. But the positioning, the CC that's going to be thrown by Minana Evos is what's crucial here that Blacklist International avoids, and that's why they're taking this so slowly. They want to build up, and there's a big pickup, too, for Spider Miles, getting that Flask of the Oasis now.
Oh, nice knock up here again. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but there is a back attack here. Minoan Fury, a lot of people in the air, but they had the damage just not quite there. Oheb with the damage, and there you go. He's shut down by Doming. Doming's going crazy right now. Not from the Lord! Not from the Lord, man! That Lord assist was huge, and Sensui gets it. What the heck just happened there?
The Lord happened. Blacklist International timed it well, and now Lancey's the only one left.
Oh, what a disaster!
Oh, man. What looks like a great setup for Minana Evos. And even Doming coming in unleashing, but then trouble struck.
Watch this replay. Oh, my God.
It was almost perfect Minana Evos almost wiped out Blacklist International. Again, the whole Spear of Destruction play, the last-minute entry by Doming almost paid off. But check this out right here. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, God.
Little did they know Lord was on Blacklist side.
Like a trampoline. No, to be fair, I think Blacklist had some level of control there because they spaced out their members. They made sure that whoever was going to get jumped by Lord was okay to die, and then the rest would collapse on the collateral from Minana Evos. That was amazing. Great work by Blacklist here.
Yeah, great positioning there and to deal with that. So given that whole exchange, they're going to get these tier 2 turrets down. Lord was already taken care of by Minana Evos. They should be able to clear lanes pretty well with this lineup here. So for Blacklist International, they just have to be happy with what they were able to get themselves and play around this gold lead now that they've secured.
At the very least, you know what? Minana Evos don't need to panic too much because Moscow scales so well.
Yeah.
They can drag this out to 20 minutes. They'll be fine for sure.
Yep. Again, going off of that tangent of wiping the waves and controlling the map, Minana Evos is okay. Minana Evos can actually do that. Worst case scenario, there's a threat of a penetration at 15 or 16. That's the worst case scenario.
As long as they don't get wiped out, maybe.
Yeah,
you know?
best case, Doming is able to work the side lanes, get a split push in, and then even try that same play again as they did from the Lord. Because again, it looks like it worked. All they needed to do was not get jumped.
Yeah.
Actually looks so good. Yeah.
But they're so good at that Lord, and they're so good at that Lord fight. We saw Shades of Blacklist doing this in week 1, 2, and 3 of the regular season.
Yep.
And now it looks like they're back in shape.
They're back in shape, and you saw what they were able to get off that Lord advantage. Getting the space, getting the gold, and for Minana Evos, you even saw how much damage Doming has done when he's compared, of course, over here to Oheb. Now, Oheb, it's a little bit harder because obviously you're just trying to get those stacks and then go in with that Blazing Duet, BMI on out of there. Doming's positioning is so much more crucial, especially if he's using that Spear of Destruction, and then, of course, the Inspire, but the amount of damage that he can put out in such a small amount of time is massive. But this is, again, against these heroes like what Haji has on this Edith, Sensui even, they're quite tanky. They're quite durable.
That's true.
And so that's part of the thing. Oh, no, Doming. Okay.
Wait,
boy.
hold up.
Oh, boy.
All right, he's fine. He senses it.
He sensed it.
This is just game sense. This is game IQ.
That's
Again, you
right.
don't make it to the Champions Arena without having to cut your teeth, all right?
Cut your teeth?
It's a
Cut
saying.
Is
It's I think.
Wow.
I heard my mom say it one time when I was like 6. Anyways, looking at this one more time again, the long lane worked here by Yue and Edward, while Doming here just trusting his sixth sense, knows that something is amiss. Because again, look at the map. All you can see in the map is actually Sensui, right? That's it. So I guess Minana Evos, again, if there's something that you can trust with them, is their communication.
Yeah, the shot calling to stay on your toes, Doming. Right, don't
do it.
Don't do it. Don't overextend. Obviously, they're still waiting there as well, Yue and Edward. So that's the information.
As strong as Doming is, he can only deal damage to 1 to 2 targets at a time. So if you get caught out, there's only so much you can do. You can dash out once, and then just throw auto attacks in the middle.
Yeah, something else to note is we haven't really seen Kirk do much in the past, 6 or 7 minutes?
That's true.
We need to see Kirk do amazing things, and that's going to come off the back of, I reckon...
Oh, no.
Haji missed it out. That was a massive use of the flicker here. And that could be something that Minana can use here in the coming Lord fights. They know it's coming. They can buy a few more seconds. I think.
Doming's timing, man. That's what I like to call athletic. He didn't need the flicker, though.
Reaction time.
Yep,
Reaction time.
That's brains and bronze right there. He saw it coming and he acted on it. Real quick, Kirk needs to come in with a preemptive Black Dragon form, a PBDF.
I'm not even going to try.
If he gets it down, it's going to throw off Blacklist timing. It's been a while since we've seen Minana Evos start a fight and actually win it.
That's true. And so with that, you can see the positioning still happening here. Minana Evos respecting the lead that Blacklist does have. Even though that Haji doesn't have this flicker available to jump in with the onward, they still have to keep them at bay, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Another one that could have been problematic here.
Obviously,
there's going to be a good freeze here for Sensui. Kirk going in. He's looking for trouble here, and he's the one who got found. Oheb can't go in. Blazing Duet already used up. Low HP on their marksman, and now it's Doming, who seems like he's ready to take these fights.
All right, free kill for Blacks International, and it looks like Minana Evos does not want to leave the scene. This might actually be to their detriment.
Oh no! Doming 1v1 with Edward and Agent Zero coming out on top! And here's more. Blacklist are hungry for more here. Haji up on front. Sensui taking that Lord. Looking really good. Blacklist are right now 7k gold lead.
Abort mission.
Just when he thought he was safe, here comes Agent Zero. Able to get him out, and he just gets the Wind of Nature too for this, because now they have to deal with that, right? This is a massive momentum move for Blacklist International. Lord going down that mid side, and they'll have to defend against this. Again, their clear is pretty good as long as Doming isn't pressured too much. Oh, Daytona's welcome.
Oh, it's Minana's time to pressure now, and they are going to be able to take out Edward, at least for now. Immortality is there with her trying to just for good measure, and able to walk on out of there with the eye for an eye. Oh, another one, good follow-up with Spear Destruction, but will not be enough to take the kill because everyone is up on the base.
He's got to clear, they go in.
Gotta go in here with Millen Fury at the back of Spider Miles, but the damage is already done here. Blacklist going hard alongside the Lord. Kirk on the back, trying to do as much as he can, but it's all for nil, as it will be a Blacklist game number 1. It's looking like it. They are damaging as much as they can. They're holding it off. What? The minions are alive. They cleared!
Oh, they cleared it!
That could have been massive. Wait a second!
And Blacklist International will take game number 1 in this first best of 5 against Minana Evos.
All right, this all began in that failed Lord dance. Blacklist International may have failed a jump on the doming, and that allowed for Minana Evos to think that they can get away with a contest. Little did they know, and I'm pretty sure they were aware, that there was still a 5k gold lead on Blacklist.
Yeah.
And even if there were failed attempts, there was a pick-off that they missed out on. It just wasn't enough. The firepower was way too much. Again, it comes down to a matter of reliable damage. You see that towards that tail end, about 2-3 minutes, it was all on doming. If you cannot get doming to deal the damage that you expect him to, you have to find another way in. It's just so hard to be Minana Evos in that last game.
I like that you pointed that out earlier, before the game even started. Like I was saying, yeah, they have a ton of CC, but unfortunately, if they get targeted down, or let's say Doming got focused on taken out, their damage it tanks. It tanks at that point. And so it was a well-played decision from Blacklist International through that when they found their punishes. And again, you have to commend even Edward to put the pressure on Doming the way he did. That item switch to pick up that Winter Tranche to buy some more time, and then eye for an eye out of there. Those little things, those little interactions that people have seen from this legend Agent Zero, from Edward, whatever you want to call him, pays dividends for Blacklist International. A lot of their success here. So with that, again, the lineup was good. I'm not going to say, hey, Minana Evos' lineup was good. In theory, like face value, it's there. It's just unfortunate for them that the positioning wasn't in their favor, and Blacklist knew how to punish.
We talked about it, right? The chain of events that have to happen have to be so perfect
for Minana Evos
to get an advantage.
Yeah, and I don't know, are we going to be naming an MVP that suffered the first blood, right? Is that what we're saying here? Because Edward did really pull a lot of weight.
Can't wait to see. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our solo analyst to break it down.
Thank you so much, casters. I'm joined here at the analyst stand with Coach
No count.
Paolo Expert, the championship winning coach of RRQ Kaito. Coach, kamusta?
Okay naman, ayun, pahinga kami ngayon at may ESL pa kami, so we're still practicing.
Still practicing. Championship mindset, still practicing even after the regular season or the season of MPL Philippines is done. Now, nakita natin ang thrilling ng first game between Blacklist International and Minana Evos. I want to ask you, starting with Blacklist International, what's that one thing that you saw from their overall gameplay that you want to praise?
Para sa akin, yung mga pick-ups ni Edward, yung mga key pick-ups sa Moscow, at saka sa pag-maneuver ng Blacklist around the map, ginagamit nila yung mobility nila with the Benedetta and the Claude para makapag-macro sa mapa.
And that's why Edward is the MVP of our game. And I have to agree with Coach Paolo Expert. Champions Arena, masaya ba kayo sa performance ni Edward? That's unanimous. Now I have a question here. Madalas na natin nakikita yung para sa mga pro players, EXP laners especially, prioritization ng C. Halberd. Care to explain?
I think dahil may Minotaur yung kalaban, may heal, so kailangan talaga nila yun in terms of the team fight para yung Yuzhong rin, kasi yung passive nun, nag-heal, di ba? So yung si Halberd nakakatulong talaga yun para ma-decrease yung heal ng mga kalaban nila.
Goods na goods. Kahit attack speed item siya, di ba? Maganda pa rin naman if you're gonna just take away the healing. And early on here, I want to talk about now Minana Evos. Meron ka bang isang bagay sa mga ginawa nila maybe in the early game that you want to point out?
Para sa akin, for Minana, the advice I would give them is probably sa late game, sa Lord Dance. Si Moskov kasi, kayang-kaya niyang i-1v1 kahit sino sa side lane. So if they utilize the Lord Dance a lot better, they were engaging the team fight too early kasi dapat hinihintay nilang mag-flow muna yung opposite lane minion bago sila makapag-engage ng fully as a team.
Yeah. Flow the minion waves before the Lords. At dyan natin nakita actually yung unfortunate na knock-up doon kay Domeng from the Lord itself. Now for this last Lord take, para sa'yo ba, was it a good call from the side of Minana Evos na to push it and try to contest it?
I think they pressed the button too early for me. Dapat hinintay pa nilang mag-push yung minion wave sa opposite lane nga, katulad ng sinabi ko, before engaging fully with the Yuzhong Dragon at saka yung Moskov ultimate nila para mag-teleport.
And of course, it's just unfortunate as well for Minana Evos that they're up against Agent Zero who parang laser focus siya looking for the Moskov. And I want to go back to that Moskov pickup. Kasi sigurado ako, ang dami tao na nagtatanong, bakit first 2 picks sa red side, kinuha kagad yung Moskov?
Yung Moskov kasi ngayon, super strong late game. At saka AoE damage niya, kaya niya mag-split push siya sa marksman, kaya niyang tumulong kahit nag-split siya sa team fight dahil nga pag nakapana siya, magte-teleport siya agad sa team fight. Kaya super priority ng Moskov ngayon sa mga rank games at saka sa tournament.
Okay, so I guess you could also say na Minana Evos prioritizing the Moskov. They already knew that sigurado sa Lord Dances baka doon sila mahirapan. Having someone like the Moskov, di ba, with that global presence, kung tumama yung ano niya, yung ultimate niya, he'll be able to respond really quickly. Let's take a look at the stats and the itemization. One thing that I noted here is, parang more often, parang ang dami ng mid laners din na nagpa-prioritize ng Necklace of Durance even as the first item. That's usually a point of contention as well for the community. Pero para sa'yo as a coach, what do you think of the Necklace of Durance first item for mid laners?
Other than the obvious anti-heal nga, nagbibigay na rin ng cooldown kasi yun. So, super effective talaga siya early game. So, kaya inaagapan na nila yung mga healer type na heroes like Yuzhong and Minotaur, which Minana Evos had. So.
Now, there's something I noted down here between these two teams na ever since the regular season, it feels like I'm watching a mirror in terms of their rotations maybe or their prioritizations. Did you feel the same way seeing that in game number 1 or did you see two completely different teams?
Para sa akin, nanibago ako sa Blacklist eh. Parang ibang Blacklist to ngayon eh. Parang tama nga yung sinasabi ng mga tao na nagsusuper Saiyan mode talaga yung Blacklist pagdating ng playoffs eh.
Super Saiyan Blacklist. Yung Blacklist playoffs mode. Sigurado nakita natin. And I think one of the best ways to really show how that started was in the beginning, within the first 2 minutes, yung 3-man knock-up ni Haji, ginamit yung flicker as that Edith. Now, as we go through the stats here, of course, you see Edward's high GPM. We have to point out, again, he is the MVP. Full damage Benedetta. And there's some people saying that sometimes you can still go to, with sort of a hybrid Benedetta. Is full damage Benedetta really the way to go?
Yeah, for me, I think so. Kasi most likely, mga 1v1 duels yung kukunin niya eh. So, kailangan talaga ng full damage siya para manalo ng mga 1v1 duels sa side lane.
Great itemization, great rotations, and of course, the focus on looking for that Moskov to take them down. And Blacklist International will take game number 1. For anything else, join the MLB-PH KOF 97 Bingo Draw event. Take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags. Enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first 10x draw and the daily first 1x draw. Don't miss out on this awesome opportunity. Kaba Coach, nag-collecta ka pa ba ng mga skins pagpasok ng mga diamante?
Hindi na masyado yun. Tagal ko na naglalaro eh.
So focus na talaga sa, sa coaching and analysis. Understandable, nag-champion din naman sa MPL Philippines Season 3 si Coach Paolo, expert eh. And of course, the Exorcist skin for Haibus and Granger now available alongside exclusive items. More details on that. But of course, Coach Paolo, expert, will be joining us here in the analyst stand. For now, let's go back to our hosts, Mara and Hans.
Thank you, Renmar. I wanna feel everyone's energy in here. How's everybody doing?
They're feeling good.
Everyone's happy. Sounds like everyone's happy that Blacklist International won that in 18 minutes.
I mean, it's been a long while since we've had MPL Philippines, and I am sure with the level of competition na nakita natin dito, especially with what Blacklist International showcased us, lalo na yung mga 1v1 plays ni Edward kanina, I'm sure that everybody else was hyped about that.
Siyempre, they're performing with the best they can. Nandito nga si Mom Shu and si Pop Shu. Oh, di ba? Oh, ayan. Nag-cheer na ang ating mga agents. Pero alam mo, Hans, for the first time in MPL, we're gonna have our first official Bahasa Indonesia stream.
You know what, Mara? Let's check on how they're doing. Mirko, Kabe, where are you guys at?
Untuk teleponan dengan
Hi,
MPL-PH.
Mirko. Hi, Kabe.
Hello.
How you guys
Yo, what's up?
doing? Hey. How you doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great, Mara. We're doing great. Me and KB here, we've been experiencing the crazy games. Well, actually, just that one game, but...
Oh, alam mo, ang lakas talaga ng
Real.
appeal ni Mirko. Sa sobrang lakas.
Gano'ng kalakas?
Sobrang lakas na walan tayo ng kuryente doon. Nabalikan natin. Hey, welcome back!
Are they back? Are they back?
Mirko, I was just saying your appeal is so strong that we could not take it. And it went on a blackout mode.
Yeah. I mean, this time, I feel like asking you, Mirko and KB, I want to know what you guys think about that very first game of the MPL Philippines Playoffs. Right. They're thinking about it. Thinking about it deep. I think they're talking.
I think they're saying that was really great.
Yeah.
We thought that was awesome. Yeah. That's what
And then
Mirko's
KB
saying.
was like, oh, okay, this is amazing. Everybody
Yeah.
else was like, whoa. And then everybody else was like, yeah.
Of course, in 18 minutes. They finished it in 18 minutes. My name is Mirko. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't wait for this to go to Game 5. Yeah, okay, that's what they said.
Okay, we're gonna wait until we could hear what they're saying. What about for you? Were there any surprises for you during that time?
I mean, honestly, I was very surprised with the way nila, the execution of the game. Kasi technically, these two teams are somewhat waiting for the right time to strike. Pero in this matchup, hindi ganun yung nangyari. Una pa lang, bugbuga na kagad. Una pa lang, may 1v1 play stat. There wasn't even a Lord fight just yet. There were many fights that were away from objectives. And I feel like for the next preceding games, marami pa tayo makikita ganun.
Alam mo, best of 5 to. Anything can happen. But you know, how about, let's go straight to game 2. And we're
Okay.
gonna go back to our casters. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Hans, Mara, and I wish we got to hear a little more from our dear friends out there in Indonesia, of course, but maybe we'll get a chance to talk to them, of course, or hear from them after this one or when they get things situated there.
Or when they fly here.
Or when they
Just
fly
kidding,
here.
just kidding.
Yeah, that's just kidding, by the way. So, but of course, before we move on, we have to go ahead and give a big shout out to our official sponsor. It's Smart. Be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity.
And say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with the Smart Prepaid eSIM. Now available for digital delivery through the Smart online store for only 99 pesos.
Well, with that being said, gentlemen, game 1 was intense, and when we're talking about the two forms or the two shades of Ube, that's not what I was expecting, but again, they're playing on some amazing phones out there, and we have to give them a shout out as well. It's Infinix, the GT series. Outplay the rest, brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Season 13.
Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with Infinix GT series. I think there's one right here, right?
There's one right here.
This one, right.
That's it. That's right there. I thought there was another move. I was waiting for it.
No, it's the same move, just done
the other way.
Better, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little, the temperature in this Champions Arena is up there.
No, it's heating up, all right?
really heating up.
Unlike the GT series just stays cool all throughout. I mean, I'm putting myself in like Edward's position, right? Suffered first blood, had to pull himself out in the early to mid as if nothing happened, and then started going 1v1 killing gold laners.
That's a champion's fortitude, man. That's
right.
The champion mentality.
The legend Zero.
That's-
he proved why he's legendary.
That's the MVP.
That is the MVP
Right?
for game number 1.
So that's him on his Benedetta, who has been slowly climbing up the ranks. It's not like that's his only tool. He also has a Paquito. Edward can play so many heroes right now. And the fact is, you also have to think of how that interacts with Kirk.
That's true. Well, let's see what you guys have to think about, because the MPL Philippines live stream guessing game. It's now available. Every match starts with a guessing game on the TikTok platform.
And you know what? You just come on and watch MPL matches on TikTok and join the guessing and support your team with game points.
All right, let me talk to you. Here's how you do exactly just that.
Tell
Go
'em.
to TikTok, click the app, go to MPL Philippines TikTok channel. It's at MPL_official.
Okay.
Click the official live stream.
We're clicking.
And then you click the ongoing guessing game to support your team and win game points.
I'm guessing.
All right. I'm not. We were not allowed to join for many different reasons, but you can. So let us know. Are you for Black? Are you an agent? Or are you for Minana Evos? Are you a member of the Hokbo?
You know what I'm gonna guess though?
What are you gonna
Kirk's
guess?
not gonna Kirk's not gonna hold this R-Lot all game long, all series long.
Yeah, neither team actually wants to let the R-Lot through. Blacklist, when they get their hands on the R-Lot, they actually tend to put it on Haji. They put it
Can
on
be Edward.
But more on Haji.
More on Haji.
Like 4 out of 5 times, it's on Haji. Which now comes around to how maybe Minana Evos will now have the pick for sides. And luckily enough, we now have the verdict. And they are going to go on blue. Okay, so with blue side Gambit, they can do many different things. Just off the top of my head, they can play for Matilda first pick. They can force out a Harith first pick. They can even try to go for a choke on mid. Because something tells me, all right, I don't think you agree with me. Something tells me the Aurora wasn't something they were happy with.
It does feel like they were forced into it. Like
Yeah.
Lancey's picks, I was thinking, oh, hey, Lancey, he's gonna pick Lilia. Oh no, it's banned out. Novaria, no, it's banned out.
Banned out,
So
right.
I feel like Blacklist had a really good time studying the mid pick, and
Yep.
you know what? They said we can't ban out the roam completely. Let's look at other people.
It's been the story of this current metagame, of this current season. Mid lane has always been so tight.
Well, man, I love this meta. That's what I'll say.
Oh, boy.
I'm still hoping for Gord through the playoffs, but let's see if it happens. Might not be one of these teams. But hey, we're going to jump into the draft here for game number 2. And with the side switch up, we'll see exactly how Minana Evos wants to approach being that first pick, having that capability to switch things up and maybe even secure something for that building of a legend, that Spider Miles roster of heroes that he has here. So once again, you can already see the bans coming out. Look at their win rates for their respective sides, and you'll see this, right? Still, though, Blacklist International will go ahead and ban out that Angela, the Harith. They don't want to give that up. We've mentioned this before. Our lot's not going to be played so far, and Loyi banned out as well. Let's see what these last 2 bans are.
Okay, something tells me now they're hedging on the gambit of the Fredrin or the Matilda. From there, they can also go first pick for Remus, and it wouldn't even hurt.
I am the priestess
All right,
of primal lightning,
both are still up.
the hunter
Fredrin
of all
and
the evil
Matilda.
gods.
What's Blacklist going to let through?
What
Okay,
if?
take it. Kzen,
Kzen, take
take
it.
Fredrin Johnson. Take it. I mean, Fredrin.
I was like, wait, what?
What?
Johnson?
It's
Is
a
that
generic-
because you saw? Is that because you saw him
There's a
outside?
cosplayer
There's a
outside.
Johnson cosplayer around.
No protection.
All right, they go with the
That's not bad.
Fredrin. Baksha, though, this is identity.
Yep,
For
this is
Blacklist.
Sensui's
Oh,
second best
so good,
jungle
though.
hero. And the Faramis, of course, they deny it from Lancey. Something tells me they got to put a hero on Lancey right now.
Do it.
Get that Nova, get that Vex, get that Val.
Yeah. Obviously, Valentina looks like it's a prime candidate here.
Get the Val.
At risk of also getting banned out in the next phase. So you don't want to leave that out in the open.
You got to get that Val.
Yeah.
There it is.
And maybe a gold laner? Pick up a Nathan.
I am vengeance incarnate.
Hold up.
Oh.
No.
Never mind then. I guess Moskov is a better pick now.
They're going to die on that Moscow hill, aren't they?
Oh, Nova!
Okay, hey, at least I get the Novaria.
Yep.
Again, for Lancey here.
Better than forcing a weird hero onto Lancey last phase.
I like it.
Because the impact here is throughout the game. And we know, scaling-wise, Novaria is a monster. Vision is great. Answer, though, again, this time around, Benedetta picked up for Edward. And the Faramis being part of this whole thing, again, working through that Netherrealm this time around.
And now there is going to be an option to ban out the Val, but yes, sometimes you kind of just don't need to deal with it immediately. A lot of teams, to be honest, have evolved to be able to deal with the Faramis compositions without having to pick up Valentina. So, you know what, they can be kind of creative here. Lilia is actually pretty good against Valentina lineups as well on the mid, but again, Lancey's already on the Novaria, so that could be tricky here for Minana.
There's the Hellcurt again, currently at 100% contest rate in the playoffs.
I love that because, you know, Minana has done their homework. Bonchan has been known in the past to really bring out some weird stuff on the playoffs. And Minana just not taking a risk.
I think that's, again, you know, it's safe. It's like a safe ban to take it out because the impact right now of the Hellcurt. So the last one, though, for Blacklist International is once again a Spider Miles pick here. They take out the Minotaur this time around. So that's 3 for
rough.
Spider Miles. Yep.
That's rough, Dad. Check it out. What's left for Spider Miles, right? Just the Rafaela.
Rafaela, I was going to say.
Rafaela and the Florin.
All right, Florin. We haven't. I missed them. Sometimes you can go under your radar, but Florin's still really good, right?
Who said there are no
actually
shortcuts
don't
in
mind
life?
Florin.
I literally invented one.
Because they have a solid Fredrin, and then they can get a good chunky XP laner and call it a day. I think Minana Evos are okay. They're comfortable being in blue this time.
Okay, so with this now rounded up here for the bans, we'll see exactly Blacklist International, where do they want to pick up? Do they go ahead and pick up their gold lane in this position, or do they pick up their roam, right? Because now that's the thing. Is Faramis still flexible enough to possibly be put in the roam? I don't think so.
Don't do it.
But you know, so what do they go with here?
This is a gold laner.
I feel like it's a gold lane pick.
Is it just a Claude again for that matchup?
That's like the safe pick. I mean, obviously, it was not a straight up win earlier, but it works.
Introducing my buddy.
Average assist.
There it is. Yeah. So they go with the Claude once again. Spider Miles, though, averages 7 assists per 10 team kills this season, the highest among all players with a minimum of 20 games played.
Damn.
So he is the assist king.
He is.
He's the wingman.
Yes.
If there's an expert wingman, there's a master wingman. That's him.
Well, we'll see exactly what Spider Miles wants to bring to the table this time around. That's a Terizla. I can hear that from across the universe.
Hold up.
Terizla. Wait, Valentina. So
a Roam Novaria?
A Roam Novaria. So my guy is not healing today.
If anything, this is a Minana Evos that is just so hell-bent on dealing damage. This is what it says. This is the message they're sending.
Yeah.
That do be spicy. I love it. I actually love it because everyone just immediately defaults to, oh, Lancey's Novaria automatically, right?
Yeah.
People don't think about Spider Miles being able to go on that hero.
I'm not Vengeance Incarnate. I am actually interested because you check out the first few weeks of the regular season, Minana Evos was the dive team. And now come the playoffs, they've come full circle. They're going full dive again. And the answer from Blacklist is a great way to actually quell that kind of aggression. There's the grok.
All right.
Okay, so
I like it.
Yeah. When you look at Black, I do want to see the lineup breakdown here, the lineup ratings, of course. But, you know, with this, the fact that you're going to have Spider Miles on this Novaria, I'm wondering, like, that vision that is going to be here for the team, of course, with the Echo dropping down and everything else. That'll help them in a way, obviously, having a Moskov on their side, but it's like, still, when you're talking about what they have to deal with across from them, Netherrealm, of course, again, Edward with hands on that Benedetta, this is, I don't know, I guess my big thing is, like, how do you execute this with the vision that you're going to have for Minana Evos?
Huh. Vision's going to be tricky, and again, Vision's always something that has been taken care of by our teams. one specific reason why the Hellcurt has been constantly banned out, even though most likely people will pick it up on their own.
Yeah, again, a lot of people might say, oh, they have the Navaria, vision is good. No, that's the only vision you have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there's a walking vision over here in the hands of Haji, of course. So let's jump into game 2 here. Again, it's Minana Evos and Blacklist International. Currently 1 point in this best of 5 for Blacklist. Both junglers getting us situated here and set up. And we'll take a look at the emblems. Wow, Haji gonna go and just cause some havoc. Use that flicker as well.
Ooh. I guess if you're gonna use a flicker, that's a great time to do it. You don't have no immediate use for it up until the maybe the turtle take.
Yep, can confirm that he is not rocking any cooldown reduction on it. Don't pull yourself together.
Yep.
Something to note, this is still Tank Fredrin with the thrill. So even when it's Minana Evos turn, if it's Kaizen's turn, this seems to be the old reliable loadout for one friend.
Yeah, it seems to be V-Way. Oh my god, Kaizen made a boo-boo there. 3 HP left on the purple. Oh my god, that slowed him down a lot.
Yep.
Reset a little bit, and
Okay.
you know, it's not that big of a deal.
That's 3 seconds.
That's a few seconds.
Yeah, that adds up.
It does add up.
It does, yeah. It does.
Yeah, and you know, with that too, you also have to keep in mind that Minana Evos did rock the double. They have the double Purify available for them to kind of deal with what's being thrown at them from Blacklist International. So I feel like also at the same time, does this change the dynamic of the Moskov? Like previous game, we saw him with the Inspire, of course, right? That scales really well with him, but this time it's a little more defensive, and I'm wondering if that was the check from the previous game where it's like, all right, Domeng, now you have to be even a little more careful with this Moskov once again.
I'll tell you now, I think what happened in game 1 did affect that decision, but it's not all just because of what happened in game 1. I think if it was up to Minana Evos and they saw what Blacklist was picking, right now especially, I think they would still pick an Inspire half the time. Because really, what is he afraid of? It's the Haji Grok, that's it.
It's just too much value, right now. Speaking of value, that's a lot of value damage being put in by Minana already on the Haji. Kaizen going to be securing that turtle because of that. And Haji with a wild charge trying to slow down the red tree, not going to work this time.
Okay, so with that exchange, turtle going to be secured from Minana Evos. That was the way that they boxed that off in their favor with what they had available to them was great. Even with Kirk utilizing that penalty zone early on to just keep them there was great timing.
Yep, Blacklist International's current lineup, where they are, really has no way of just quickly and suddenly confirming turtle takes, right? Look at the burst that they have. They're waiting for Yue to get items, and everything else is pure DPS. So from there on, you know that Minana Evos actually have better goes at early game engages. So this is their window now.
Yeah. Oh, bottom side.
Oh.
That's good damage coming in from Ohemin. He is on the chase here.
Oh, Domeng!
Dive in from Haji once more. We're seeing the shot calling of Blacklist coming in full fruition this time around.
Remember what you asked earlier, Leo? What are you afraid of? I think maybe that's the answer.
Exactly, right? Literally. It's the one thing that you're afraid of.
Haji.
And it came for you.
Oh,
flickering in, and how perfect the timing. See, it just came off of cooldown about maybe 15, 20 seconds prior.
Yeah, that's value.
He just goes in.
Talk about efficiency with the battle spell from Haji, of course, right? So with that, that's going to also get them a little bit extra gold to work around with here. Haji still holding it down. They're providing that vision for them to play around. Topside, Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk doing some good damage, and he has no way to fight back. Even his man's not quite there yet. So right now, he's going to have to force himself to pull back. And maybe a fight happening on the mid. We got Domeng possibly flying in with a spear. Avengers right now. Oh my goodness, Lassie is in a bit of a pickle here. Kill once more, going to the Blacklist. Go later.
All right, so Domeng through the SOD, hit it on the dot, but thought about where he is right now and what the output would be, and said, you know what, I just need to farm. I'm just going to try to get some plates in, and so far, Blacklist understand the fact that they have been unable in a defensive mindset.
And that defensive mindset is what they have to play around here. Now Sensui rolling in. Want to go ahead and start this dance up by Kaizen for the second turtle of the game. Look at the positioning once again. This is what I was talking about. This time around to Domeng. Oh, hold on. It's going to go ahead and get that reset. Haji loves to do it with that Grok.
100%.
So they go ahead and back off for now, buying themselves a little more time. You can see this too. They still want to battle this out there. They still want to force the fight here. They can clear that mid up. Sensui jumping in.
Yeah, they don't want to go for turtle. They want straight into the fight. Kirk's going to go down for sure here. And now, follow-up is going to be stronger with a 4v5. Haji getting come back here. Spire Miles and Kaysen not quite done with him just yet.
Good
Spire Miles
push.
with a miss there.
Yeah.
All right. So I love it. This is a fearless Blacklist International. We're seeing Sensui happy to go up front. Haji as well with the wild charges. Minana's just not safe.
And with that, they're going to go ahead and give up this turtle. They're happy with exchanging these, these minor plays, of course, around for the turtles for now. But with that, it's still basically even for the most part. Now, Minana Evos had a good push from Domeng up top. You even saw him earlier use that Spear of Destruction, but he didn't commit to it.
Twice now.
Twice now, exactly.
He has thrown out an ult to just check and see if he was going to come in. Timed out both times. So now the question is, are these turtles that Blacklist conceding, are they adding up to Minana Evos' plan to get Domeng online? Because currently, Homie only really has a Corrosion Scythe. He's on his way to a DHS, and I'm guessing, what, it comes in about a minute from now?
Yeah. Okay.
Is that enough time? Is that when they say go?
We'll have to find out. They're trying to really push their luck here on the bottom side once more. A fearless wild charge straight into Domeng's face. He's able to survive with, of course, the NetherRealm. Kaysen misses out with the Appraiser's Wrath. Edward goes down, though. Good punch back for Minana. But I think that is going to be mission to complement to be for the Blacklist, though. Sensui trapped in the corner here with a rock in a hard place.
Man, so even with the Purified Domeng, if the pressure is there, it's so hard to escape. And even with these shots coming down, Lancey.
I love these Astral Recalls making their hits.
He's feeling pretty good, considering the fact that they're down 1 in the series.
I mean, they're down but not out.
They're not out.
Right? And I think it's that kind of bravado, that kind of mojo that gets you back into a winning position. Again, Minana Evos in a defensive mindset, and it's clear that if it wasn't for that Domeng death second time now, then now it is for sure. He is almost there?
Almost there.
Almost there, but look, he started to build defense, man. He just paused the DHS and said, you know what? I need armor.
Hold up.
Let me get the jerk in.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is a different approach to the Moskov.
Yeah.
And because if you think about it, let's say Spears of Destruction, it pops in there. You have to be ready to either get pulled by the Shadow Stampede, get wild charged into, and that's why you have a Purify, of course, right? But then still, playing around the positioning game is so difficult here for Domeng.
And while that's happening, core items locked in. Golden Staff already for OHEB.
Is he on the Trinity?
It's really fast already.
Is he on the Trinity?
I think it's just a duo
All right.
now.
But still, that's pretty bad. Because,
That's pretty good
whoa,
already.
whoa, watch out, watch out.
Look at that. OHEB's in trouble here. Backup coming in from Haji. Absorb all of the spears coming in from Domeng. What a buddy right now. But Haji, I think he will have to pay for it with his life.
Man.
Domeng Nation getting a kill.
All right,
they're feeling it.
The recall button getting too loud.
Recall button.
Okay, so that's the thing. We asked if he gets the ult in, when does he flick? When does he come in? Right? When does he click the button on the Spear of Destruction? I think they only did that because they know that they were ahead. They sent OHEB home TKO, but from there, I'd reckon once he gets his 4th item, that's when the Purify is starting to be used aggressively.
Yes.
That's what we're waiting for.
And that's probably why he had to go ahead and pick up some of this defense now for the fight for the purple.
Yep, it's a fight happening right now on the purple side buff here, Blacklist. Now it's Minana looking like they are ready to take these fights even with the NetherRealm. Push up on the mid seems to be the actual call here, though, as UA are going to help us clear that wave. Here comes another one.
Yeah, Kaysen is hereby guilty of Grand Theft Purple, so that's good. Minana Evos rubber band their way into a 2K gold lead about.
Yeah, holding on to that NetherRealm as well for Lancey. That's something they can play around with. And of course, as the game gets further on here, even for Spider Miles, hey, he's only got, of course, the Enchanted Talisman he's building into his next item. But those shots will start to do quite a bit of damage as we get further into the game. And now Domeng still putting the pressure here on this tier 2 in the bottom. While Blacklist tries to hold on to that tier 1 mid lane because it's crucial that they keep it together for this Lord Dance. Let's take a quick look how the items are falling into place.
Okay, so there's the Trinity onto OHEB, Filipino sniper, taking his time here. He knows that his, hold up. Okay, we're fine.
Happy here.
We're fine. Checking out Lancey, also on his way to his 3rd core item. I'm guessing that's what, some level of a Queen's Wings or a DG.
Yep.
Looks like a DG. Well, Miles, check this out. Look at what Miles did, man. He's a roamer, yeah. His first item, Enchanted Talisman.
Yeah.
Of
So they
course.
just want to collapse on the black.
And cooldown boots, of course, magic boots. Make sure to get that cooldown reduction in. Everyone spotted out here, though. It is a great engage coming in from Minana. Haji trying to go for the wild charge to the back. Oheb as well with the blazing weapon. It's just not quite enough here. Lancey with the kill. Haji going down. Yue getting chased down with all these spears. Gonna get chased down from downtown. Hits the Spider Miles after recall. And now Minana really feeling it.
Oh my goodness, Minana Evos playing that so well. And even from the shot from Spider Miles. And with that, they're going to grab themselves this Lord here. Blacklist International not able to do anything but watch.
An amazing Lord dance. And you can't even say it was a dance because they immediately went for the turn and found the right targets. Taking down Sensui first, making sure that Oheb regrets his decision of coming in with a blazing duet, half-cocked. Again, it's a Trinity. I don't blame KL1. I don't blame him. That should have really taken down Minana. And mind you, this is Minana Evos without a Netherrealm.
That's interesting.
They did. The Netherrealm was not online when that came in. So I'm really feeling good for the whole this time around. I think this aggressive take.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Not if they miss hits like that. Kirk is in trouble. Haji gonna go down. Nice save coming in from Yue. Able to keep Haji alive just for the meantime.
Whoa! He
As
won't do
see
it.
A spear of destruction go into the base. Probably won't get pulled up here. But here comes the minions. Do see some good bursts coming in. Edward with Electrofile low in. Dodged out by Lancey. Lancey still goes down though. Valentina is out and down for the count.
He was waiting for the Purify, man.
He was waiting.
3 seconds off. He was waiting for the Purify. And again, I don't blame him. They're ahead for the first time in this whole series. And now they're in the base.
They are in the base right now. And that is a massive dive in here. Coming in from Kirk, he goes down, but I think that is mission accomplished for the at least for now. Edward trying to get something done, trying to clear those minion waves. It is going to be at least a successful defense, but that was a massive amount of damage done to Blacklist.
There's a saying that goes, hard times breed better men. And Domeng survived those hard times.
He had hard times.
For the first, 7 or 8 minutes, he was not playing the game. And now he's able to use the Purify aggressively. Look, he didn't even use it in that siege.
He didn't need to. And, you know, he also just picked up the Wind of Nature. So he's got that defense at least available to him. So you can even expect him to, if we're talking about aggression on that Purify, if he actually finds his moment to go in, pop that Wind of Nature, that could be crucial in a lot of the damage provided. Again, they're almost 6K ahead here. And you can see how many turrets they got off that last Lord Edward, though.
This time around, it does feel like it's Blacklist trying to be aggressive, but it's just not working out. Because able to burn through the HP, even with the Nether Realm. And now it's 2v4 Haji going down. Sensui just does not have the tools to deal with it. Boys, we're going to game number 3 here. 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Minana Evos swings back, claws back, evens out the series 1-1.
And with that, we got a ball game.
We got a ball game.
And it had to come off of an unorthodox lineup. A lineup with 2 mages in the mid, a Roam Novaria, a strat we've seen before, but we haven't seen come back in the current metagame. It's been a while, and Minana Evos are able to capitalize, shock Blacklist International into submission, and force them into a 3rd game in this best of 5. Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and both teams have shots fired. Amazing.
Yeah, shots fired. It's basically, our best of 5 has now turned into a best of 3 ahead of us, you know, and man, it's very interesting when you look at it because the minor adjustments made and even the flex that happened in the draft when, again, all of us were like, oh, it's Lancey's Novaria.
Yeah.
And then it was flexed in, and even the minor adjustments that was made from this Moskov, from Domeng, to be a little more defensive. I think he's still, even at the end, he only had the leather jerkin, right? Like, he never even did anything with it.
Did it last that long?
Casual jerkin.
He just had it. He had the Wind of Nature, of course, but really the pushing that he did earlier on when we talked about, hey, he's Spear of Destruction, but he didn't commit to any of those early ones, but he put pressure on the side lanes.
And I think there's also a psychological effect to Blacklist knowing that he can click it. He can just jump in and change the tides of battle, but he didn't.
I think I completely agree with the shock value, not just in the draft, but also in the way that they play. The Terizla penalty zones were actually super massive here. It's very unlikely that you'll notice, but he starts it off all the time. He dies a lot, but he does get the job done. And Dom is able to do so much because of that.
Again, that's the job of the body of Smith, right? That's how you got to play that Terizla. Let's go ahead and have it broken down by our solo analyst, Redmark.
Thank you, casters. Minana Evos takes game number 2, 1-1. Coach Paolo Expert and I, we were talking here. Novaria Valentina, risky yun ngayon sa meta natin, pero gumana para sa Minana.
Yeah, last on pick siya. Actually, hindi ko rin siya in-expect na pipiliin. Kala ko yung Novaria post 4 na eh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what everyone was thinking at the same time na parang, talaga Valentina nung lumabas siya sa second phase. But looking at the picks, paired up with a Fredrin and of course a Terizla, were those the right picks to make a Novaria Valentina work?
Yeah, yung Fredrin Trisla kasi, pag nag-Novaria Valentina sila, kailangan nila ng frontline. Those 2 heroes gave Minana those 2 tanky heroes sa frontline.
Yeah, got that front line, and of course, Spider Miles still looking cold. Whip. Taking game number 2's MVP, the Novaria pickup. And I'm starting to sense a pattern with Minana Evos. We're up against a team like Blacklist International na alam natin magaling with the rotations, around the turtle and Lord Dance is really great. Minana Evos, I don't know if you could agree with me here, is that they sort of really want to play for bigger control, map-wide control, something like that. What do you think?
Parang nahalata ko sa kanila, they're more into team fights right now eh. Parang poke muna, tapos team fight after na mapaproc nila yung Faramis ulti, tapos doon pa lang sila mag-i-engage pag na-force na nila yung Faramis ulti ng kalaban.
And of course, we all know when it comes to poking down the enemy compositions, it's a Novaria that's really good at that job. 6-0 and 7 with a KDA, a 93% kill participation for the MVP of the game. Alam naman natin in the early game, Minana Evos got the 3 turtles. Was there something that you remember from their early game rotations na tumatak sa memory mo?
Actually, para sa akin, medyo ahead nga yung Blacklist nung una eh. Pero nung early game, since super teamfight heavy nga yung Minana Evos, and nakukuha na ng Valentina yung Faramis ulti, doon sila lumalamang. Doon sila nakabawi, pinupok ng Novaria, yung Faramis, and then, yun nga, forcing the ulti.
And that makes sense because like with Minana Evos, beautiful entry from Kirk, by the way. I'm glad that na-highlight yung play na to, and this would eventually lead to the win for Minana Evos. And to, again, hammer on the point na pag ganito yung lineup nyo with the Novaria Valentina, dapat sapat yung front line, at least 2. Kasi di ba nakita na tayo ng mga lineups dati na jungler lang yung front, yung EXP pang pick-off, which is somewhat a little bit risky, but Minana Evos made it work here. Next question is, are you surprised that it went this fast para sa game number 2?
Yeah, para sa akin, I was quite surprised na ganito kabilis yung game. Actually, I thought it was gonna go down more on the later stages of the game.
Now, as we look at the stats, you can see here for Minana Evos, the purple buff control was really important. At one point, nakita na nga natin na binibigay na ng Minana Evos yung purple buff onto that Novaria, and that would just make it a little bit harder for Blacklist to rotate. So, to sum it up in terms of your take here, is it really just with how well Minana Evos played the team fights? So sobrang galing lang ba talaga nila na sa mga team fights around the objectives, dun sila lumamang dito?
It was more like a hit-and-run strategy na poke Novaria, tapos yung parang inabuso nila yung Moskov rin eh. Napakataas na kasi ng DPS ng Moskov pagsabayan yung Faramis at saka Valentina ulti. Yeah. So, yeah, that's why they got the upper hand.
Yeah, and I'm glad na na-mention mo yung mga ultimates dito. And I think that's a new description I like. Hit and run Minana Evos. That kind of play style up against Blacklist International. And nakita naman natin, they go to one area, biglang ikot na ulit. If they can't get a pick here, they're gonna go somewhere else. And then at the same time, personally, I don't know if you agree with me here, I like how Minana Evos played around their ultimates. Parang ang ganda ng pag-layer ng mga skills nila.
Oh yeah, the skill management, they did it really efficiently that game actually.
Very efficient. skill management and the ultis from Minana Evos. 762 GPM for doming around the average, but as Coach Paolo Expert mentioned in the first series, late game, pag binigyan mo talaga yung Moskov ng chance na makapag-farm, he's gonna deal the damage 67.5 thousand. Pero surprisingly enough, Lancy as well, malapit lang din in terms of damage. What did you like about Lancy's game in this game number 2?
Hindi siya takot mag-poke kahit may grok sa harap niya. Kasi alam niyang medyo short range yung katapat niya eh. So, bali, nag-i-in and out lang siya all the time. Alam niyang kaya niyang bulihin yung grok sa harapan. At saka may alalay rin siya na Navaria for vision. So, kaya nagagawa niya yung trabaho niya na maayos.
I like that you pointed that out. Matapang si Lancy. I mean, you're Valentina up against a grok. Tinitipihan mo yung grok, pinupoke mo, and somehow you'll be able to run away with it. And now, I want to go like outside of the game a little bit. If you were the coach of Minana Evos and you saw your mid laner doing that, pero nakita mo naman, nagbigay ng confidence sa team mo, ano sasabihin mo kay Lancy as the coach?
Para sa akin, hindi ko nire-recommend yung TV-TV. May karma kasi yun. Kaya hindi ko nire-recommend sa players ko yan. Pero it depends sa players pa rin. Kung syempre pag confident na yung player, TTP yan talaga nila yan para bumawi. Parang nagbibigay kumpiyansa sa sarili. So.
And tama naman, nakita naman natin, parang nag-change yung mood, yung galaw ng Minana Evos. You saw it in their body language, more confidence from Minana Evos. Now, going into game number 3, real quickly, what's your recommendation for Blacklist to take the next game?
I think wag lang silang malason sa draft and I think they should be fine. They just got caught off guard with the Valentina pick, I think.
Alright, wag malason sa draft. As we look at the... Lupit Grabe. Try mo nga try mo ganun, coach. Yung yung hitmap mo. Ganun mo. Whoa. Solid. Kita niyo naman yung hitmap dito ni Kaysen in the early game. For me, it wasn't a super wow game from Kaysen, but on the side of, as a jungler, as a Fredrin, as one of the frontliners, he did his job.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So for Kaysen, really, he just got to do his job properly. And I think pinakita naman dito, especially in this game, and in the series so far, just how important Fredrin is in the meta. So, do you think in the next draft, will Fredrin still slip through the cracks?
I think so. Kasi super high contested yung hero na yan eh. Objective taking kasi super lakas ng Fredrin. So.
Alright, so real quick, we gave an advice for Blacklist International. Ano naman ang advice mo for Minana Evos to take game number 3?
I think since gumana naman yung draft nila na yon, hopefully makahanap sila ng lason pa or something more na makakasabay sa teamfight na end macro ng Blacklist.
Oh, the Poison Tigers, lasunin ang Blacklist with the recommendation of Coach Paolo Expert for Minana Evos. Let's see if it'll happen. And nakita naman natin, gumana para sa kanila, of course, with the Valentina swerve pick, putting the Novaria into the roam, a position that we haven't seen in a while for that hero kasi parang ang dami ng high invade ngayon, minsan nape-pressure yung Novaria and they made it work. So, the Exorcist skins for Hayabusa and Granger are now available alongside exclusive items. Enjoy 50% off on your first 1x draw every day and get a permanent exclusive item in your first 10x draw. Kagura and Yuzhong's Exorcist skins are joining the prize pool. Grab them while you can. Coach Paolo Expert, gusto mo ba mag-giveaway ng skin?
Pwede naman.
Pwede naman?
Pwede naman.
Champions Arena, do you want Coach Paolo Expert to give away skins? Well, parang ayaw ng skin na. I'm asking again. Do you want Coach Paolo Expert to give away skins? I'm sorry. Not really. You're gonna have to give away a lot of skins now. Let's toss it over to Mara and Hans for an interview with some special guests.
Here in the Arena of Champions, kasama natin ang mga kampiyon mula sa MDL, RRQ Kaito. Congratulations!
Thank you po.
Grabe, you guys defeated the two-time MDL champion. Tinake away niyo yun. How was your lakbay sa tagumpay? How was the entire journey? How did it feel? Kasi mga champions na kayo.
Sobrang masaya po, pero at the same time, sobrang hirap. Lalo na, ngayon lang po yung global ban. Sobrang daming adjustment po at saka kailangan sobrang dami ng hero namin. Pero yun nga po, kahit sobrang hirap, kahit na nakalaban namin sa finals back-to-back, nagawa pa rin po namin manalo. So yun, unexplainable po pero sobrang saya po talaga nararamdaman namin yun.
Great job, guys. Siyempre, yung coach nyo can do everything.
Kaagaling niya pa lang sa
Kakagaling
kabila
lang
eh.
dun. Analyst, coach, lahat na.
And in addition, I also want to ask you the same thing. Kasi first time na magkaroon ng defeat ng back-to-back or ma-break yung streak na yon. Pero first time ding magkaroon ng global ban system in the MDL Philippines. So, kayo ba, umabot ng Game 5 yung series na yon? How did you guys strategize towards that? Paano nyo ba ina-approach yung every game, lalo na umabot ng Game 5 all the way to the end?
Yung sa may global ban po, nung nilabas pa lang po siya ng MDL, ang unang adjustment po ginawa po talaga namin is dinamihan po namin yung hero pool namin. Kasi alam namin na, ayun, hindi na nga po siya pwede maulit. So, every game, new strategies po yung nilalabas. Tapos, yun lang po, dinamihan lang naman po namin yung hero namin. Tsaka, practice lang po ng practice pa ulit-ulit.
Impressive. You guys were so impressive. But you know who else was impressive? Ferds. Ferds, asan si Ferds? Ferds! Grabe ka. Alam niyo ba, ito, ano ka, All-Star XP Laner of the season and regular season MVP?
Yes po.
How was it for you? How happy are you? At gaano ka-importante kasi you topped it all off with a championship.
Una-una po, sobrang saya ko kasi hindi ko akalain na makukuha ko yung All-Star MVP and yung regular season MVP. Hindi ko po makukuha yung day dahil sa coach ko, sa mga kampi ko at sa mga sumusuportang fans.
Impressive and humble. Pero syempre may tanong tayo dito. Kasi kung sino mananalo dito sa ating MPL, pupunta ng MSC. Ano yung tanong natin dito?
Alright. The question is, para sa inyo, sino ba yung dalawang teams na sa tingin nyo or gusto nyong mag-represent sa MSC para sa Pilipinas?
Wala explanation. Name lang. Sino?
Blacklist, syempre.
Blacklist. Ikaw?
Dalawang teams?
Sige, dalawang teams, coach.
Para sa akin, Bren at saka RSG.
Bren RSG. Alright.
Para sa'yo, sino naman?
Ako para sa akin, Bren sa RSG din.
Bren RSG, kumopya kay coach. Siyempre, idol si coach eh. Sa'yo?
Lahat naman deserving, pero papiliin ako Blacklist tsaka Bren.
Blacklist or Bren? Okay. And for you?
Blacklist, Bren.
Blacklist and Bren as well. You know what? One day you will also have an opportunity to represent the country in the MSC. Keep on working hard, champions. And for now, we're gonna go to game number 3. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, of course, earlier with Coach Pao and Renmar, and then to hear from RQ Kaito alongside Hans and Mara. Great to hear with them. Congratulations once again. And now, Game 3 is upon us. Man, I love this series already. It's 1-1. Blacklist is going to go blue side this time. Leo, how are we feeling about that?
I feel like they're going to go for the first pick, Fred Gambit again.
Yeah.
And I think Minana Evos is not going to let that stand. And they're going to go into a game without Fredrin. Because that's the only choice. I mean, 100% total. Blue side wins, Fredrin wins.
What if it's banned out?
Exactly. You have to change the formula. Then we see a different outcome. That's the beauty of best of fives.
And like Leo mentioned, Fredrin's 100% right now. So think about it.
He is. And we know that teams love the Fredrin for a reason. We'll see exactly how that change happens. But of course, as a way of expressing our gratitude for everyone's continuous support for MPL Philippines, we'll be giving you guys redeemable in-game codes.
All you have to do is watch out for codes that will pop out during the games and redeem it via the MLBB app.
You know what that reminds me of? Remember during regular season when everybody's like, where's the code?
Where's the code?
Where's the code? We heard you.
What is the code? Stone Cold, what is the code?
Where's the code?
Stone Cold.
and we were all talking about the hashtag stuff we had back then. Of course, we had the TikTok goodie bag. But now we've got codes for you guys, so keep an eye out for them, of course. But we're just seconds away from the draft here for game number 3. We already threw it out there. Hey, is the Frederick going to be banned out? Is he going to be picked up? We'll find out exactly here. And what other adjustments does the Moskov go in the hands once again of Domeng for this game 3? Only time will tell upon us, and also for Spider Miles.
That right there is a solid ban. You ban the Moskov so that you can use that ban instead of the Fredrin, and then see what happens.
Yeah, Moskov proven to be deadly here, obviously. Throughout, even in the games they lost, Moskov looked really good in the hands of Domeng.
Yeah, it's always a bomb waiting to Hold up. Wait, instead of banning out the Frederick, they're saying, you know what? What do you pick first? We're going to get the Harith. Your play.
Were we talking about the Harif on OHEP earlier? It's like, you know what? There's a low chance that he picks it up. No.
He's not very Harith reliant, actually.
Yeah.
Look at his gold lane heroes. You're looking at the likes of the Nathan. You're looking at the likes of a Carry and a Claude. And now suddenly, you know what? Maybe in the break, he started picking up the Harith reps.
Yeah.
And now you see the response here from Minana Evos, looking to recreate their Game 2 draft here with the Fredrin and the Novaria. And the Moskov is not yet banned out, so they might pick that up third pick here.
Okay. First, well, there it is. With the Harith, they're going to pair up here.
Shadows loom.
Whoa! Okay,
this early?
We're going to see that this early. The Carmilla pick.
Let's go. I love this, to be honest. Obviously, it hasn't won yet, but you know what? We're looking for reps here. And obviously, it's been a very long break.
Yep.
Let's see what they came up with during that time.
And again, we don't know what this is going to be. A jungle Carmilla, which was previously shown in the regular season to very little success.
Yep.
And then it could also be a roam Carmilla, which has been making the round in the grapevine.
Hey, you know what's funny is I recently played the roam Carmilla, and it's interesting the way that it works. And when you look at this lineup already, the first 2 picks, it could be devastating if they're able to actually utilize the Carmilla for what it's worth. Now, across to them, we're already seeing the bans come out, of course, by both teams. We're down to the last one for the second phase. And the fact, too, that Minana Evos gets Domeng the Moskov again, and you have the Novaria here again, it could just already be a great recipe to success for this Game 3. Now, real quick, too, Lancey, he has 6.18 damage dealt per gold, the highest among all players in the league. And I remember it was Redmar during the regular season that talked about Lancey's impact and how much he's had as the mid laner throughout the regular season.
That's why I missed him so much in the last week of the regular season, is because
Horology is my craft.
he's packing
Vicky
heat.
is my name.
He's got artillery in his hands. And with this Novaria, which I still think they're going to revert to a normal lineup unless they reveal that they won't. What else is left out there? They're going to keep it down to the wire, man. They're not going to reveal the fact that this might still be a Novaria in Miles' hands.
But that's amazing, right? Somehow, you know, Minana developed a weapon they can use in the playoffs.
Yep.
Miles on a Novaria, man. That's pretty. I'm sure that threw a wrench in the cog of all the research all the teams have done.
And they don't have to, because the Minotaur is still out there. So they can still go back to a normal lineup anyways.
Great flex. I love it.
Good flex available. Once again, Benedetta going to be picked up here for Blacklist International. And this lineup is looking a little weird for me. You know, I know we talked about the Carmilla here. We have seen OHEP perform on this Harith. You can see the stats right there. They're broken down here for that pick. But how do they round this out?
Power of light incarnate.
That is the Kaja that they're going to pull out here. I don't know. How are we feeling about the lineup from Blacklist?
It's very centric into like a single target. They're probably not going to deviate. They're going to deviate a little bit from what they're used to.
Yeah.
Just go wombo combo, all 5 man, all in one location. They can't do that. If they do that here, they
Yeah.
actually will be in trouble a little bit.
It's pick off and then punish if there's backup. That's what Blacklist wants to do. And if I was Minana Evos, I would bum rush a Radiant Armor.
Yeah,
Because
Radiant
look,
Armor.
the only real physical damage that they have is Benedetta.
That's what I was looking at.
On a Bunjinjing, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. There's a whole lot of magic damage here. And, of course, the Florin is picked up for Spider Miles here in their shade of the Ube. And so now, is that enough to deal with this?
I think so, yes, because that's how you answer the whole kill squad approach that Blacklist has. Again, it's not like they want to go all 5-man. It's more of 2 and 3-man killing coalitions, like ganking all around the map. And then what you have is the ultimate on the Florin, healing and nullifying that threat.
It looks really good right now. Obviously, with the swings that Minana has done, they've proven that they can kind of pull off these kind of compositions that, you know, can kind of be flexed one way or another, and they got so much out of it. And yeah, Radiant Armor, 100%, right? I feel like, you know, it's slowed down a little bit, but the damage is, you're still going to get maximum efficiency from it just because of the composition that Blacklist has.
Yeah, it's all magic.
All magic damage. Radiant Armor's going to be a huge pickup to go ahead and deal with that. And once again, as we look at the lineups here, we'll see exactly how it's executed on both sides as we jump into Land of Dawn once again for game number 3. It's 1-1 in the series. Minana Evos and Blacklist International fighting for the playoff lives here, of course. And remember, it's an endurance matchup. We could go 5 games, and whoever wins the series has to face off again later today, waiting for Fnatic ONIC. And now already early aggression, of course, going on. Haji gets that vision available to him, but you know, dealing with the floor in here for Blacklist will be something they have to do.
That's a good delay. Haji forced Kaizen to take his time with that purple buff, which I think puts Sensui up by about 5-10 seconds. And that's a big deal when you're early jungling rotation, first run.
Minana can just stick together a lot here in the early parts of the game and still be pretty much in good shape, even with Haji here. Obviously, without the Divine Judgment, they should not do as much damage. Even though going to be slowed down just a little bit, but not anything. Right now, with the protection provided by Spider Miles, they can really just get work done.
All right, so with that too, again, we're going to have to see if this time around the success is going to be better for this jungle Carmilla in the hands of Sensui. I still think if you look at the way that the team fights are going to go, especially as we wait about 30 seconds for this turtle to come up, they could really work in favor of the way Carmilla works and deal with that. But Minana Evo so far, this is something we've seen time and time again throughout the series. You know, this 3-4 members up here on that XP lane to go ahead and try to get this level 4 available. We know these ultimates are going to be crucial for them. So with that too, Spider Miles having this floor in, focusing Mark, mind you, as well, will help deal with this, dealing with some of that burst damage they should be able to throw out. So Turtle's now up. Both teams have the level 4s that they want available to them. UA and Edward just getting it. But it looks like Minana Evos is going to go ahead and give the first objective up.
Now they are going to slow it down. Obviously, they can't engage just yet.
Doming!
Doming though! No, my goodness, that was perfectly executed by Haji. The game sense of this guy, knowing that the recall probably isn't going to be completed in time, gets a kill over the Blacklist.
Yep, there was nowhere Doming was going to go, honestly. His dash must have been on cooldown. He has a flicker, but they can reposition. Oh, what?
Oh my god, the return spear of destruction going in stonks. Going to be able to walk out of harm's way as well with the dash. Oh, I love this coming from Minana.
That's why
punchback.
It was premeditated. He knew that he was going to go for that, and I think Spider Miles played possum. Spider Miles played as if they were going to play defensively, but wait.
Oh, playing defensive doesn't work, especially if you have Edward going straight on your back. Now Kaizen definitely going to be in trouble. Now going to be able to use that gray health. Another kill for Blacklist. They seem to be upping tempo quite a lot here.
Yeah, just with a couple moves, they get themselves this lead now this early on, and they're going to punish. Like this Minana Evos lineup that they have, they're able to punish. They know too, anytime that Divine Judgment's available, they have to respect it. They have to be careful of it. So they're going to try to force them back a little bit further here too. You see once again Edward picking up that Sea Halberd. He's got it available to deal with Spider Miles, that sustainability. So you see this building up quickly already for Blacklist.
And look at that, 2,000 gold lead. What's that got for you? Yes, there was the clap back from Doming, but Ohib here with a Starlium Scythe already. So I think with just this one item, I think big team fights are abound.
100%.
They can go for pickoffs immediately.
He can even duel out Doming on this Moskov, right? Because of that.
Yeah.
100%.
And again, it's up to Doming to really just have this game. And it's funny because 3 games now, different battle spells, right? Inspire to the Purify to now he's got the Flicker available to try to maybe even avoid getting Divine Judgment. You know, that's one of the main things he has to do. So with this objective up again, Flicker from Haji.
Speaking of Divine Judgment, Lancey just has nowhere to go. If Haji chooses you, you will go down, especially with Sui, Edward, and Yue close by.
There you go, 100% turtle take rate for Blacklist so far. And I'm curious, we haven't really seen much of a collapse from Tensui. He's just happy taking these objectives. Like, what's the game plan here once Minana Evos start to fight back? Because look, Blacklist has free reign.
100%, look at that. Sensui just happy to be there, basically, right? He's like, I don't need to do much. I just have to be here, have my HP good, have retry.
He wants to press his ult.
Yeah, if you just press the ult with this lineup that they have,
he's fine.
it's devastating in the clumped up thing they're going to be for Minana Evos. Look at this top side as well.
Yeah, it's a 1v3 for Edward. Let's see if he can walk on out there, but no, it's Praise Draft. Make sure that is not going to be possible. But it will be traded on the bottom at least for Blacklist, so at least a 1-for-1.
It's kind of what they have to do, right? For Minana Evos, it's like we have to focus down, kind of bully Edward if he's left to his own. Because really, when we're talking about these team fights, it's tough. And, you know, dealing with that, it's a question of how fast can Minana scale with this lineup that they have. Domeng obviously going to need a little time. They will get this turret in the top side down. We know that Lancey with this Novaria also has to build up and scale up. So, again, it's more so just dealing with the timer here. Vision's going to be available to them. They're going to hold down to this tier 1 the best they can. But look at that, Sensui just driving them off.
See, I'm just here, guys.
I'm here.
I'm here.
More than the question of how fast Minana can scale up, it's also a question of how can they even do that? Because Blacklist, again, they are a kill squad lineup. They just send 2 or 3 dudes to any target from Minana Evos, and they can usually secure that. How do you farm up? How do you give Domeng the space if you're always the threat of getting picked off? So now, Minana Evos, much like in Game 2, I think they thought they could go for the same tempo, but Blacklist with this Kaja says, no sir, not like that. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And now with this 3K gold lead, I'll call it now 100% turtle take rate. Minana are just looking at the late game now.
Yeah, especially now that Kaysen can't even go near with fear of a divine judgment.
And that's the presence, I would say, of any Kaja that is picked up. Flicker or not, as long as divine judgment is there, and Minana Evos has to deal with it. And it's something that really when you approach the game, you don't want to be caught out with this lineup that they have. And even bottom side, look at this Domeng and Edward.
Oh no,
Edward, he's on the hunt here.
He
But
wants
of course, that's another 3 members that Minana has to use. Make that 4 to take care of Edward. But Edward just surviving those crucial seconds while the rest of the team is up on top.
Abunjingjing died for this turret, and it's worth it because he took the attention and the focus of 5 members of Minana to get there.
That's twice now, right? It was Edward's life for a turret.
Yep.
And that's those minor plays, those minor sacrifices that they make is what's opening up the map for them to work around with. And still, Blacklist International, they got themselves nearly a 3K gold lead to work with and multiple turrets. So their position for this Lord, when it does come up in about a minute, is exactly where they want to be with the lineup. Now, you did see Kaysen. He picked up the Radiant Armor. We'll see exactly how the items are falling into place here.
There it is. You're also looking at a photo from Spider Miles. Abunjingjing here, rocking the Hunter Strike and that See Albert? Oh no, again!
The hunt is on, and now it's going to be Edward who's being hunted down with a follow-up kill. Coming in from Lancey. Mission successful here for Minana.
I gotta say, that was clean.
Could get a push happening here.
3rd time's a charm, look at that. Oheb off camera. Kel1 gets what he needed.
It's Edward again, though, for an exchange for an objective. And that keeps happening. So Minana Evos, they're showing some signs of fight and hope in this to deal with the lead that they're working against, right, from Blacklist International. I'm just wondering if they're actually in a position, though, to dance toe-to-toe with the Lord dance that's going to happen here. And now that it's up, it's spawned. And really, Sensui, this is where it's like his time to shine with this Carmilla pick.
Yep.
Because so far, he's just been kind of up front, being like, hey, look at me.
He's just been there. That's all.
I'll tell you, Joseph, Carl, Minana Evos cannot dance against
They
Blacklist.
can't dance?
If there was a chance that they were to show up here, it wouldn't be a dance. There would have to be shenanigans involved, right?
Shenanigans.
It would have to be a late entry Domeng, and then again, you're risking the fact of the Lord jumping you again, and there would have to be a deep backline penalty zone.
And obviously Sensui banking on everyone to collapse so he can get the perfect curse of blood from the Carmilla.
And he doesn't even want all of them. He wants like 3 or 4, 2 or 3 minimum.
And that's damage done already. And we're going to see if that's going to happen here. As we do see everyone just making sure there is space in between everyone. Going on the other side of the map though, and now the collapse is happening for Blacklist. This time around, there is just no way for them to fight. Sensui securing that Lord as well.
Domeng
Space is being run down here by Domeng. And now Edward alongside Sensui. The crowd knows what's about to happen here.
He's got a flicker.
It's a question of who goes first, who pulls the trigger. Sensui with the backup here, and that's just, I don't know how to deal with that. If you were Domeng, you would just, oh my goodness, flying up here with Haji as well. Flicker already used up. Domeng trying his damnedest to stay alive, but it's no-go.
Oh man, Domeng. He didn't have a choice.
An XP laner, a roamer doing that? Hell, maybe a stretch, a jungler? But that's a gold laner that bought what? A good 5 to 10 seconds of time across the map from his teammates to defend. And now Minana Evos see a big old Lord knocking on their door.
Waves are cleared, but the Lord is still up on top side. Down goes the Eternal Guard. Kazens are quite low here. Sensui still falling. Kazens the first round gets some HP back, but looks like Eternal Lord rather is going to be going straight for that tower. Oh, Spear of Destruction can be triggered, but Domeng decides to go the safe route. They go for the clean defense.
Did you see that? Did you see the Carmilla ult in work there for that fight? It forced even the flicker from Spider Miles to deal with. So that is a preview of base defenses for Minana Evos.
And it's not even a matter of itemization or the fact that it's all magic. Damage is damage.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You can only reduce it and heal it away for so long. And now Blacklist, 5k ahead, clearly rocked Minana Evos to their core. They penetrated top lane, and now that's permanent damage that Minana Evos have to tend to. And across the map, something to note here, you only can hope for a clutch SOD or a clutch DPZ because those are ults that Blacklist see coming from a mile away. You have to know that Edward is never where you think he is.
That's the tough thing to deal with. Edward has done a lot, actually, for the way that things have unfolded. Again, with his life for a lot of this to get space to work with around this map. And now that you find yourselves at this position, if you're Minana Evos, you don't want to always have to rely on Domeng to do that, right? But the pressure that he can put on the side lane is great.
Yep.
But if he ends up getting collapsed on, sandwiched in, what have you, he needs to be there for the fights, of course, right? Especially as we get further on. So you want to be able to protect Domeng at this point in the game and allow him to pump out the damage that you need to see from the Mozkov. Since we're going to find Kazan here, though.
Finally a fight being committed by Minana, or at least, figured out here by Kazan. I don't know if they really want to fight this or not. Maybe they're trying to gauge whether or not they can actually take Sensui right now on this Carmilla, and you know what? The signal's been given. This Carmilla is way too tough.
You want me to drop some nuggets of wisdom on y'all?
Drop the nuggets of knowledge.
Dropping. You know who protects Domeng best?
Who?
Domeng. Domeng protects Domeng best. His positioning is going to be key in these big engagements, and if by some chance he dodges the Curse of Blood AoE, then it's fine. Kirk's down.
Down goes the penalty zone, and Kirk, I think he's already done
Goes
his job.
in.
But here comes Domeng. He disappeared! Where'd he go? He disappeared!
What?
Domeng's gone! I need a replay of that. I swear that I need the slow-mo because the moment he landed,
they popped him.
He got popped like a pimple.
He didn't protect himself, Leo.
He's somewhere in the astral zone.
He's somewhere out there.
Oh my goodness. At that point I was like, all right, he kind of has to go in.
He's coming in.
But then he was gone.
Yeah, because again, I told y'all, the best person to protect Domeng is Domeng.
So
He just didn't do it that time. He didn't do it that time.
I jinxed it.
What you meant is don't click the spear.
Yes.
And I guess
in the middle of a fight.
There was some level of frustration there. Where Minana was like, you know what? We need to deal the damage. It's now or never. And now they're staring down the barrel of a loaded gun. Blacklist might just end it here now.
This is going to be tough for Minana Evos. Once again, dealing with the Lord. We'll be able to make quick work of it, but now the next wave is going to be pushing in here. Blacklist wants these next two turrets.
Okay.
Kazan goes in.
Yep. Bullhead this time around with the HP bars getting demolished this time around by Kazan. And now the fight is being given to them by Minana, who seems so confident now. Up on front is Kirk, obviously doing the work.
Wow.
Sensui not even lasting a few seconds in the front of his spear.
Oheb also, just as quickly as Domeng disappeared, got clapped by a single Appraiser's Wrath.
Bang, bang.
Whew. Minana Evos striking back. Just when we thought Domeng got deleted quickly, the gold lead and the space advantage that Blacklist had is now getting deleted across the map. as they make their way down the mid lane here. A couple shots happening, but now Evos wants more.
They can get turned around so quickly. Haji all alone. Same with Edward. Can't even survive the onslaught of spears being thrown down by Domeng this time around.
That was a tasty DPZ, a delayed penalty zone. You saw how Kirk was actually holding the ult and waiting for that tail end of the dash on Edward until he dropped it and killed him. Amazing read. Again, the game IQ on this young man, Kirk, who is a pseudo-rookie from Minana Evos. Previously played for RSGPH, didn't really see much field action, and now he's where he belongs. And he's, what, ahead? Oh, no, he's still behind Benedetta. He's still behind Edward, but the way he's playing, it's as if that gap never existed. It's as if Minana Evos isn't even behind 1,000 gold.
Yeah, that's Kirk doing his job, essentially, right? I mean, he's not going to be ahead in gold. Benedetta, so mobile, goes around the map, gets all the gold sources. But compared to other Terizla players probably right now in his shoes, he's doing a damn good job.
Gentlemen, check this out. The whole early to mid game for Sensui being rather, again, I'm going to use the B word, boring.
Yeah.
The B word.
Led him to not gaining much gold. See that Kaizen is farming up more, and this is a losing team. They were behind for a majority of the game, and still he was farming up more.
And with all that's happened, they pretty much diminished the gold lead. I mean, it's 1,000, but again, they had, what, 5,000 plus gold for Blacklist International?
Now it's negligible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't care because Doming's in a position now that they want him to be.
Impressive how they have rubber banded themselves into a late game position where all of the struggles in the early game are left null and void. Amazing. Now this is a fair dance. I would say this is a 50-50 Lord dance. This is a good contest.
For sure.
50-50 here. Both junglers having the immortalities available too.
Will Doming save himself?
Doming, again, going back to it. And look at Haji's positioning, waiting to use that flicker, Divine Judgment. Kaizen going to be the focus though.
That's so far back. Down goes his Down Force. And Minana seemed to be quite willing to take it. They're taking down some bodies here. Kaizen, Immortality already popped here. And the flicker committed, making sure that Minana does not have the retribution. It seems like Blacklist just wanted the Lord after all.
All right, that's a little bit of too much protection from Doming. He's literally skedaddled out of there. Oh, wait.
Wait.
Protect yourself, Doming.
Good pull the trigger.
Yep.
There you go.
He overprotected himself. he excised himself from the team fight. And I think that's what Blacklist read. They read the map so well and said, you know what? We saw Doming down bottom, collapse.
Very important now as they get ready for this next assault. Minana Evos finds themselves on the defense. They still, once again, have great clear with this Mozcom and the rest of the lineup here. Kaizen will come up for this defense. But this time around, expect Haji. Doesn't have the flicker, but he's got the Divine Judgment available. We'll see if they can hold on to this game any longer. The turrets are going to be taken out already.
All right, Lord's pushed up on top. We're still looking for who Haji chooses as the Divine Judgment target. Down goes the Spear of Destiny. Can't be used anymore, maybe on a split. Here comes the Sound Force for Oheb. Down goes good damages. But look at the Eternal Guard. Instant punch back coming in from Blacklist.
Man, again, Minana Evos going to hold on, and they hold on to one turret.
Woo! And they're able to do that at the cost of just Kirk. Folks, well, let me remind you, there was a Lord inside the base. And Minana Evos had to both fight that fight, protect their base, and keep themselves safe.
Oh, they might lose it here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we'll see though, as the turret does go down.
Their base.
Doming dashed in already. I think that is the signal for Blacklist to go here.
Kaizen.
Eternal Guard once more into the right targets. 2 down, and the base all alone, but minions are nowhere to be found.
Doming taken out. They're going to bob and weave.
They're bobbing and weaving. Inspired Mouse buy some time here to get that minion back on track, but Oheb takes him down as well. And all the minion bodies exploding because of the Vexana passive here. It does seem like the minions are going to be here in time. And another Zaman Force on the floor. Kirk with a last minute penalty zone to try to clear that wave. And it is Blacklist on top 2-1.
The Champions Arena erupts as now Blacklist International hits match point in the series against Minana Evos. It's 2-1.
Game 2, Minana Evos brings out the Novaria Rome. Game 3, Blacklist brings out the Carmilla Jungle. getting its first dub in
Finally.
Season 13.
About time.
And to be fair, its threat really only reared its ugly head towards that last 5 minutes of the game, right?
Yeah.
Wherein, even inside their own base, Minana Evos was uncomfortable to pick fights. So now, we're at match point, just one more game.
Whew. It's, again, looking at the lineup, if we rewind a little bit and go back to the draft, some people might have been scratching their head, even with the Carmilla pick, and a whole lot of magic damage. But man, did they control the majority of that game with that lineup that they had. So they figured something out. It worked for them. And again, the presence, I think what really paired that up, and I can't wait to hear this breaking down, was the Kaja pick from Haji. So I can't wait. Let's go ahead and break this down even further with Redmar and Coach Pao once again on the analyst stand.
All right, Blacklist International takes game number 3. At katulad ng mga sinabi ng crowd natin dito sa Champions Arena, isa na lang at mag-a-advance ang Blacklist International. Sino nga ba ang the one para sa Blacklist? Sensui! The Zen Master on the Carmilla. And pag-usapan natin ang Carmilla pickup ng Blacklist International in the jungle. The biggest utility of the Carmilla, yes, mahirap siya patayin dahil sa ability niya, the first skill, yung mga Rosas, umiikot sa kanya kung saan kinukuha niya yung magic and physical defense ng mga kalaban niya, and then at the same time, nakaka-lifesteal while dealing damage. And then, of course, yung ultimate ng isang Carmilla, kung saan 50% of the damage, 50% of the damage dealt by your team doon sa mga targets na namarkahan niya, mabibigay sa kung sino man ang masakop sa ultimate ng isang Carmilla. So, damage will get split. Kaya nakita natin for Blacklist International, their priorities in this draft were 3 heroes na kung makuha nila yung magandang early game will snowball in a devastating fashion. The Harith, the Vexana, and of course, the Carmilla. Because Carmilla likes being paired up with heroes na nagbibigay ng burst damage. Kasi kung mahuli mo yung mga kalaban mo, sabihin natin 3, 4, that's more damage instantly dealt across everyone who got caught. Speaking of getting caught though, we could see that in that highlight, we have to comment, of course, Lancy in the Novaria. Now, Minana Evos, nakita naman natin yung pag-adjustment with the Carmilla pick-up. They picked up 2 heroes na sobrang mag-backline lang. Ayaw nila masyado lumapit sa laban, so that means that's less heroes getting damaged by the Carmilla split. Pero, even if you have a frontline that has the Fredrin, has the Terizla, na nakita natin gumana naman talaga sa early game, pag nakapag-snowball ang isang Harith, one of the picks that really changed the meta after the biggest patch, the big patch that we had midway through the season, mahirap talaga makakomeback sa scenario na yon. At nakita natin isa sa mga key plays ay yung pag-frontline bigla ni Oheb to surprise Minana Evos, and Blacklist International were able to fight. But Sensui was the MVP of the game here kasi nakita naman talaga yung pag-maximize ng ultimate ng Carmilla. And this is a lot of pressure for one Carmilla because with the Kaja as your roamer, pick-off type yung roamer ng Blacklist International. So hindi naman masyado magfa-frontline si Haji ganun katagal. Siguro maglapag ng skill, get the pick-off with the Divine Judgment, then magbaback na siya, maybe to provide a little peel for the backline kung madelix yung backline. Yung frontliners dito ng Blacklist International would be the Benedetta of Edward, yung technically, pwede mo nangalagay doon yung ultimate ni Vexana kasi parang 6-member na yun para sa Blacklist. And of course, the Carmilla as well. So, again, Sensui really one of the best examples of the utility jungler in terms of frontline ka, tank ka. Yes, trabaho mo rin mag-retry, and in the late game, kung hindi mo matamaan yung retry mo, di kawawa naman tayo. A lot of pressure put into the shoulders of Sensui. MVP performance still is what he got. Looking at the items here, of course, a popular build for the Kajas of the world. Dominance Ice into the fleeting time para mahabol mo na talaga kagad yung ultimate niya as your lineup plays around the ultimate of the Kaja. And because of that, Blacklist International played around their gold lane. making sure that OHEB can farm up really quickly. Looking back at the lineup of Minana Evos, other than sabihin natin yung Moskov ng Minana Evos, there's not really a hero that stands out as something that can give the Harith a hard time. Yung Harith nga ni OHEB may Purify, so sabihin natin kahit mahuli siya sa mga crowd control nila, Kaizen, Kirk, Spider-Miles, any other crowd control from the side of Minana Evos, it'll be really difficult. At nakita naman natin yan sa damage dealt, 101.5 thousand damage dealt by that Harith, paired up with the Vexana, and of course the ultimate getting dished out by the Carmilla. Yung mga damage na nadideal ng isang Harith will get split amongst the members of Minana Evos. Nakita naman natin with Minana Evos, they showed one of their bright spots here is magaling din naman sila magbasa ng mapa at maghanap ng trades. Yun yung best quality for Minana Evos, I would say, other than katulad ng sinabi ni Coach Paolo Expert kanina with their ability to trade or poke and magaling sila mag-team fight, is that if ever, kahit natatalo sila, nagko-commit sila ng isang play sa ibang parte ng mapa para makakuha sila ng konting bawi. Whether it's going to be a split push, whether it's going to be a single kill. At siguro nga dahil mas nakita natin yung Moskov pickup, that's what Minana Evos is prioritizing in this game. But no matter how good you are, with splitting the map, with opening up avenues against a snowball Harith, ang hirap talaga. So, a question for the Champions Arena. Will game number... Anong game na ba ulit? Game number 4, right? Game number 4? Tama? Anong game na ulit? Alright. Will game number 4 go to Blacklist? A Blacklist heavy crowd. Will game number 4 go to Minana Evos? And you still hear the Tigers roar. Will a journey end here or will it continue to a game number 5? The question will be answered. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Renmar. Great to hear the support, of course, from both sides for this. Man, it's match point for Blacklist International and Minana Evos and the fans behind us. I think this is the Minana Evos side. I heard some roars, of course, from here. They got to get a dub to take us to a game number 5. So imagine that, again, whichever team wins has to go and play again later.
Yep.
The gauntlet, the play-ins.
And
Tough.
there's going to be a bit of a gap, but there you go. We're talking about if you really want to be a champion, you have to prove yourself to be able to endure things like this. This is being part of it, and this is their part. This is their path to the championship.
If I'm not mistaken, in the history of MPL Philippines, this is the first time since 2021 that any team had to play an official match in the league back-to-back. The last time this happened was in Season 7.
Wow.
Again, teams had to play twice in an official game day because, again, of calendar and scheduling problems alongside the pandemic still being afoot. So now, again, it's a test of endurance and stamina. And again, how deep your pool goes, because with the amazing breakdown by, of course, Renmar Santa Cruz, you have to consider what else is left in the tank for both teams. Because Minana Evos let through some tricks.
Yep.
Blacklist let through some tricks. What else? Because it looks like the same old is not going to work anymore.
I think that's why when you go back to the keys to victory even, it's really the hero pool, the diversity that you can bring to the table. And now we've seen it, especially Sensui has been someone that a lot of people have talked about, how deep that hero pool goes. So we'll see exactly what the adjustments are. But before that, we're going to have a quick video to hear from Brusco. Let's see what he has to say here.
Minana Evos. I think Minana Evos is different now. I think before, because they already go to playoffs. Because before, when I play with Minana, we don't secure the playoffs 2 seasons. And I think this is their momentum. I think they can secure top 2. I think Doming, because I already play with Doming 3 years, I think. For Minana, we have team before, name called Praxis. And then we go to Cerebrum, then Minana Evos. I miss him because we always talk together, make fun of each other. Doming, alam ko kaya niyo yan. Lakas nyo na ngayon eh. Bigyan nyo lang yung best nyo lagi. Huwag nyo isipin yung pressure. Kay Boss Banubs, boss alam kong kayang-kaya nila yan ngayon kasi iba na sila ngayon. Kita sa MEC kung pala rin man kami.
And there you have it. Heartwarming words there from Brusco, of course, over there battling it out for RQ Hoshi. And we know how their whole, qualifying things went, of course, for them. And again, former teammate of the guys here from Minana Evos. And we, again, when you look at the struggle that some of these players have had to go through to get to this point where, they missed playoffs multiple seasons in a row, and then now they're finally here. And what they're facing, again, is getting eliminated from the playoffs for Minana Evos. It's match point for Blacklist International. So for Minana Evos, I'm wondering if that's enough motivational roar, if you will, for them, right? A buff for the boys here to take it to a game 5. Exactly, it did, right? So I think one thing that they could change, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, man, is maybe don't take the Moskov. Maybe go with something a little bit different, this time around for game 4.
It doesn't have to be the Moskov. And here's what I'm afraid of, right?
Tell me.
The Fredrin is no longer 100% win rate.
And that's why I was going back. Before that whole, before we had that whole thing, it was how deep does that hero pool go, especially with the junglers. And speaking of, the meta check of the Fredrin, and 85% contention rate. He's been picked up 63%, and he's got a win rate of 62. So, I mean, you can see this here. Kyle Teasy obviously performing out of his mind with that 12-1. Sensui and Demon Kite there as well.
Mind you, these are stats that are collated and accumulated across the season. So even pre-patch, Fredrin was already pretty hot.
Yes.
So I assume and I expect that these stats should slightly go up even higher as we go through the playoffs, because I believe that Fredrin is still the #1 jungler. Still the best hero to put into that role.
I think you could that. I agree with that on the grounds of for any team, for most compositions, Fredrin is a safe bet.
He has no losing matchup.
You know that meme where there's like a leak of water and then you slap on the Fredrin right there.
Fredrin. That's
Fredrin.
That's literally
no matter
Fredrin.
what happens, if the boat's sinking,
Big
throw the Fredrin, it looks good.
Right. So that's what worries me about that last matchup, right? Again, it's still true that blue side wins because Blacklist was on blue, right? They played the first pick Harris Gambit. And now with Minana coming in first, I hope that whatever happened in game 3 does not change the fact for them that Fredrin is still worthy of being first pick.
So you would like to see them pick up Fredrin?
Still, yeah.
First pick.
Don't
schlock it in.
Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't schlock it.
Schlock.
Yeah, don't
schlock it in.
Schlock it in.
Schlock it in.
And then show us something new.
Okay, so start with the basic foundation ingredient.
That's my 2-step plan.
And then sprinkle in the weirdness.
How does one schlock?
Huh?
How does one schlock?
How does one schlock?
Yeah.
See value.
Well, you guys can figure out how to schlock, but right now you have to figure out how to join the Goodie Bag Lottery. It's happening on TikTok, and here's how you can be one of our lucky winners.
Open your TikTok app, go to MPL Philippines TikTok channel, click on the official live stream, and then click on the Goodie Bag. 4 steps, real quick, done within 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
That's
4.
very quick. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna try to do a record.
Of how
How
quick
fast
you
can
can
they
go?
do that? 4 steps.
4 steps?
What about you guys? How fast can you open your TikTok app and click on the Goodie Bag?
How come I always hear a bell? Is that happening from Mangine over there?
I think Mangine.
He decided.
What is the bell? What does it signify?
I don't know, but he decided that the playoffs are a special occasion to bring the bell in.
Why don't we have a bell?
We could have a bell.
Do you have a need for the bell?
No, I just want a bell. Once in a while.
For what?
Go
For what?
Go schlock his bell.
Yeah, schlock your bell, bro.
Here, schlock my bell.
I mean, Manjine's bell.
Manjine's bell.
Grab
All
it.
right. Well, again, go ahead and let us know in the comments, guys. Don't forget, of course, we are hunting to find winners for 2,000 diamonds as well. So make sure you join that. Now, with this, again, match point ahead of us, Blacklist International looking to cap out the series here. We've kind of contemplated about what could happen in the draft to start. We already saw Minana Evos is going to have that first pick available to them. We're going to go ahead and just assume it's probably Fredrin if he's not banned out. You know, and I don't see him being worthy of a ban, at least in this case, between these two teams. So he's probably just going to get first pick, and then you build up around it. Now, for Blacklist International, man, again, the hero pool is a little crazy. It gets a little crazy when you have Sensui there.
Yeah, and again, we now know that the Carmilla works. Yeah. There was a solid plan behind it, and they executed well in Game 3. Now that's why they're at match point. What else? Is the Carmilla the Popol and Koopa? I think there's more.
There probably is,
what?
man.
You should. There it is.
All right.
Okay. There it is.
All right.
There's our guy.
No more. No more shenanigans.
No more.
We got new tricks up our sleeves. What else? Faramis is open.
But, you know, that's the thing. It's a first pick. What do you want?
You gotta get the Faramis. Or Arlo. No, Arlo's still banned out.
Yeah, he's still banned out.
Matthew Hilda's banned out too.
Man, I'm wondering, really, because we just haven't seen too much of the landscape where Fredrin is, you know, taking out Arlo, of course.
Yep.
Barrett's, maybe? I don't know. Do you want to
Angela's open for the first time.
Oh.
Yep. Angela's open for the first time. Blacklist, though, based on the clapback, they could play for a Vexana. What is this?
There's no voice.
All right. Let's say Faramis. So all the more, the Valentina becomes a priority for Blacklist.
Pretty safe. Pretty safe. And if you do go for it, Angela, what's going to be the priority here, though? Right? What's the combo looking like? Carmilla, though.
Wow. And now it's Blacklist's turn on the Moskov.
Wow.
KL1's going to have a field day.
Oh. Okay. Well, you know what? I like the combo just because this is one of those ways where you can make the Moskov a little bit AoE.
That's right.
With Curse of Blood.
Yeah, I think something that I failed to mention in Game 3 earlier was I think Reptar did take care of a good chunk of it. Yeah. Carmilla acts as a force multiplier. Yeah. Whatever good you have going with your roster, with your lineup, the output just gets so much better if you get it right with the ult.
That's a big if, though, right?
Yeah.
It's so conditional. They made it work for Game 3.
Yep.
That's not a guarantee it'll work for Game 4, especially with a very fickle hero like Moskov.
Yeah, it's there's no guarantees here. But to take this first phase, that's going to be the Akai, it sounded like, that's picked up alongside the CC.
Oh, first time CC's being picked here. Again, she has been banned consistently throughout the series. So now they have a solid pickup on Kirk. Between CC and the Faramis, that's at least two heroes that allow for you to pick fights and keep going.
Okay, so now that they have this, the next pickup here, of course, for Blacklist International, what do they want to do? Pick up their mid lane this early on to not have things banned out for UA or
an XP laner?
Do they go with the XP lane?
Yep, I reckon.
Don't tell me it's Benedetta again.
Benedetta Pack are solid picks here.
Maybe they change it up here this time too. You can see this, the Arlot though for Haji.
But my faith
Quite
will
impressive
always
stats, but it's going to be the Vexana
Oh,
that they go with instead.
Right. Again, it's very rare that UA gets his free pickings at a hero like this. This is his #1 hero.
Yeah.
If I am not wrong, might even be Blacklist's #1 hero overall too. Maybe second to the Fred.
Okay.
They're adding in that ease of execution fact. Whenever you lock in the Vexana and give it to a player like Yue, who's usually very cerebral, very,
He's so good at using space.
Yeah, exactly. Using space. It does so much. Not to mention also, again, adds the Curse of Blood factor.
Despair that I see.
Good ban. Nathan comes out.
Here we go.
Because really you're wondering, okay, what this time around, what is Domain going to pick up? Because the Nathan's banned out. I'm wondering, too, if they still want to take out possibility the Claude, if they actually go on another gold lane option for him. Minotaur is going to be taken out, of course, by Minana.
Wait.
What are we thinking here?
This is tricky. Because of the Minotaur ban from Minana Evos, are they
There's a Claude.
Are they planting the seeds of maybe Faramis Rome? Are they saying, oh, this might be a Faramis Rome, yo?
Could be.
Right? Why would you do that?
Good point.
Why would you do that? Spider Mouse is amazing on the Minotaur. I mean, the Florin is still out there. The Raphael is still out there, too. The Angela as well. That's
yeah, it's kind of crazy that the
uncommon.
Angela's still open.
That is uncommon, to say the least.
And you're also going to have to think about who's the Rome going to support here. who are you going to try and stay alive, keep alive here? Is it going to be possibly a Bruno, a carry? Like those aren't really hot picks right now.
I think if Doming goes with, I don't.
A Roger?
I don't know. A Roger?
Yeah.
What was that last ban? Okay, of course the Hellcurt. Hellcurt does not slip through just yet.
Nope.
So he's going to be banned out.
Hellcurt is just a cheese level on a whole nother plane.
XP lane for this to match up against the CC. What's best?
MPL-PH just not ready for the Hellcurt yet.
They're all still out there, to be honest. Like the Benedetta in the pack. The aforementioned double pick for Abunjingjing. Like they're two solid pickups.
This time around, I'd like to see him go to the pack.
I would, yeah. Why not?
Is there a reason to pick the Riz, though?
Yeah, there is a reason. Like, you don't want to be like the solo tank right now if you're Sensui, right? So they actually do want that front line.
They can pick the Riz as well.
I am the power of light.
That is a Kaja.
They'll keep it down to the wire.
Same.
All
Pretty
right.
much like game 3.
And this is the thing. Like, remember, going back to the previous game, it's still the threat of the Kaja plus the Carmilla.
Kajmilla.
Kajmilla, that's what we're calling it. All right,
because
Kajmilla.
even if it's a single target ult, you can spread out the damage, spread out the love. Again, force multiplier.
And you know what? Also the CC.
That's right,
It spreads out Divine Judgment.
Wait. That's not CC, that's suppression. Does it?
Yes.
So they all go, oh, they go.
Let me double check that.
They just go all a little, oh.
I just want to double check.
Does the math work out?
That's a good
That's
question.
in the text. It's in the text of Curse of Blood.
It's like you put your opponents in a parenthesis, and then you put a division underneath all of them.
It gives 50%.
Oh, here we go!
Leslie!
We're going to Leslie. That's where they're going. Domang is picking up the Leslie, and then they also get the Angela here.
This is the first time we're seeing Leslie in MPL Philippines Season 13.
Was that a debut pick?
That's a debut pick, good sir.
Just to confirm, all linked targets take 50% of the damage and become controlled for 100% of the duration. Oh no, never mind.
All right, so here's what's tricky. Minana Evos only has one real peel. Well, two, technically. The CC and the Akai, but they both go in different directions. Is that enough? And am I looking at a Rome Angela again?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm not comfortable with this.
Does feel like a Rome Angela.
I'm not comfortable. What's Abunjingjing playing?
Kindness is the surest.
And there's the answer.
Ruination.
The
Yuuzhan. Right.
They are looking for the front line.
Oh wow, with the Leslie pickup, all the more. Abunjingjing was given the incentive to go with a hero that just goes straight for the back line.
Yeah, just fly straight to the Leslie. Don't give him time to reposition. Don't give him time to hit your teammates.
That's A to Z, or in this case, A to Y and Z. Oh, this is tough.
Oh, look at the quake on the cameras. I love it. Anyway.
Just the
That's
effects.
the
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I am scared for Minana Evos. This is too high concept for me.
It's I guess it's like look at their lineup rating though, man. Like that's what I think the highest so far for the series, 5.63.
Yeah.
Now, I know we always have to like take it with a grain of salt though.
A good chunk of this is off of that support utility.
Yeah. And
that skewed the stat.
It skewed the stat. There's a lot of utility, obviously, for them with the Angela and then, of course, with the Faramis locked in here. Now, Leslie is what I was going to say is my biggest question mark on how they can actually make this work because we don't have much data.
I think
this is the debut.
The Leslie and the Angela Rome. That's what's worrying me. Here we go.
Match point once again for Blacklist International to move on through the play-ins stage here to kick off the playoffs for Season 13 MPL Philippines. And we're going to take a look at the early rotations here. Minana Evos with this lineup. This interesting lineup. Can it work out? We're going to take a look at the emblems in just a second here too, but already Smart Miles having that focusing mark paired up again with a Leslie even is what I'm looking at.
Here we go. All right, if you're trying to build a Leslie right now, it's an assassin emblem, of course. And that's Weakness Finder, yeah?
Yeah.
That's Weakness Finder and Weapon Master. Okay.
Okay, so with that, once again, burst potential from Minana Evos is what I'm going to look out for. Now, other part of that is dealing with Haji, just like in the previous game that we saw. once that Divine Judgment's available, every time he has that flicker available, they're going to look for a play. Look at this already.
Aggressive flicker in for Spider Miles.
Wow!
Power hits, and it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Doming with the kill, though. That's pretty massive. But here comes Haji. Tries to pick up the pieces there, but that was a flicker committed. Spider Miles so in the game here.
Yep, Oheb just had to dash and use a little bit of it as Inspire. So, fortunately for Oheb, Miles died before he did. So he got to see all of that, got to get all of that.
Yeah, he got that extra there, but even with that move, hold on, heavy spin.
Oh, Oheb just got back, but
wow.
Already being pressured up non-stop by Minana. The rest of the squad is here. They're ready to fight this. Haji can't really do much. And now they created a lot of space. Speaking of space though, top side. Easy pickings for Blacklist.
They traded the turtle for Oheb, and again, it's not like Oheb had to die.
Yeah.
It's just they went full on ube on the gold lane.
And so this is what you can expect, the trading across the map to happen here, especially with this. So Oheb is quite behind. Yeah, he got that early kill with that exchange, but now he's struggling. So they're going to have to kind of pay attention to him, especially now that Haji is close to that level 4. He's going to have that Divine Judgment available. So then that's where there's the threat. It's like flipping a switch, basically. Once Kaja has that Divine Judgment, then you got to respect it a little bit. There it is.
Full committal once more for Blacklist this time around. The flickers are so spicy, and Spider Mouse can't even save him. And now with Lancey on the way, my goodness, Blacklist on fire right now.
That's that switch. Boom, it's on.
That's it right there.
Turn it on. Yue close by. We have a play. Let's do it.
And no matter how fast Minana Evos can burst down whichever target they choose, nothing beats suppression. Again, nothing in the game can go through suppression. So the fact that Haji here, who has spent the latter half of the regular season honing his shot calling, becoming the heart and soul of this new era of Blacklist, that's going to be tough. Again, the numbers are against Blacklist in the early game, but it looks like they've clawed their way through, and now they're in the lead, about 200 gold.
Yeah, which is crazy because when you think, Oheb, he went down 2 times early on. He's leading in gold right now against Doming. And it's just a little bit, but that'll continue to build up here. Yeah, the battle spells are also down, so they got to wait a little bit for them to be online. So Minana Evos, that window, that early game window that they had, it's closed, but they can still find these openings, and that's what's so great when you have an Akai. He's almost, when you're able to get the heavy spin lockdowns, it's great. You have Kirk on the CC, which has been banned out again for quite a bit of the series that can pop up now, and we've seen just how strong a CC with a vengeance can be in a lot of these skirmishes and team fights. So now, this turtle, we expect a fight to break out, a dance to commence here. Sensui in position alongside Yue. Edward making his way. Haji there too. Has the Divine Judgment. Do they trade it though?
This is what I'm really curious about. How does the fight look with Edward in the mix? We're seeing them looking straight into KZen. Kirk also already being protected here by the Heart Guard. Yue going down. Sensui still gets the turtle. And the fight looks like it's just trying to just last on it.
KZen couldn't even get close. You saw that. Yeah, Blacklist did everything.
He almost did, and then there was just way too much firepower presented by Blacklist, so he just called it off. Interesting, though, the fact that, again, you now know that Oheb has seen how Doming plays, and again, if you're a gold laner in the current metagame, you have to understand the ebb and flow of a Moskov in the early to mid. So it's impressive how he's, whoa.
Oh my goodness.
How he's recovered. Again, looking at this, he's up by 300 gold over Doming.
Yeah, so with that, things have kind of evened out there for the most part too, but it's interesting that the fact too that Doming picked up, the Sea Halberd first, rushed that in, locks it in, probably going the Berserker's Fury next, I would assume. It's been a while since we've really seen Leslie played, of course, but once you get, I would say, Berserker's Fury and maybe the BOD or maybe whatever that third item is going to be for this build path here for Doming, that's really when you have to respect that damage paired with the extra 6% from the focusing mark.
All right, here we go. Haji taking a face full of the ultimate snipe. Here's something to note. Minana Evos, they have yet to get one single turtle, right?
Yep.
Blacklist, their objective control is so amazing that one of the main strengths...
So deep in, and target is locked. And they're looking for Lancy
Dominic.
at the very least slow down that NetherRealm, but they are able to get it back in time. The dive in here from Kaysen should be crucial, but he does not have teammates nearby. It is all him against the whole of Blacklist, and now they take care of business.
Oh man, that's frustrating if you're Minana Evos and Kaysen. He's feeling very heavy trying to get in position on that.
In more than one avenue, Minana Evos should have won that fight.
Yes.
There were several pathways for them to have just cornered the core heroes from Blacklist, yet Blacklist were able to shimmy their way out. And instead, it was Minana Evos who got schlocked into position there.
Oh no.
And walked away with zero, nothing. And now Blacklist are gonna get 100% turtles.
Oh
no! Spear hit to the face and Edward finishes it off.
Spear! Schlock!
Schlock, bro.
That's a good way to explain
They're not done!
Oh, they're still going. They're diving it up on the turret. They're not afraid at all. Even without minions, Eternal Guard in hand. But how long can they keep this up? Kaysen takes care of it, but everyone else got wiped off the map.
This is the Uber revival. Blacklist International. It's like looking at themselves in the mirror.
Oh my goodness. Oh, in-game code. In-game code.
Oh, in-game code.
Dun,
Grab
dun,
it now.
dun. Grab
All
it
you
now.
guys in the chat asking, where code, where code?
It's gone.
There it is.
Maybe. It's
Grab
still
it
there.
while you can. Man, talk about Blacklist grabbing everything that they
Okay.
could right there.
Okay, Doming's firepower is getting there.
He's got
but not-
Berserkers now.
But not quite yet.
Not quite yet.
This is 2 items. I reckon this young man should have a sea halberd in his item path soon.
Who, Doming?
Oh, there it is. It's already there.
Yeah, he rushed it.
BOD then, sorry. I meant
BOD.
BOD. He definitely needs to get in there.
I think once he gets the BOD, that's really when the threat comes. But I'm wondering, is Blacklist even going to allow that timing to happen here? Look at that.
And over the wall he goes. And NetherRealm deactivated for Minana with Blacklist in
no.
their heels.
Oh,
They're
man.
running it out. Domain looking for targets. Sensui is the one he chose, but he's just super tanky right now on Carmilla.
All right, ultimate snipe called off.
Still
Kaysen.
going?
Can still do some pretty good damage here. And there goes the curse. Link is going to be Kaysen and Doming. It's not going to slow down the attack, though, as there is an attack from behind. Kirk goes down, even with the heart guard.
What is the power play happening right now? Ultimate going to be dropped, but nothing will be able to suffice for Minana Evos with that exchange. They are struggling against what Blacklist lineup is able to do time and time again. And if it's not Haji pulling the go signal, it's Edward on the backside, or it's Sensui just sitting there in the front, standing menacingly. And now, Lord up here, pulled again.
Another wave, another momentum shift here by Blacklist, currently pushing back the jungler of Minana. Kaysen obviously going to be saved there with NetherRealm and a huge committal of the hard guard. That will mean a free Lord once more for Blacklist. 6K ahead in gold.
What's difficult for Minana Evos is their lineup is so honest in what kind of damage and who they're targeting with, right? Check it out. It looks like it's an endless battle first being built onto Doming before the Blade of Despair, which I understand, right? Economy is tight. And you need to be able to get what items you have in the short amount of time you have. It's going to be difficult to cough up the gold to get to that Blade of Despair. But for Blacks International, this is a very comfortable 6K gold lead. This is the money that is stopping Minana Evos from ever even picking a fight. I think that last kill on a Kirk, even after the Heart Guard, is a sign that, hey, you're not ready for it yet. Please don't. And by playing defensively, Minana Evos might actually be able to get back, but I don't know if their wave clear is as good as it has to be.
That's the question, is how long do they need?
And can they hold on? How long
can they hold on?
And will Kaysen find his target? I mean, it's so difficult, man.
Not only that, but like with the one,
Oh,
Haji!
the pull in again. Black is being very proactive now, playing up under this hard guard.
Wow!
This time around, taking care of Oheb. This is a huge swing.
Okay, Oheb down. Edward
Another
down
one!
slow.
Edward's gonna fall as well. Kirk looking for targets. Spotted out by the Eternal Guard means that might be the full retreat. Minana getting back on the board.
That's what they needed. The whole ball clap back. Amazing work shutting down Oheb, taking down Edward, and I think they have found out step one in getting back into this game. They gotta scatter Blacklist.
They gotta scatter them.
They gotta break down the Ube.
Oh, man, and with everything that happened.
And they would know.
They would.
And I could have sworn it was impossible because they forced Kaizen to use a defensive heavy spin. Like he scrambled.
It looked good already, yeah, for a moment there.
For Blacklist, but yeah, no, look, a negative gold benefit
Negative.
on that Lord.
And that was all that happened too. Domeng was able to pick up the Endless Battle. So that was his next item that he locked in, possibly going for the BOD next year.
Now it's BOD time.
BOD.
Now it's BOD time. Checking out what Blacklist is up to on items. That's 3 core items already on US, so he's still definitely a force to be reckoned with, a threat. Great pickup on Haji, though. He has a Twilight Armor and the Fleeting Time. Oh, wait, here we go.
Oh, this time around, it's Kaizen who came out on top of the execution here. But look at this, Edward straight into the back line, and they take care of Kaizen because of that. Lume can't do anything. Oh my goodness, it's a bloodbath. OM is still alive. They removed the Nether Realm. It's a 4v5. It's still defensible here. There's no minions available.
They want the turret.
They want that turret though. They get it.
Okay. Wow.
Snipe.
Snipe's gonna come down.
All
Not
right.
enough damage to clean anything up. So down Kaizen, their jungler's gone. Blacklist just says go.
All right.
Get that Lord.
Are they gonna try to contest?
Yeah, that's a big question mark. And they are the ones who got taken care of again. Lancey down for the count. Another one for the Blacklist.
That's gotta have been a communications breakdown if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Lancey had no business walking in there all by his lonesome. And here's the thing, the fact that they saw what their win con could be, something tells me maybe Minana Evos, some members of them might want to go much faster than the others.
Yeah.
Because this is a fight where Blacklist was comfortable taking it, despite the amazing heavy spin by Kaizen. So with that said, I think we're back to square one, at least to where we were 2 team fights ago. Blacklist in control, 8K ahead.
Massive swing once again in momentum for Blacklist International to work with. They got that turret down too. Kirk, you're probably going to want to get back to base unless he's just trying to make a play on the backside. Lord's in the base now.
Yeah, since Sui is all charged up and ready
Kirk.
to go, they find Kirk once more. Heart guards in tow here, but they're taking care of turrets instead. Lord is there for the count, and another pullback here by Haji. Able to save here by Lancey at the very least, but now it is time. It's now or never here for Blacklist, for Minana rather, and now they take it. They take so much, and they give so little, and they are fighting back. The Hulk Ball definitely doing some work here, but in the end, it's 2 for 2 with a successful defense for Minana.
They stayed in the game though.
They're not going down without a fight. Minana Evos, their base still stands. Blacklist, another taste of what could be. If Minana Evos find the perfect entry, look at that, the bodies lay in mid lane. We'll check it out again where it all went wrong, because again, that could have definitely been Blacklist ending the game.
All right.
This is big brain moves by Kirk.
That's right, Minana Evos here, still in it. The
So
back
good.
line play, the reason for him staying in the back there was worth it. And look at the CC, and then Domeng just with the killer instinct. Target acquisition through the roof.
It's it's very micro play, but I also like that they really stuck together. No one could get targeted immediately.
Yeah.
So even though they are down by numbers.
Yeah, and Blacklist had a tough choice. Do we lean into this fight that we could maybe win because we are up on firepower? Or do we just back off? And I think it's that confusion in that moment that allowed for Minana Evos to win a trade. Again, any kind of 2 for 2 trade when you're ahead is bad.
Yeah, and this
True
is
that.
where it gets a little scary too, because now the BOD's locked in from Domeng. We just got a preview of what the damage can look like as they were trying to defend their base. Yeah, the base is fully exposed here, but you're going to see them check it. They have to respect the damage potential, and being able to spot things out, of course, is crucial too with Domeng here. Now, Haji, if he makes a play, if he lands the Hail Mary of Flicker Divine Judgments and gets the automatic -1 from the line of Minana Evos, that's going to be a huge power to play to work with. Lord's coming up here, though. Does Minana Evos want to find a positioning for this, given how things have fallen into place? Once again, as they approach that Lord pit, they have to watch out for Haji here. So Blacklist will go ahead and start this Lord up, and they're not trying to waste any time with it.
No,
Look at their positioning.
That's tough. even with 7K ahead, Blacklist know that there could be a contest, but I think Minana Evos are much better on the defense. Maybe they can play defensively here. Maybe they can just wait until Lord is knocking on their door and then find another scatter team fight.
They're looking for the opportunity. They're looking for that opening. Blacklist also just playing it patiently. I don't blame them.
Yep.
They have the luxury to do this.
Good pickups here, taking their time this time around. Blacklist gonna go for it. Dragon Form.
That's Edward straight up on the Lancy. He's looking for targets. He's also looking for Domeng, who is actually pretty far away. And now, because of that, it is going to be an easy day for the Lord, at least for now.
Oh no.
Edward? Good. Kzen looking for Edward. Eternal Guard trying to help out here. Edward's fine.
Oh!
Now it is going to be the full-on collapse. And it is going to be Oheb going down first. Domeng looking so good with a hard guard.
Oh my goodness, Haji found Domeng, but they couldn't kill him! And now the Lord!
The Lord wants it! Lord wants to end, but I don't think it's going to be enough. What's Blacklist going to do here? Oheb nowhere to be found to provide fire support. And because of that, another successful player for Minana.
The whole ball are still in it. After a messy team fight where I could have sworn Spider-Man was holding on. Where is it? Where do I jump? Where do I jump? And they got an amazing catch, right? Off of Haji. But still, the fact that they found Oheb in the backline and did not suffer any deaths means Minana Evos, despite the communications breakdown prior, are still in it.
Moskov seemed to be evaporating today, right? I didn't even notice Oheb dying.
This it's insane because Haji was able to get Domeng with that. Now Kirk!
Another one. Divine Judgment, pero this time around, it does feel like it will be on tilt. It's Minana on the offensive.
Oh, he's cut off.
Curse of Blood is activated, but it's not going to be there for long.
They're so low.
So low, everyone on Blacklist
wow.
right now. It is Minana fighting with heart, looking for their mark. They fight Sensui because of that.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Blacklist understood who the dominant force was in that engagement. Look at the noobs from that player lobby cam, right? He's like saying, Busyan, Busyan! And that was just off of a single engagement wherein you could have argued that was a delayed heavy spin.
Yeah.
That was a reactive heavy spin.
Yeah. Maximum respect for Blacklist, knowing that you know what, they can't handle it. So just gonna try to test out the waters there.
Kirk.
They got burned.
Yeah, Kirk picking up the next item here. Okay, it looks like, yeah, he's got that Brute Force Blast Plate in, locked in. He's defensive as hell, especially when that Vengeance is popped. And depending on where the Heart Guard goes, look at this. They are just forcing finally Blacklist International to stay in their tracks. Even with an exposed base, they have this much zeal, this much confidence in themselves to move around the map.
Respect my authority.
But you know what? Speaking of map, I feel like Minana just has to keep doing this. They need to always keep those minions far, because one Spear of Destiny into the base with a nearby wave is game. No matter where Oheb is.
Yep. Just needs to time it well. Someone nearby, and then just
even a minion nearby.
Maybe 2 seconds with the base for free. That's it. So again, map control still clearly with Black, but team fight wise, it looks like Minana Evos now have their number.
They definitely have Fangs this time.
They're exactly where they want to be here.
This is close to 50-50.
Okay, it's going to come down to keep an eye once again on Haji, deciding who he wants to go in and pull. There's a lockdown.
They lock down Edward. Edward is the call.
Oh!
He's going to fall without any answer at all. And there it goes. Netherrealm already used up. Blacklist seems to be calling for a retreat.
Oh, the base is being pushed in, though.
Base getting pushed in. Oheb is alive. Don't forget that. No Inspire means that this might not be the go time, though, for now. But Minana, they know that condition. They know that win condition that exists.
All right, now we've broken the 20-minute mark. Over the regular season, these two teams both have the longest average game time, respectively. Blacklist number 1, Minana Evos second. And now we're going into the late game, the end game, if you will. And to be fair, both teams present a pretty solid threat, right? Again, as mentioned, Oheb can just come into the base, backdoor it, right? Oh, here we go. Oh, spotted.
Oh, spy it out,
wait, it's still going.
He's still going?
He has a flicker, all right.
It does, but almost too risky.
Woo! Woo!
So that's called off.
That's a minute and a half until he can do that again.
And here we go. Kzen used up the heavy spin already.
Sensui!
Sensui! Oh! He gets it! He gets that target. Oheb falls as well. Oh my goodness, this is looking so bad for Blacklist right now. And Minana are capitalizing. And Manus cannot handle it.
Whoa!
Oh no!
Haji is playing up on their towers here, but Minana have to be careful not to overplay. Kirk is definitely playing it to the maximum on that CC.
Hold up, what is that? At least 30 seconds until it's just Haji on the map.
Oh,
it's only Haji. They're just going to wait for this wave to push in.
It's one minion though. Can they
Haji?
maximize that?
Well, it's not technically even a wave, it's a cart.
It's a literal cart.
They got 18, 17 seconds
Haji
for
knows the mission,
Sensui.
but he can't do it.
He can't get close enough. He might with the
Can't
first
get
skill
close
here.
enough.
Oh, he's got to
tag it up.
sacrifice.
And here comes the actual wave. And I think...
And the ball! And the ball!
We have a game number 5!
Against the odds, Minana Evos holds on to take it to game 5.
Leslie wins! Leslie wins! We have a new marksman in the gold lane, ladies and gentlemen. And off of the back of the team that was known to collapse and to ube, they now have suddenly a single target marksman in their arsenal. If Minana Evos go deep into the playoffs, teams now have to respect Domeng's Leslie.
Oh man, was not expecting that turn of events on how things went, man. Again, at one point, Blacklist International had like what, a 7-8K gold lead, and they let it slip through their hands. You got to put respect on the fact that Minana Evos held on despite that.
It came to the point where Blacklist's ube and their lead were not enough to quell Kirk's persevering nature. His hero was built to do this, and the fact that they found ways in the, I'll call it the late game, to just flank Blacklist and make them break up that ube formation and make Sensui's main strength null, made this win possible. And then eventually it just snowballed and hit critical mass, wherein almost point and click, Minana Evos can say, you know what, that's the kind of fight we're having.
Yeah.
And whether you're ready or not, we're going to come in and collapse, and that's how they won.
Again, amazing game number 4. I can't wait to see how this is broken down by our analysts. Go ahead and take this one away, boys.
Ang story natin sa serye na to, different shades of ube. Two teams with similar playstyles, a shared history. The fighting healers of Minana Evos versus the writers of the original code that they were inspired by. And the fighting healers have forced game number 5! Domeng, the Leslie, showing that he is the alpha and the omega with his multiple one-shots. 6-2-6 on the KDA. And siguro nagtaka tayo lahat, bakit Leslie? Kaya ba ng Leslie with a Yu Zhong last pick? Shades of an old playoff strategy, I believe it was season 10 or season 11. A last pick Leslie on the blue side, a Yu Zhong on the red side. The side that picked Leslie lost. But this time around, panalo ang Leslie up against a lineup built to give it a lot of difficulty. Bisita natin ulit yung lane matchup nila. Moscow versus the Leslie. Nag-umpisa yun sa gold lane wherein the first kill of the game was Oheb. Helped by Spider Miles, it was Domeng who delivered that first killing blow. But then, nakita naman natin that later on, even after multiple ganks from the side of Minana Evos para hirapan yung Moscow ng Blacklist International to give difficulty to the Filipino sniper, well, they were still able to control majority of the game. Nakita natin na pag hindi nakuha ng Minana Evos yung umpisa nila, Blacklist International will be able to control a majority of the game backed up by the Kaja of Haji. There were a lot of questions pinned on this young man. Yung shot calling ni Kapitan, sapat na ba? pinakita ng Blacklist International at ni Imam God na sapat talaga. It got to the point where it was Blacklist International leading the majority of the game, and with a new signature, the best defense is no defense, galing sa Minana Evos, somehow, someway, nakadepensa sila dahil nakapag-farm up na ang Leslie. And the key duo of the lineup of Minana Evos, the CC and the Angela, magbigay ng space para sa Leslie para makapag-free hit si Domeng. Two lineups built to protect their backliners. Both have the right tools and options para depensahan ang frontline at ang backline para hindi maabutan ang gold laners. Pagalingan na lang ng pindutan. But Minana Evos, remember the second part of their title, healers. Yung kunat, yung sustain, the heals dished out. Clutch ultimates by Lancy, by Spider Miles. Minana Evos takes game number 4. As we look at the stats here, we're gonna have to revisit Domeng. Full Assassin Emblem, Quantum Charge, and of course Weapons Master to make sure that he gets the quicker scaling and of course more damage dished out. Crit as well. Crit damage assassin type Leslie. No need for attack speed. We go for the increased passive, the true damage dealt out by a Leslie. On the side of Blacklist International, you see their lineup was built to combo around the ultimate of the Kaja. Magpipick off si Haji, and then once you get that pick off, combo na lang. Either Sensui's gonna dish out the roots, US gonna dish out the crowd control and the damage as well. Kitang-kita mo naman yung approach na gusto ng Blacklist International. While Minana Evos, dahil CC and Angela, yung combo nila, it's a little bit more scrappy. Magtataka yung Blacklist International, saan manggagaling yung Minana Evos? Where will Kirk be? Nakita natin yun at one point. While Minana Evos was trying to defend and Blacklist International was starting to understand na hindi ganun kadali tapusin ang laban na to kontra sa lineup nila dahil hindi natin alam masyado kung saan sila nanggagaling. Rich Guy, the carry, it's gonna be Domeng, of course, our MVP, and Kaizen here. If Sensui earlier, he showed na I am one of these standards, maybe even the standard for what a utility jungler is. Be a frontline for your team, absorb damage. Sabi ni Kaizen, kaya ko rin yan. 224,000 damage taken. A total assist for Spider Miles of 13. Again, Angela and CC together kept Minana Evos alive. Kaizen with clutch heavy spins to get the right routes para ma-disrupt din yung pag-enter ni Edward. And remember that one play, that pick-off in the mid where a good sense by Kaizen. Parang alam nila, feeling ko may tao dito. I think we have the vision, we have the info. Typical understanding of Blacklist International formations. Pagdating sa Lord fight, let's heavy spin right here. As you look at the damage dealt, point proven. Kirk, 83,000 and 700 damage dealt. Second to the Leslie. A lineup, again, that will make you scratch your heads. Why this? Why this pick? This very last one. Minana Evos showed us how to make it work. And now we are here. Two teams, again, with very similar play styles. The original writer of the code, the Fighting Healers. Whoever loses here goes home, and they lose their shot at that. The coveted championship that we and everyone are fighting for. Look at the heat map that we're going to be showing on your screen right now as we look at the rotations. There we go. Spider Miles at the roam. The first 5 minutes here. A lot of work for one Angela to make sure that you can really get the vision that you need and you are able to get the early start. Mahirap yung start dito ng Minana Evos again with a really good play by Haji. Alam na ng Blacklist International how Minana Evos want to rotate, kaya nahirapan sila sa early game. And you see a lot of focus there onto the gold lane. From the beginning, both teams knew what they wanted. So, what do you want then? As you hear the crowds, you hear our teams, Minana Evos and their cheer. Champions Arena! Will Game 5 go to Blacklist International?
Will Game 5 go to Minana Evos? One last chance to continue your journey to become a champion. Casters, pasok.
Welcome back to the English Desk. Thank you so much for the breakdown there of that amazing defensive turnaround game for Minana Evos, Renmar. And we can't wait. We've gone from a best of 5 to a best of 3, and now it's a best of 1. It's last game, Game 5, tournament lives here, playoff lives.
For all the what's the saying? For all the biscuits.
All the biscuits.
Yeah.
For all the marbles.
For all the marbles.
I was gonna say, are they claiming the biscuits? Are they eating the biscuits? What's going on?
Well, in this case, the marbles is an analogy for tournament life. Again,
tournament life.
Whoever wins moves on to face Fnatic ONIC, waiting right now, and I believe they are in the venue. But whoever loses has to say goodbye. Has to.
Your biscuits are gone.
Their marbles.
Their marbles are gone.
They have to say, you know what, better luck next season. But
yeah.
it could go either way now. I'll have to admit, I was pretty hard on the whole Angela Rome and Leslie debuting, but Minana Evos proved us all wrong.
I think the question mark there is, when does that work? When does it activate, right? Like, it was so erratic.
It took a while, but
I think the fact that it was a single target roamer on Blacklist made it all the more possible for Blacklist.
Well,
for Minana, rather.
Yeah, for Minana. And if you look at this, Oheb leading the average kills here for the regular season, of course, and then you have Kosei, Kalra, Super Marco, Domeng. And so across them, you have Domeng there at 3.19, Oheb at 3.54. Man, you have to talk about Domeng on that Leslie pick, the fact that he brought it to play and made it work. Again, a debut, a pick that you're not expecting.
It's outings like this and stats like this that make me wonder why I did not put Domeng in my top 3 gold laners in Season 13.
Yeah.
I get asked that question like twice every day.
We did.
Right? We all get that.
I asked that to you.
We all get those kind of questions on social media. And here in this performance and in these stats alone, you got to put respect on the young man's name, Domeng from Minana Evos.
Yeah, for sure Domeng obviously has had a lot of people who are asking his consistency. I think he is the most consistent right there. But you also have to look at the people who are, you know, kind of helping him get there. People like Miles, people like Kurt.
Let me rephrase that sentence. Domeng is the best gold laner at protecting himself in all of Season 13.
The win condition.
The win.
That's right.
That should be a built-in keys to victory.
Keys to victory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Domeng, protect yourself.
Yeah, Domeng needs to protect Domeng.
Oh, man. Speaking of, like, look at this from Minana Evos. Team damage dealt per minute. That's a whole lot of damage that Minana Evos pulls off.
Mind you, part of the calculation for this is the fact that they have long games in Season 13.
They do, yeah.
Right? So the amount of damage they're outputting divided, I believe, somehow divided by how long their usual games last.
Yeah.
Means they're still number 1.
I think it's because
scrappy.
Yeah, it's because it goes to a point where you have to do massive amounts of damage to people who have high HPs because their games go to super long distances.
Yep.
So
Man.
yeah, that's inflated.
And that's the thing though, is they probably have obviously adopted that identity. They are scrappy. They like to play that way, and they are able to. Again, you're talking about an 8K lead that Blacklist International had. Most teams would crumble to an 8K gold lead.
Yeah.
I mean, most players out there, as we see Blacklist picks blue side.
Here
Hey,
we go.
we're all in blue, by the way.
That's the one.
Blue side, blue side.
Okay.
That's us. But that's the thing, man. All right. This is the buff. This is the incoming buff.
Yep.
From the Royal
I wonder
Duo
if that roar was going to be enough.
Those are 3-time MPL champions, former world champions, former teammates of a Blacklist International. But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing.
Tell me.
So far, the only true thing about this series is blue side wins.
Well, that's why
Fredrin's lost.
We are blue side.
Right? Yeah. Fredrin's lost. Moscov's lost.
You know, sorry, this is totally random. But why weren't we the blue suits and the Tagalog was red suits today? Blue side, red side.
Good question. But also, we are red side.
That's true.
Well, why didn't we wear the red suits and they wear the blue suits? Jokes aside, let's go ahead and welcome our viewers once again to join the guessing game. It's now available. Every match starts with the guessing game, and it's on the TikTok platform.
Yeah.
So make sure you head over to TikTok.
Come on, watch the MPL matches on TikTok and join the guessing game. Support your team, and you can get game points.
Yep. Go to TikTok. Go to the official MPL Philippines TikTok channel. And go ahead and click that button that allows for you to join. Again, it's at MPL-PH _official. The button will show up on the official live stream link. So you got to watch that and then click it from there. Support your team and win game points.
I wonder what the game points do.
It allows for you to
Support your team.
Yeah, like, what do you get? What do
game
you win?
points.
You get a bell if you get enough points.
Like, is that in-game game points? Like, what?
No.
Let us know in the comments, because I'm curious.
If
Like, what
you've
are game
tried,
points?
because obviously we've been on desk since this whole time.
we haven't.
We can't open.
We can't open our.
It would
our
be
TikTok
very
app.
irresponsible of us to just open it up while we're working here.
Yeah, so
for your
you know,
entertainment.
So yeah.
Let us know.
Educate.
Educate us.
For once.
For once. But again,
I take that back. Like, you guys are pretty smart. Like, some things show up only because I check the comment section and
That's true.
somebody reaches out to me on social media like, Leo, did you notice this? I'm like, no, I did not.
That's 100% true.
Yeah.
There are
Guys
some
are
very
smart.
smart people out there in the audience, of course.
Here we go.
And if you look at the draft recap
Look
here,
at
I'm
this-
sure those
look-
smart people were probably questioning
Look at this abomination.
some of this as well.
Leslie.
Why is Leslie an abomination?
No, I mean, usually in these situations, I would be the Akai, right?
You okay?
And I would be molding even before we got into the game. Like, why are you playing Leslie? Leslie's in the meta. And then, like, I don't know that it's Doming. And Miles on the Angela. So
He's just smurfing, so you don't know.
I think a big part of that is obviously, Doming also not just played the hero as is. He also did some adjustments. Like you mentioned, like the Endless Battle, he switched up into Endless Battle instead of going BOD.
an
Stuff like
economic
that.
decision,
Right?
I would reckon.
It's not something that anyone can play. It's
Yeah.
just Doming played it really well.
Yep.
Oh, man. We have had one hell of a series. 4 games back and forth, and it's come down to this for both these teams. Blacklist International, Minana Evos. It's come down to one single game, and we are now heading off into the drafting phase. Let's take a look here. Blacklist on the blue side. Are they going for the? Are they going for the Fredrin? It is open. Yep.
For sure.
All right. He says it himself. You see value in me? Yes, clearly we do.
Everybody sees value in you, Fredrin boy.
All right, so do they force the Moskov again? Do they go first pick Moskov?
Why not?
Yep.
Why not?
Do they go Moskov Novaria?
I had to check the bans, yeah. Yes.
Right?
At the same time, you also have to pick it up here because Blacklist has shown that they're very willing to also pick it up for themselves.
Yeah. More the Moskov. The Novaria, between that and the Vex, 4 out of 5 times, you always going to pick up the Vex.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
There's
so
also a chance of you picking up the Paramis, right?
Oh, wow.
Let's band out.
okay, they're going Barretts.
How about neither?
Vex.
They steal away the Vex!
Steal the Vex!
Okay. So far, Barat has lost against Fred, right? Like that's a proven matchup. Because again, Fred does not have any bad matchups. But the Vex steal, I bet this Vex is Coach Bosch. I was like, oh, yo, we didn't expect that.
We didn't expect them to attack Yue on the draft.
Yeah, because Yue is a comfortable factor for Blacklist. Like he's pretty solid. He's a foundation in their strategy, in their campaign in Season 13 so far. But now, what's the play?
Okay, the play here, I think because you have this mid lane locked in, do you want to go ahead and secure yourselves your mid lane as well? Giving you freedom to utilize that. That's going to be, all right, that's Edith. That's locked in. And the Moskov.
There you go.
Yes, of course.
Okay, Edith for Haji. We saw some amazing things from that in the previous games in the series.
Yeah.
Moskov being locked in once again for Oheb here.
I'm about 95%. I'm 95% sure this is not gonna flex.
The which one?
The Edith.
The
Yeah,
Edith,
yeah.
yeah.
It's likely on Haji. So now do we see Miles pick up the roam here? Something I've learned so far. The Minotaur's out there, by the way. Do you want a Minotaur?
That sounds like...
That's a huge.
That's a huge.
Okay, wow. I was going to say, a trend that I've seen from Minana Evos post-patch, again, their first time here on an MPL stage once more after the break, they're willing to flex on Miles now. They no longer have to babysit him in the draft.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then we were talking about, like, what does Minana Evos look like post-patch? It does show, like, they're more deliberate with their choices. They're not afraid of any draft, shenanigans.
And there's a lot of calculated risks that they're taking that more than half the time now, again, are paying off.
Interesting, too. So this whole series, we haven't been able to see the health curve pop up.
100%.
So 100% ban on that for now. No team wants to take that risk. And if you think about it, like at this point in Game 5, this is crucial. So far from what I'm seeing, it's more of let's go back to our basics, at least for now, at least for the first phase. And what kind of changes will happen for second phase? Like, that's where it happens. And when you come down to these last couple bans, of course, you want to focus and narrow things down for the mid lane. For Minana Evos, they go to Novaria. They're focusing on what roams could pop up again.
You see that? I love it. Coach Bonchan respecting what they've seen prior in this series. Folks, if you just joined us now, quick reminder, Minana Evos pulled off the double mage roam setup.
Yeah.
They put a Novaria on Spider Miles and then a Valentina on Lancey and won. So now they're like, all right, you know what? Maybe we should ban the Minotaur next. I reckon that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Minotaur just seems so good, especially against heroes like the Fredrin and maybe the Moskov.
Yeah.
Right? So you kind of have to disrupt these heroes the way that before they disrupt you.
Yeah.
Yep. And even if this is most likely an Edith on Haji in the roam, the onward is actually to your benefit. Like, he puts you in a position wherein you're better with the Minnow and Fury.
Whew. We'll see if that ends up being flexed or not, but still last ban here.
It's a Minnow ban. I think I heard Manjin say, yeah, it's a Minnow ban.
Yeah, it's a Minnow ban.
It's gotta be. Wait, do we see it from here?
Well, he says that.
Oh, no, we don't. We don't see it from here. It's on the other side. It's on blue side, folks, of the Champions Arena.
All right, so Minotaur definitely, like, we all put up really good points for it. Just do it, Bon.
Just do it.
Just do it.
No, they went Nathan.
Okay. So they're willing to let that through then.
You know what that means? A very tanky front line here.
That's amazing.
For Minana.
Most teams in Season 13 actually flex the roam as their last pick on red because you allow for, again, you're protecting what your roster can do, what your lineup can do. But here, even Domin can flex.
Domin could, if he wants to. But I don't know, man. At this point, it's the bans for the second phase worked out really well, and I think for gold lane matched up against the Moskov, it's like, do you want to just go the Klon? Do you want to roll that?
Again.
Oh no, he's gonna do it again.
He's on fire.
He's on fire. He's feeling
on
good.
Fire.
Okay.
100% win rate.
Not wrong. The numbers don't lie. Okay, so here we go. What's getting on Abun Jing Jing and what is going to be in US hands? Lilia's still out there.
CC is CC banned?
Lilia Gord. No, CC's actually open.
CC's available.
I'm wondering if too, like with that pickup, Leslie being picked up again, if for some reason we see the Edith flexed. Like, if that happens, right?
Yes.
We see Edward pick it up for some reason, maybe Haji. I'm still leaning towards Haji having that Edith. But let's exactly see what Blacklist wants to do here, dealing with this Leslie. So that is a Farsa. We're throwing it back.
I missed this hero, honestly, but...
And a Paquito.
And the back. There
All
you
right.
go.
Yeah, you know what? That's just going to burst the Leslie wide open.
Big burst. Champ stance in the champion arena.
Just find her and just pow.
Pacquiao.
At the same time, that's also a lot of investment
Terry
into
Bogard.
the Leslie. Terry Bogard.
That's right. Yeah,
it is.
It's a lot of investment on the Leslie, and now with this pickup, with these, oh dear Lord, with these two pickups in the last phase of the blue side for Blacklist, they're forcing Minana Evos to think twice about that Leslie pick. It could have been in that last pick, honestly.
It could have.
It could have.
Because this time, too, you don't have a hard guard to help you.
Or is it a trap? Minana wants them to over-fixate on the Leslie.
Is this a Florian? What is
that
this?
Angela?
Oh!
Lolita!
Wow!
Wait.
A Lolita, a debut pick in Game 5.
What's the Lolita here to block?
Against Moskov.
Moskov.
Normal attacks.
Number one, Moskov.
That's all.
Some of the projectiles from Edith and Farsa.
Yes.
Is it that bad?
It's too much. I think that might be an overload. I think that's overreacting. I don't know. The shield's just not the same as it used to.
Yeah.
It doesn't last as long.
All right, it looks like Minana Evos is confident with their roster
Let's see.
and their lineup. And this is down the wire. Again, just 0.30 between both roster lineup ratings. I'm not Vengeance Incarnate, but I'm wondering if the Barats can finally get one over the Fredrin, man.
Oh,
because
man.
both sides are pretty spicy.
We're going to find out here once again with a lineup from Minana Evos that you are not expecting. Can this be enough to pull them ahead and move on to the next part of the play-in stage? Or will Blacklist International be able to be the ones to turn things around and go on forward after what just happened in Game 4? It all comes down to this final game for Blacklist and for Minana Evos.
Only one may stand. Check out Spider Miles' concussive blast here, helping clear waves quickly. And Onyue, it's not the first Farsa of the regular season of the season, season 13 rather, but it's still rocking the usual Mage, Rupture, and then Wilderness Blessing. As for the Lolita, it's a whoa, interesting.
Yeah,
a
interesting.
support emblem.
Little regen focus there, and also cooldown reduction, right? You want to be able to go ahead, and that's one of the great things about Lolita is the CC potential.
Also, it has the favor boots, not conceal.
Heal?
Yeah.
Shields, right?
Because she has a
Yeah,
passive,
shields.
and then
the shield, yeah, the
and
shield
then she
heals.
can also do it. She also has shield on demand. Oh, all right.
Kaizen. He's not going to land that his tone is welcome, so just battling it out here. But yeah, that's it. I guess that you really have to just kind of see it in action, right? That's kind of what you're going to have to see, and that's why this is, in a way, it's almost a risk that Spider-Man locks us in, but maybe this is something they've been holding on to, and it's what better time to pull it through and see if it works out here for Minana Evos. And that makes it even kind of a little bit harder, I would say, for Oheb on the Moskov. Now knowing that if I enter into this fight on these crucial moments within a later portion of the game with the spear, even though I have a Purify, I have...
Whoa!
Hold on, Haji?
Yep, decision has been made onto the small Barats there, and Edward gets first blood. Instant activation coming in from the shot calls of Haji.
Joseph, you were saying?
Yep, and that's most likely going to be a turtle. But again, Oheb will have to work against the shields obviously being utilized with Spider Miles. That's just going to be objective for them. What a perfect hero. Oh, Doming still going to be alive.
Oh, wow. And then Oheb can just freeze here. Oh, no, he's just bum rush. I think he wants to go for plates. They're going to try to isolate Doming. Oh, just out of range. Just out of range.
Barely.
Whew, that's calculated. He knows.
Oh.
He's got to be that far away.
Look at all the gold on Oheb now.
Well, that's a lot.
There we go.
Oheb already picking up that first item. Wow.
Just a reminder that shield will break after taking 1,000 damage and plus 15% of the total HP of the Lolita. So it's not as good as before.
Look at the gold.
Obviously it reflects,
right?
But it's not the effect you're looking for. Anyway, we'll see how that looks later.
Thinking about how that... Oh, wait, Oheb.
Oheb getting dove in here. Luminal Blast just for good measure.
Good Purify.
He hit the P, man. He hit the P.
Yep. Good usage there, and so they get that out, 80 seconds before he has that next available to him. So he's got to be very defensive here. As you see a lot of this attention now on this bottom side to help Doming up. Again, that's kind of the job. It's like, all right, we have to almost emulate what we did in the previous game to allow Doming to scale up the way he needs to be. I'm wondering if his build path is going to be very similar that we saw in the previous one. Hold on.
And there you go, Blacklist. Think, you know what, maybe we can take this fight. And they are going to find Kaizen for their efforts.
That's a tight little corridor that even an early game Moscow would love. And this is straight up Ube again. In this 5-game series alone, I think Blacklist has gone Ube and turned the clock. I don't know if it's because of the presence of their former teammates that's allowing for them to do this.
Okay, this is, they go in again, Haji.
Go straight onto it. Oh my goodness, Doming didn't even last a second there. And it is only going to be a tower kill here for Minana. Oh my goodness gracious.
All right, we didn't check in on the XP lane as much, but looking at the XP, looking at the waves, and looking at how Kaizen tried to help Kirk, Edward's doing fine. Edward's actually winning this lane.
That's true. Doesn't need as much help as other lanes here.
Yeah, so that means he's bobbing and weaving between Kirk's full skill set.
Oh, look
right?
at this.
Look at this.
Gonna be jumping in. Edward, he's actually in a really bad spot here, but buys just enough time for his teammates to actually get that turtle.
Man, what a distraction he is for Edward on this Paquito. We've seen him do it time and time again, and in fashion this time around, of course. It's hard to really find a moment if you're Minana Evos when all these things, not just in one lane, but across the map, are falling apart.
And I think Minana Evos, I mean, I believe even in that position they could have killed Edward, right? But even that was a failed rotation. Even that was a failed attempt. So all the more Blacklist barreling on forward. 3,000 gold ahead. And a good chunk of it is on OHEB.
3,000 gold ahead. And with that, look at things falling into place here item-wise.
Dear Lord, 5 minutes in, approaching 6, and he's already got 2 core items.
Uh-oh.
And there you go. They're hunting for Kirk once more.
Oh, Kirk.
Easy killings, easy pickings, looking like it for Blacklist right now. Kirk had no opportunity to fight, even though he just actually built in his item.
And that's the danger of that Paquito locked in for Edward as well.
Kirk did not have Petrify off of cooldown. It was like 5 seconds off since he died. So something tells me he was waiting for that, and Blacklist timed well. Again, growing this lead, approaching 4,000 gold now. And the pressure doesn't let... Oh!
The Farsa hunting down that Leslie. It's a tale as old as time. It's happening here again.
It makes you wonder, going back to the draft again, they could have held off on that Leslie pick. And they locked it in that first pick of the second phase. And they're getting punished for it here. There are no areas to work on this bottom side. Doming again will be able to spot them out. But look at the turret. It's just going to be demolished by OHEB.
They're going stop to stop, man. It's a journey, it's a trip. And they're just taking pictures with turrets and then breaking them down. Something to note, Sensui just built his Guardian helmet, and that's going to allow for him to, unless he took fatal damage, to just keep going. Again, moving from stop to stop.
My golly. These feathered airstrikes are hitting like tanks.
Yeah, that's something you kind of forget. You don't see Farsa often anymore, but you remember real fast the burst damage, the big dam she provides.
And that's 100% turtle take rate for Blacklist in this final game, Game 5. Looking at the items once more. Oh!
Oh! Whoa! He's in there trying to look for trouble.
Wow, OHEB is up.
Fighting back here.
OHEB's up 2,000 gold, man. That's a full item.
Look up on the mid. Minana looking like they're ready to go for the kill. Kirk close by. Sensui dashes in on him though. And again, the crowd control chain. He can't move. Kirk can't cast the skill, man. What was that?
Nothing. Not an ult. Not a petrify.
Kirk can't play.
Let Kirk play.
Let Kirk play.
All right.
We need him for Minana Evos here.
Doming is so far behind. Doming can't farm, man. Oh, wow, the DG on you.
Oh, that is
He can
tough.
do it here.
Look at that.
Oh, my goodness. Look at the damage on the Lolita, even with the shields.
That is pure zoning.
The Lolita was an odd pick. Its first item, too, was a photo. I wonder what the game plan is here.
If you think about it, it's like, all right, we want shields, but what happens when there's just so much damage that the shields don't matter?
Yeah, Spider Mouse, unfortunately, very much a non-factor at this point.
And they just time it out. Look, they see the bulwark and they just let it go. Oh, Edward.
Catch Edward, though.
Edward.
How is he? Okay, he goes down to
Shaw.
Essence.
That's right.
And there you go. Everyone just make sure that they can protect Yue while he is on Feather Airstrike.
Okay, given the fact that this is a 6,000, almost 6.5 lead for Blacklist International, we cannot count out what happened in the previous game. They had an 8K lead, but this feels a little different this time around. This feels like a little more struggle for Minana Evos to actually pull this one on its head again, like pull it over in their favor. What is that going to take here? We know that they're massively behind on multiple fronts.
Yeah, again, given Minana Evos' lineup in Game 4, they had the out. The utility that their roster had was through the roof. They were able to scatter, disperse, and target specifically Blacklist. But now Minana Evos, they're all over the place in the wrong ways. They have good AoE fights because of the Lolita. They have target acquisition with the Yu Zhong. And it's so hard to be a Barat in the face of a Fredrin and a Farsa that can hold you down and kill you even before you see the artillery.
Yeah, Doming, it's so hard for people like Doming to actually get in a comfortable position because there's just no safe place for him.
Yeah, and that's part of it is like, for Doming this time around, you really don't have much except the flicker. And as soon as you use that, you're almost a sitting duck for them to take. So the amount of defense that Doming needs here is crucial. Now, if they get to this point where, okay, we're once again going to be in that position where we got to just defend in our base, somehow pull a miracle off with this lineup, then hopefully they're able to pull that off. But even this, Oheb picks up the hotspots. He now has that sustainability, that healing to help them out even further here. So already they prep up for a Minana Evos. Let's see if they can defend.
Down goes Feather Airstrike. Again, damage has been done, but this is going to be Kirk trying to cancel out the ult. And that's the classic interaction, right? You go in for the Black Dragon form and the Feather Airstrike, you cancel it out. But the push is already done here for Blacklist, it seems.
All right, good defense by Minana Evos. They're going to keep their inhibitors, and they're going to keep Blacklist International at bay, but for how long?
They're trying to get more.
Hey, they hold on.
Yeah.
Minana Evos is making it happen right now. Look at the damage.
Good damage.
Yeah.
And Yue back off cooldown here. This time around, does feel like Minana still packs a lot of punch here in this lineup.
All right. I'd like to mention something else that Minana Evos might have to worry about, especially since they're starting to be able to move out of their base, at least for now. Their vision comes at a very steep price. Spider Mouse has to be up close and also protect Doming. But again, we've made it a clear point that Doming is so good at protecting Doming that maybe he can be independent. But after that, the only other semblance of vision that Minana Evos has is Lancy throwing random skills into bushes. And then maybe, on another asterisk note, is Kirk with the Black Dragon form. But that means you spent your ult. So where do you go if you're Minana Evos? It's so tough to hold out. That means they have to, again, once more go into a defensive mindset.
Yeah, I'm thinking like another 8 minutes. 6 to 8 minutes for Minana Evos here, which might mean they give up even the next Lord, let that get taken, work in their base.
Which worked well for them in Game 4. So that means it's better if they make that decision now and play for that outcome. As for the other side, Blacks International, they have to understand that that's what Minana Evos is going for, and that's what will benefit them the most. Go for the juggler. Man, end it as quick as possible.
And with that, Lord's going to come up. He's going to go ahead and spawn Minana Evos. We saw them getting in position at least to try to have something to work with, but ultimately I just think, again, they go ahead, let that get taken, and get ready for this defense real quick. The Lord is going to be taken down. Of course, with the type of firepower and itemization that Blacklist has with a nearly 10,000 gold lead. So we'll see if Minana Evos has enough in the tank to defend once again at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's a lot of it is more on, is there a possibility of Minana making pickoffs here when everyone's inside the base? And what are the tools they have to make those pickoffs happen? A Turtle Guard, maybe a Numenon Blast Catch. Very conditional, right?
Yep.
Because you don't want to throw KZen in front.
Yes. If Blacklist gets picked off, whose fault is that? Blacklist.
Blacklist,
right?
yes,
Minana
exactly.
Evos has no way to displace heroes in a way that will not hurt them in return. So here we go. They're going to go for the break. Oh, something's going to give.
Yeah, something's got to give here for sure. Sensui is going to back off, going back into a defensive position. Edwards on top side. He is working on that turret. And the fight is still happening here. OM is going to be called out. And this time, Yue getting chased out by Kirk. This time, Haji. But the backup allows the kill to happen for Yue. And now, Minana are back on the defense, clearing that Lord, losing on 2 inhibitor turrets.
Still a 2 for 2. They lose to inhibitors, yes, but that just explains how well Minana Evos understand their defensive state right now.
Yep.
They took 2 on the way out in Sui and Oheb. And did not die.
They didn't lose. They didn't lose, and so that that kind of thing can happen one more time, I would say. And if it does slip through, but you see this, right? You see the damage being pumped out by Doming. As long as he is alive, he's working on the BOD, I believe, now. He's already got that, he's got the Berserker Shrew, he's got the Endless Battle, he's got the Sea Halberd, so BOD locked in will be a huge threat, unless he goes, of course, for Wind of Nature to deal with some of that defensive ability. But right now, this is crucial for Minana Evos. They have to stick together. They cannot let it picked off. They cannot deal with losing anyone right now. And you can see the shields provided with this Lolita, with that Flask of the Oasis as well. It could end up helping them, you know, sustain through some of that fights. And then that's where really the CC comes in. The Eternal Guard. Hold on.
Pretty big. You went for the bush check.
Y'all saw that, yeah?
Yeah.
That was a Queen's Wings on Lolita.
Queen's Wings
Can't
locked in.
confirm, yeah, it's
Your
real.
shields are huge.
The shields. Right oh.
And look at this. It's going to be another one charged up. Haji this time is going to be in trouble. Where's the backup coming in from Blacklist? It does not seem to be ready as Haji will fall to Doming. And Sui up on front has the ability to maybe pull off some good exit frags. Now it is going to be Oheb not able to get in position.
Team fight excellence from Minana Evos.
This is looking a whole lot like the makings of the previous game in a different fashion.
It's deja vu, folks.
Deja vu. What is going on here?
And where is that damage coming from? Y'all saw how when Kirk landed, you could have sworn he was going to die. He just, I don't know if he did it or if Lancey did it, chunked down the 3 members of Blacklist around him.
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
But they're going for it.
But they're going for it. And right now, it is going to be Blacklist this time around going in first.
Oh,
but look
Sensui.
at HP of Sensui not hitting anyone with the Freezer Wrap. That's Juggler down. It's 4v5. Kirk falls. Oh! It's a 4v4. Kazin gets that Lord. But the chase is on. Blacklist.
Oh, do they want to fight it? Oh, Edward's on the hunt.
Edward's on the hunt.
Abu Jingjing.
Abu Jingjing looking for Doming maybe.
Spotted.
But the Lord is going to be there.
He had the flicker. He was contemplating. But right now, they got to clear this Lord. They got to deal with it. Look at the damage. Woo! What?
That is spicy. Oh my golly.
Miles?
Miles in trouble here. Not having the shield up anymore. Crowd goes wild. And there goes the shielding and the healing provided by the Lolita.
Oh no, this is tough here.
I think
Evos
making the call.
I just making the call here. 4v3. Not much wave clear available for them except for Latsi. And Blacklist fans are roaring. And this time around, they are going to be the ones to push in into the play-in, furthering the attack.
And everybody on the Blacklist International side, the agents can breathe as it looked so close for them, but they will win the series 3-2.
GG well played for Minana Evos. The Hulk ball came out to support them, and it came so close, the wire. Could have sworn they were going to make Game 5, Game 4 all over again and upset the whole MOBB esports world.
You see UA?
It did feel like it, right? It did feel like it's Game 4 all over again.
Oh man, it did. It got so close. And even at the end there, when it looked like Minana Evos was going to be able to turn things around again, Spider Miles gets taken out. You saw the damage from the Moskov.
Too much.
Oh man, it came down to the wire here.
They went all 5 games, all the tricks up their sleeves. The silver bullet Leslie from Doming. Even the Lolita from Spider Miles, which it was so close to working out. And again, there was very little deaths on Spider Miles. I could have sworn I owe him an apology, but today only one team moves forth through the first round of the play-ins. Congratulations to Blacklist International.
Man, I got to take a breather for that. I was holding on the edge of my seat.
I could have sworn if Miles didn't die there, I could have been good.
Well, again, let's go ahead and throw it over on stage with our hosts Hans and Mara to hear from our teams.
Thank you, Minana Evos, for giving it your all this season para sa tagumpay.
Minana Evos, what is your final message? You're hearing the applauses from everybody in the audience. A final message for this season.
Ayun, yung story din, no? Before, kasi we're just manifesting and to be part of the pro scene, no? And sabihin ko na lang din, biggest inspiration namin talaga Blacklist. Bago pa kami nag-start, it's a huge privilege for us to fight in this huge crowd. Grabe yung energy. Sana nag-enjoy. Lahat na pumunta, sulit. Rooting for Blacklist. Thank you so much. Kay Trike. Andyan, tol. Ako, sobrang proud ako sa team. Bumiglas kami. Nalabas namin lahat ng kailangan namin ilabas. No regrets. Diba? Kaya sabi ko, thank you so much talaga sa mga nandito sa venue. And di pa rin, tuloy pa rin yun, pangarap. Thank you sa opportunity.
And thank you, Minana Evos. Tuloy pa rin ang inyong pangarap next season. Minana Evos, you may now take your bow. And your journey ends here. Let's give them a big round of applause, everybody. And now, let's call in the winner of our first play-ins, Blacklist International. Congratulations to Blacklist International.
First off, Sensui, I'm gonna give you the floor. Nagkaroon kayo ng 2 linggong break. Technically, all of the other teams had a 2-week break. Paano kayo naghanda to showcase this kind of play pagdating ng playoffs?
Nag-scrim na po kami, tas hindi na rin po kami nag-day off. Tuloy-tuloy lang po yung practice namin. Parang dinedicate po talaga namin yung 2 weeks para sa practice lang.
Practice, hindi ka what they wanted, Mara. Nakuha nila itong panalo nito to continue their run in MPL Philippines.
Oheb, congratulations! Now, we've seen a lot of Moscov in this series compared sa ating regular season. How good is Moscov in the meta right now?
Kasi parang yung nagiging meta kasi ngayon palakasan ng scaling eh. Kung sino yung mas malakas na scaling hero sa Golden, parang sila yung mas nananalo sa late game eh. Kaya parang naging meta si Moscov kasi maganda yung scaling niya. Nakakapalag siya sa mga scaling na Nathan at Kalod.
O tips naman para sa mga manonood natin.
Farm lang.
Farm lang. Farm lang yan. Yan ang sagot doon.
2 words. This time around, Haji. I think I don't need to say anything more, but I'm gonna ask you this question, G. With the gauntlet format, of course, you got the win today against Minana Evos, pero hindi pa tapos ang araw ng Blacklist International because in just a few hours or in a few minutes, kakalabanin nyo ang Fnatic ONIC Philippines. How is the team holding up after this win? Kamusta ang mindset ng team?
Siguro mindset namin ngayon, kailangan muna namin magpahinga eh. Nakapagod.
Napagod ka?
Oo, nakapagod.
Ngayon na nanalo na kayo sa inyong first match. Would you say na yung mga challenges sa shot calling ng regular season na-solve na ba? Ito na ba ang best mode ng Blacklist International?
Tingin ko kulang pa rin kasi nga yun nga, nagkaka-error pa rin kami ganun. Hindi namin masyado maklose yung game. So tingin ko may improve pa kami.
May improve pa daw.
I see it. Well, I just want to ask one more question from someone with a fresh cut, Edward. We see it. I think kita nilang lahat. Word. Now, I know you guys have played 5 games. Pero para sa'yo ba, how does this feel for you? Is this an advantage for you guys na meron kayong momentum heading into the game mamaya? Or is this the other way around or the complete opposite? What do you think?
Siguro, advantage kasi may momentum na kami tsaka nakapag-warm up na ng sobra para mamaya sa ONIC.
Seems like they're ready, Mara.
Edward, shoutout naman sa lahat ng mga agents here, lahat ng mga fans na nanonood. Shoutout!
Shoutout sa inyo, agents.
Congratulations once again to Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International. Moving on sa next round.
They're still in the running. And just like in Season 12, they want to make sure that they'll leave a mark. Same, probably a major lower bracket run.
And we're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go to our analyst, Ranmar Pasok.
Blacklist International advance to the next play-ins game. But before we talk about that, kailangan natin pag-usapan ano nangyari sa game number 5. And we have to start first with showing who the MVP is and discussing the key to victory for both teams. MVP, game number 5 is going to be you! 5-0-4, and you have to respect Blacklist International for taking it back to basics. There was a time where teams were thinking, ibalik nga natin yung Leslie, and then there was a time people said, pick na lang kayo ng Farsa, mahirapan ang isang Leslie. And we saw it from the rotations of Blacklist International. To put it simply, it's like Farsa going up against a Diggy. Every time may chance ka na makita mo yung Diggy, you pop the ultimate to force out the time's journey to clear waves. For Blacklist International, US assignment was simple. Pumunta ka sa gold lane, use the feathered airstrike para ma-zone out si Domeng, and to delay the farm of the Leslie as long as possible para makapag-ikot tayo as 4, as 5, so that Minana Evos will be busy trying to make a comeback with gold, maghanap ng farm. At yun nga ang nakita natin for the majority of the game. Especially in the early game, Domeng had the toughest time as a Leslie against the lineup with one key pick. That last phase pick, Farsa, paired up alongside the Paquito. Napredict yun ng mga casters on the Filipino broadcast, and they mentioned that the burst for the Leslie will be deadly kung maabot nila. And majority of the game, they don't need to worry because they have the Farsa with them. But then Minana Evos, kumapit sila. Their kapit gaming strategy that we saw. And even though merong Farsa na pwede magbigay ng daming hirap sa buhay ng isang Leslie, well, Minana Evos started dealing with the Farsa. And nararamdaman na ng Blacklist International yung damage ng isang Leslie. But as you look at the highlights, especially this key fight, we go and revisit the key to victory, the Infinix key to victory for both teams. Mahaba ang serye na to. This is a long series. Adjust and adapt accordingly. And that is the theme of the story of Minana Evos versus Blacklist International for this series. Both of them adjusted and adapted accordingly. Whether it's in the draft, whether it's in the picks, whether it's in the fights. And we saw especially in that last Lord fight, it really looked good for Minana Evos. Akala na natin this is their chance to take a good hold of the game to push out. But then, Blacklist adjusted and adapted to the positionings of Minana Evos, leading to Blacklist taking this at 17 minutes and 16 seconds. Rupture was the emblem talent picked up there by Yue. Of course, very traditional for a Farsa to pick up. And interestingly enough, in terms of the item build path, very unique. Prioritizing the Lightning Truncheon right away to get that cooldown reduction. And of course, the boots for magic penetration, rushing it into a Divine Glaive, knowing that may kalaban pa rin tayong Barats, we still have the Leslie and even the Yu Zhong to worry about. Dahil yung mga miyembro ng Minana Evos, specifically Kaizen, nag-prioritize siya na mag-build ng Athena Shield Sabi dito ni Yue, magbibuild na lang ako ng Divine Glaive kagad and then go into the Holy Crystal and then into the Blood Wings. That's why ang dami nagtataka, ba't ang sakit na ni Yue? Great itemization from Yue. Prioritization of items was correct for the mid laner of Blacklist International. 784 GPM for OHEB, and of course, the majority of the damage shared with Yue, 10,000 in the lead. But and I want to hammer this point on just how close this game was, especially there in the end. Kung mas linis lang yung approach ng Minana Evos in that final Lord fight, nakakahabol na sa damage ang Minana Evos. The Leslie and the Vexana together, they were starting to feel the pain and the damage of both. What a story and what a series to start off what we are labeling as the closest season so far. If you doubted that, you were just treated to a 5-game showcase of what it means to fight in MPL Philippines by Minana Evos and Blacklist International. One last bit, we have to revisit the heat map. Saan na ba yun? Heat map, yun, no? Late lang konti. It's the rotations of... Guess natin. Sino to? Yue? No. Haji. Rotations to ni Haji. Yue? Oh, it's Yue. Oh, it's there in the upper right corner. Yeah. So for the 5 minutes, Yue, you see here, he was everywhere in the map, prioritizing the objectives at the right time. Yung initial pick-off ng Blacklist International onto Kaizen by minute 2. The first blood of the game came from the fact with great rotationing there. But you look in the lower part of the heat map, there's more of it showing up in the gold lane. Again, that's because of the priority of Yue and Blacklist International to stop that Leslie. If that Leslie free farm, baka iba yung story ng laban natin. But what happened was, Blacklist International knew what they were up against, knew what they faced, and were able to take the cake. I also really want to commend Haji in this game. The Edith, the confidence, the parang major lack of hesitation on the side of Haji. You don't see him hesitate. He sees a play, he makes it. If he needs to commit the flicker, he will go for it. So, they went ahead and got it. What a series to start off the day, but again, we're not done yet. Because one of the newest organizations, Fnatic ONIC PH, will be facing up against this Blacklist International. So, just a quick checkup on the Champions Arena. Champions Arena, make some noise! Still going good. We still have one more series for the day. The final elimination match in this play-ins round. Blacklist International versus the newly minted Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And I am looking forward to see what else we'll see in terms of strategies, in terms of the drafts, and the gameplay. But before that, let's check up on our two hosts, for they will have a new segment for us leading up to MSC 2024. Mara and Hans, paso.
Welcome to See You on MSC, where we'll feature the teams from all over the world who have qualified for the upcoming international tournament happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
And our first stop is North America dahil ang kanilang kampiyon doon ay walang iba kundi ang Bloodthirsty Kings.
That's right. Now, Hans, look, we're seeing a lot of stats right here. Take a look at that. And everything seems to be impressive, especially the match and the game win rate.
We also have to take note of the hero pool na meron sila. They pull off heroes like the Alpha, Uranus, Hilda, yung mga kamakailan lang para sa atin sa MPL Philippines. Pero ngayon, hindi na natin masyado madalas nakikita. That's interesting.
That's right. And after BTK secured their slot for the upcoming MSC 2024, there's been a lot of talks that's noting that it's the return of the NA King, MOBA Zane. What do you think about that?
That's gonna be big. I mean, siya ang naglagay ng North America in the MLBB map by what he did kamakailan lang nung M3 World Championship. And I'm sure that this is going to be exciting, lalo na para sa kanya, heading forward to another international appearance.
Now, aside from him, who else do you think that we should watch out for?
Basically, we have to watch out for everyone. Because there's our fellow Filipinos, na sila Mielo at si Basic. And you also have to
Mielo,
take
yes.
note of Cole World na nasa roam position and also Mark Cutie in the mid lane. Those 5 are formidable and they really have to watch out for that.
Ang galing ng performance. Ang ganda talaga ng performance ni Cole World. Actually, yung mastery niya sa Kaja and Matilda, 100%.
That is mastery at its finest. And you also have to take note of the Fred rin, itong si Mobazane at 69% in 16 games. You can't really give a lot of objective-centric junglers to this guy, lalo na kung ganun yung kaya niyang i-pull off.
That's right. So we're definitely looking forward to the return of Mobazane in the international scene. Kaya for BTK, MSCU! Supportahan nyo ang ating top 2 teams ng MPL Philippines Season 13, our grand finalists en route sa ating MLBB Mid-Season Cup 2024 in partnership with Esports World Cup. Nagaganapin ngayong July.
Dahil maglalaban-laban ang napakaraming mga kupunan doon para sa life-changing na $3 million prize pool.
Now, the action hasn't stopped there. For more MLBB, stay tuned only here on MPL Philippines.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL-PH Season 13 action live at SM South Mall Events Hall in Las Piñas City. Get your tickets now via SM Tickets. Don't miss any MPL-PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL-PH on TikTok as well for more content. Don't miss the latest news and updates about the MLBB Philippine esports scene through our esports news tab. Visit the esports page on your MLBB app now and be a part of Lakas ng Pinas. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But, let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can.
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow. Those are a lot of apps.
That's fine. When you got power off, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool. Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi.
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, power off, magic data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today. Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But, let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can.
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow. Those are a lot of apps.
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data.
Gets na sila pa rin yung dalawang teams na like all out kahit yung MSC malakas na sila and all that. Pero to think na kahit nasa ibang bansa ka, parang palo ka pa rin. Like sure na may manonood sa'yo. Kasi legit yun eh. Pag grand finals, minsan pag mawawala ka ng gana ng manood. Pero iba dun sa kanila eh. Iba pag
Di ba na ano din kayo, may mga nag-watch party din nito eh.
Sobrang puno.
Ang lala nitong ano.
Kaya na nasabi ko, en grande. Kasi ramdam ko kahit nasa Indo tayo, Jin, alam kong sa Pilipinas.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PNNES Di mo matikin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, reunite with winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay na dito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas We are lacking every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Lacking every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the southeast So matawag proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay na dito Sa taas ganito kami siya pinash. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL-PH Season 13 action live at SM South Mall Events Hall in Las Piñas City. Get your tickets now via SM Tickets. Don't miss any MPL-PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL-PH on TikTok as well for more content. Don't miss the latest news and updates about the MLBB Philippine esports scene through our esports news tab. Visit the esports page on your MLBB app now and be a part of Lakas ng Pinas. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Walong kupunan nung nagsimula. Sinubaybayan natin ang kanilang mga laban. Nagpakita ng lakas. Sa loob at labas ng laro. Ngunit sa huli, 6 lang ang magpapatuloy sa laban. Sino ang magiging kampiyon? Sino ang tunay na magtatagumpay? Abangan ang huling laban para sa tagumpay.
Welcome back to the Champions Arena. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Hans Galeria.
And here with us to present the second play-ins match of the day, MPL alumnus Delar. Kamusta ka na?
Okay lang naman po.
Alam mo, you look like a teacher today.
Okay.
Very professional.
Professor Delar.
Oo nga, what are you teaching now?
Pinagandaan ko talaga.
Oh, he really prepared. Really prepared for this. Well, you know, today has been very exciting. It hasn't been this way when you were here, but now, for the first time ever in MPL Philippines history, gauntlet format na ang ating playoffs. And earlier, the 5th and the 6th place, they had to face each other. Blacklist International won in that best of 5 series. Pretty close.
Dikitan kung dikitan. And in addition, that is where I think the advantage of Fnatic ONIC Philippines will come in because they finished the regular season as the number 4 seed. Nagkaroon sila ng advantage of checking the games or watching the possible strategies na na-execute kanina nitong Blacklist International before they head on their match today.
That's right. Now, speaking of Blacklist International, against their match versus Minana Evos earlier, take a look at that playoffs bracket right now. Now, they're gonna be facing the Code Breakers, who will be facing Fnatic ONIC Philippines for Retribution, Redemption, and Salvation.
Retribution dahil sila ang nagkaroon ng hardships during the regular season because they want to make sure na makabawi sila ngayon. That's where the Retribution will come in since this is a chance for them to secure an upper bracket spot. But salvation will also be part of the essence dahil isa sa dalawang teams lamang ang makakapasok and get a chance to continue their spot in the competition.
That's right. Now, let's talk about the anatomy of our legend that's going to be coming up here right now, because we were talking about how they're going to be retribution, redemption, and salvation. Now let's talk about one of the legends for ONIC Philippines, and that is Kelra. Kelra has grown a lot over the season as a professional player, as a person. He also talked a lot about his motivation is his family. And you know, even the team has been so impressed with them. I mean, take a look at this graphics right now.
Being the gold standard, being a Filipino savage, you were definitely right na sobrang dami nang ipinangalan sa kanya. In fact, nagkakaroon pa nga ng mga moments na yun, yung unorthodox hero pool niya. The Freya, the Phovius, something we don't usually see in the gold lane. And then there's also the Moskov na ngayon ay patuloy na at slowly starting to come to a trend.
Now, for you, Dilar, what makes Kelra a legend?
Tingin ko kaya sobrang dami din ng mga hero pool niya. Tsaka isa rin siya sa mga gold standard kasi tawag dito, parang hindi siya natatakot matuto. Tapos kahit may mas malakas sa kanya, nagtatanong-tanong pa rin sa kanya. Nagtatanong pa rin siya sa malakas na player na yan. Yun yung maganda sa kanya. Kasi kilala ko rin si Kelra. Kung ano yung hard work niya, basta magtugma lang yung mga kakampi niya sa ginagawa niya. Kaya tingin ko siya yung isa sa gold standard din.
Gold standard.
I see that. And speaking of which, na-mention mo lahat ng mga bagay na yon. But in terms of this season, napakaraming malalakas na mga gold laners. For this season, even if they're in the 4th seed, ano sa tingin mo yung nagsiseparate sa kanya from all the other gold laners out there?
Tingin ko yung aggressiveness sa lane. Tsaka yung ginagawa niyang mga lead para makasabay sa kanya yung mga kakampi niya.
No, you have had a chance to play with Kelra in the past. Anong masasabi mo? What can you say about his evolution as a player?
Tingin ko yung maturity.
Maturity?
Kasi dati parang solo player yung galaw niya. Ngayon as team na.
Ngayon, nag-mature naman talaga si Kelra, and everybody can see that. Now, alongside Kelra is Escalera, another redemption-seeking Rookie of the Year that turned into a respected captain of the Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And you know yung mga coaches natin, si Coach Etomax, si Coach Why Not, they've been praising him for his contribution to the team's success this season.
In fact, during the regular season, we began dubbing Escalera as the magician dahil sa dami ng kanya ilalabas na tricks and also the hero pool. Mind you, I'm talking about the hero pool dahil siya ang ating leader in terms of the most heroes used this season. Hindi biro yung kanyang pinaita doon.
Napag-usapan natin si Kelra. Para sa'yo, what makes Escalera a legend?
Si Escalera, kilala ko na yun dati pa lang. Bago ako naging pro player, ayun yung nakakatapat namin nila Venus dati sa mga barangay tournament. Sobrang dami niya talagang hero pool. Kaya dati pa lang, pag nagda-drop kami, kay Escalera rin kami nakatutok. Kaya siya rin kasi parang as a captain ng ONIC Philippines ngayon. Sa kanya talaga nagdidikta yung yung mga play nila.
Alright, just a quick one. Gaano ba kahirap maglaro ng sobrang daming heroes on a competitive level here in the pro scene?
Sobrang hirap, lalo na ngayon sa season na to kasi hindi pwedeng kulang ka sa hero. Kailangan marami ka talagang hero para hindi ka makaka-apekto sa mga kakampi mo kaya sa gagawin yung team play or sa drop. Mas madali rin isip din ng drop yung coach.
Season 9 kayo nagtapat ni Escalera. Naalala mo pa yun? So what can you say about his evolution? I mean, he was rookie of the season back then. How much has he improved? What can you say about that?
Tingin ko, same pa rin nung level yung pag-iisip niya tsaka yung mga ginagawa niya. Talagang na-highlights lang talaga ngayong season.
At saka alam mo, ngayon, pag-usapan natin itong matchup ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines and Blacklist International. Sa franchise history natin sa MPL Playoffs, nagtapat sila twice. And both times, tinalo ng Blacklist International ang ONIC. Do you remember that?
Yes po.
Oh, Okay, take us through if you remember that.
Naalala ko talaga yun.
Oh,
Pinaalala ko pa talaga.
kwento.
Ang best kami tinalo.
Oh, kwento mo kung ano nangyari doon sa mga hindi nakakaalala.
Sa ano pa lang eh, simula nung lumipat yung sila B, nung sa Blacklist, doon nagsunod-sunod na yung talo namin eh. Tapos pag nakatapat namin sila, parang kryptonite talaga namin. Kahit nung season 8, nung win streak kami, pero pag sila yung katapat namin, napuputol yung win streak namin.
You know, which is the reason why ito ang pagkakataon at ang tsansa ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines to be able to deal that redemption against Blacklist International and maybe turn history around once in a while.
Oh, oo nga. Alam mo, tingnan na natin kung marirepeat ba yung history or will this be redemption para sa Fnatic ONIC Philippines. At sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, you can watch the playoffs of MPL Philippines live here at SM South Mall.
Ticketing only starts at 100 pesos. Kaya punta na kayo dito dahil mas lalo kayong makakanood ng intense matches natin here in MPL Philippines.
Bago tayo pumunta sa ating laban, Jelar, prediction muna tayo. Ano sa tingin mo yung mananalo? Sino? Ano, magiging 3-0 ba to? What do you think?
Ikaw muna mag-predict, Mara. Baka mabasya ko eh.
Nako! Okay, feeling ko, game 5. Katulad kanina, game 5.
Sa akin yung pagkaka-analyze ko eh. Pag nanalo yung Blacklist ng game 1, tingin ko ano yan, 3-1 yan, tapos Blacklist yung panalo. Tapos kapag dikit lang yung laban, tingin ko Blacklist pa rin, tas 3-2. Pero honest yun honest lang. Depende kasi eh. Ang ganda kasi ng laruan tsaka ng drop ng Blacklist nung laban ng Minana eh.
Titignan natin kung magkakatotoo ba ang ating prediction. Kaya simulan na natin ang ating laban ng Blacklist International and Fnatic ONIC Philippines.
This is now time. Will it be redemption para sa Fnatic ONIC Philippines or will it be Blacklist International once again?
Casters, pasok!
After 5 intense games to kick us off for the playoffs, they have to do it again. It's Blacklist International and, of course, Fnatic ONIC Philippines to head off into battle once again. Welcome to the English Desk. I'm Naisu, this is Rockhart and Leo, and we are in the Champions Arena. How we feeling?
To be honest, a little out of breath still from that previous series where a lot of people swore that was a 3-1, but
that's true.
Minana really brought the game to Blacklist.
That makes two of us, but that's a different story for Blacks International, which is about a hand's length away from me. I had a conversation with Dilar prior to going on here, and he said if you go 5 games in a series that starts the day, you go in, all the better. Like, this is good for Blacklist.
Well, let's find out. Let's welcome the Marshals out on stage for us once again to bring us into the match for the fairness and integrity of the game. It's our boys Jeff, Chico, Patrick, Wilbert, and they are ready. They're locked and loaded. Let's go ahead and welcome the teams out onto the stage.
The Super Fam made their goal clear to win it all. The first step to redeem their loss against the team that eliminated them last season. Is it upper bracket time for Fnatic ONIC Philippines? It took 5 games to break the code of Minana Evos. The Super Family are hell-bent to win it all. Will they be their own salvation from elimination? Truly top tier. It's Blacklist International! This legendary duel between old rivals, Fnatic ONIC Philippines, Blacklist International, will be coached by Coach Why Not on the side of Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And for Blacklist International, Coach Bonchan. This match is the final elimination match of the play-in round. The winner advances to meet Falcons AP Bren. The loser goes home. Champions Arena, make some noise for these 2 legendary squads.
And there we have it. Can we just say, whoa, those jackets for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And now, speaking of, let's take a look at the lineup here.
It's Kelra, King Kong, Super Friends, Gem, and Escalera. I'm not going to lie, I did spend a bit of time with this team during the break.
Oh, you
and
did?
The pre-patch meta was something that they're comfortable with. That's where they went in deep, a win streak in the regular season. But after that, it shook them to the core. So that's what they're dealing with now. They're looking to recover here in the playoffs.
Let's find out if they do. Once again, let's welcome out Blacklist International.
Blacklist International obviously has had a pretty rough series. I did have a talk with a few of their members, especially Trike. He said, you know what, we'll smile a little bit, but we can't really smile all the way, so we know we can still go home after this.
It's not the member, he's the boss.
Well, good point.
He's the member.
One of the executive members. Whatever.
He's the member. That's
All
who
right.
he is. And, you know, as we take a look at the head-to-head here, again, hey, if you joined the last series, you were on the edge of your seats to that game number 5. And I'm sure that, you know, Blacklist International will take a lot that they learn from that. And you also have to keep in mind that, hey, they have momentum right now. That's one thing for sure. Going 5 games in a series,
right.
taking a little break, refresh the best you can, and then jump back right into it. ONIC Philippines, on the other hand, Fnatic ONIC Philippines, they got to build back up here.
Now, quick take on the stats you just saw. In the regular season, at their prime, Fnatic ONIC PH is super aggressive. They like to take games quick. They like to take objectives right after. And here now in the playoffs, after they've reconciled the relationship with the metagame and the patch, I don't know where they're going. I don't know what kind of play they have, especially with Escalera, the magician, at the lead, one of our legends in the making, going up against Haji, who has clearly, if you didn't watch the series prior today, I'm going to tell you all about it now. He has shot calling down pat.
Shot calling is going to be super important for both of these teams as they approach. Again, we saw what Haji, you know, was able to pull through, especially from the previous series. And I think that's one of the big questions is really for Fnatic ONIC Philippines here is, yeah, what are they bringing to the table this time? This is a team that innovates well, and let's take a look exactly what they have to do here with Infinix keys to victory, Leo.
All right, Fnatic ONIC PH surprise Blacklist, because they don't know what you're cooking. Again, the patch was not kind to this team, and Blacklist can only do so well to ride the momentum, adjust and adapt to what they've learned from match number 1 and bring it on here. And for both of them, hey, just remember, no pressure. It's just do or die. Strengthen your mental fortitude, because really, at the end of the day, your biggest enemy is yourself. So make sure that all these voices, all of these thoughts, you silence them and you make it through to win this series.
It's do or die. And
No big.
No
Biggie.
big.
Just,
You know, don't worry about it. It's you kind of just have to look at it as one game at a time for both these teams here as they head off against each other. And I think number 1 specifically is to see, yeah, what has been cooked in the oven from the super fam, right? Fnatic ONIC Philippines, aside from the announcement that, you know, surprised everybody, aside from that, what have they prepared for this playoffs? Because remember, they are the team that brought a ton of debut picks during the regular season. A lot of things that kind of even shaped away the meta that was eventually set in for us. And we have to see exactly what they have up their sleeves this time around against a team, like we said, who already has some momentum, of course, for them. So again, we can't wait to see it unfold here. And we have more goodies in store for all you guys watching with us, whether that's on YouTube, whether that's on TikTok, whether that's on Facebook. Keep an eye out for our special awards for you guys, because right now you guys can go ahead and head over to TikTok and go and grab the TikTok goodie bag lottery.
Yeah, all you have to do is go to TikTok, open the MPL Philippines TikTok channel, that's at MPL-PH_official, and then click on the official live stream. Once you're there, you will see banners on maybe the upper left of your screen, or you know what, you're also looking for that MSC logo somewhere there.
That's the Matanglawin channel.
Yeah, I can't even attempt that word, man. What does that mean?
Matanglawin.
Eagle eye.
Eagle eye.
Matanglawin.
Matanglawi. Look at my Filipino tongue. Matanglawin.
All right, I only have half a Filipino tongue. mine's only half. You know, so, but yeah, keep an eye out for that as well. Diamonds, of course, up for grabs. FNOP is going to go ahead and go for the blue side. FNOP. We got to get used to that, guys.
Check it out.
FNOP.
100% blue side wins.
Wait. Yes.
Wait, yes.
100% blue
Today
side
in the
wins
playoffs,
today.
that's right.
Huh.
That's interesting.
That
Why do you
is
think
very
that is?
interesting.
We've gone full circle. We've returned to the state of the metagame in week 1 of the season.
Yeah.
And blue side now has an unhealthy win rate.
Well, let's see. I
Yep.
think most of it boils down to just that swing, right? That last swing has caught a few of our games by surprise.
That's right.
in the
Red
previous.
side flex pick, last pick, is not as strong anymore. I think we've come to the point where the patch has been solved, and it comes down to execution. And when two teams are equally matched, especially when it comes down to the wire, whoever gets the better draft at the start is usually who comes out.
So, like, so far, what do we define as the better draft? Fredrin?
Yep. Well, number one, whoever rocks the Fred.
Yeah.
Fredrin.
That's number one.
Moskov.
Next is whoever gets their hands on the Moskov or the Harith.
Okay.
And then Matilda is also still 100% contest rate.
Yeah.
And any game that has Angela, if I'm not mistaken, also won. So if you can put Angela on the hands of Super Friends, then maybe we can get cooking.
Is Fredrin 4 out of 5 today in the games today?
Yeah, I got banned in one
Oh,
game
you got-
last
yeah.
series.
So
Yeah.
free wins, 1 loss.
Correct.
All right.
And with that, this is, of course, King Kong we have to talk about,
Yep.
right? So I feel like there's... Now, I don't know if this will happen with these two teams, of course, going against each other, but again, we didn't get to see Helkert at all. So he's probably either still perma-banned.
Yeah.
I'm just going to assume like he's just taken out every single time by a team because they don't want to deal with it.
But here's the thing. I'm not exactly sure what the numbers are, but Helkert usually sees bans in the second phase.
Yeah.
So if I had this conversation backstage. If ever there's a team I think
risky enough
in the playoffs, that's
risk
risky
it.
enough, that's bold enough,
first pick
to play the Helkert,
boldness
is going to be Fnatic ONIC PH. It's
you think it's them?
That's, I mean, Escalera. You saw Escalera 0 pool, bro.
I was going to say.
Oh, my goodness.
It's deep.
Jojo has 14 heroes.
14.
Make that make sense. 14 heroes in the roam role. He did not switch roles all throughout season 13, ladies and gentlemen. He has just played roam role, and he has 14 unique heroes picked.
And what better hero to add to that than the Rome Helkert?
That sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun.
If they want to go that route, right? But that's the other thing, too. Like, considering the fact that jungle-wise, King Kong, yes, he's opted for these utility junglers that work out well for them, but he plays them very aggressively, and I think when you're matching him against Sensui, that ultra instinct that we talked about even before, we saw the statistic for Sensui having the top steals for Lords and Turtles. King Kong, on the other hand, is one of those junglers who he is also very aggressive and actually can steal quite a like big moment objectives, you know. And with that, I'm just wondering if he actually opts for something other than the Fredrin, the Barretts. What else do we see often?
The Baksha.
The Baksha. Martise, once in a while, like you like to call him, you know. And
it's the right way.
Yeah, that's the right way to do it. Actually,
I thought it was
Martise.
I was gonna say,
There's a silent S and E.
is it actually? Yeah. You know what? I'm going to believe the guy that calls Arlon Arlo. And, what was the other one earlier? Roger. What did we?
Hey, I never said that.
Roger?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Roger.
Roger.
How do you
The
say
Roger.
Johnson?
Huh?
How do you say Johnson?
Johnson.
Ah, man.
Luckily, we haven't seen any Johnson.
Hey, but wait, we have seen the real life Johnson.
That's right. There is a Johnson
8 foot
cosplayer
tall.
roaming around the Champions Arena Activity Center outside.
Yeah, I give him props for that. But let's go ahead and jump into the draft here for this matchup. Again, do or die. It's Fnatic ONIC Philippines versus Blacklist International.
You know what? We're going back to King Kong here. You guys mentioned the Baksha, the Fredrin. Bro, Fanny has to be banned out against this guy.
Whoa.
These are things that we have to think about.
Check it out. It's Fnatic ONIC PH on the play. They ban out the Arlet, the Benedetta, and the Kaj. And then Coach Bonchan does a sensible thing of taking out the Harith. And of course, the Angela and the Matilda. Do they go Fredrin here?
It's open.
Faramis is also open, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say.
I think it's easier to go that mid and roam route, mid and roam prio picks. So you can try to...
It's not him!
It's neither of them!
What?
All right, there you go.
It's got to be the team that debuted the Lo Yi, of course!
All right. It's fallen into place.
That's Prince Ramirez.
Yep. And that means it's open now for Sensui to get his hands on. But is that what the Fnatic ONIC Philippines wants?
Exactly. Do they expect the Faramis Fred? That's a devastating combo.
Yeah, Fredrin obviously is going to get picked up. That's a good one. Faramis is that? That's not. Like
We've never seen these two heroes open at the same time during the two-pick swing.
Too many things open.
Okay.
Edith is the pick. All right, that's not bad. Then again, still possible to go in the hands of Edward here.
All right, no rush. I understand.
Yeah.
There was no rush to pick up the Faramis, so that's fine.
Now Akai enters the scene.
The Akai's locked in, so they go with that. What's the next option here
I
going to
think
be?
the Akai is a better answer to the Fred than the Baksha.
And, you know, it's great when you don't have to worry about a Kaja, which they banned out. Because remember, from the previous series, that's what we saw. We saw the attempt to get the heavy spin on into at least the vicinity to have the retry battle go on. But when you get pulled by the Kaja, you have no hope.
That's it.
That's it. So there it is. Claude going to be locked in as well.
Classic Killer hero. You know, all you have to do, technically, if you're in a team with Killer, is just allow him to just survive the laning phase, maybe 8 minutes.
You know what I call that, Rockhart?
What?
I know I've said it on the desk
It's
with
a
you couple
GLE.
times. That's right. That's the gold lane experience.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The GLE.
Enjoy.
And what's amazing about Kelra's time in Fnatic ONIC PH is it's very different from his previous team. With his previous team, it was like a 95-5 split on effort.
Yeah.
This time around, I'd say he's sharing a good amount of the pressure with Super Prince, with Escalera, with King Kong.
Everyone.
And then you have the Silent Worker in Gem, right?
It's like evenly distributed.
Exactly. So ideally, it's like a 60, 20, 20, you know what I mean? It's
evenly distributed.
It's still on Kelra, but here we go. Closing up the first phase for Blacklist, of course, it's US signature Vixana. And there's the Hellcurt. All right, no shenanigans. No shenanigans.
No shenanigans today, my friends.
Man, there's going to be one team that just picks it up first pick. I have a feeling through playoffs. Someone's going to do it. Now, these last bans, wow, interesting, too. They actually take out the Ling ban. They know, hey, this is King Kong.
And it's not beyond Escalera to just go ahead and say, you know, give me a guy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, this is so much fun, man. If you're drafting against it, though, obviously it's a lot of pressure. Because, again, Fanny is still pretty much a thing.
I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but this is the most, I feel like, healthy meta we've had in a while. If not, I don't want to say like forever, but
You
for
don't
a while.
you don't want to be absolute about it. Yeah. I will agree with you.
Like there's
a
so
Moskov.
much room for flexibility.
I'll agree with you 90%.
All right,
because
90.
mid sucks.
Yeah, okay, mid. As a mid player, you know.
Right? Even your favorite hero doesn't see play anymore, dude.
Hey, once in a while, man.
Right?
You know?
Yeah, but I agree. There's so many heroes all across the board, so many viable strats that can actually win.
Yeah.
So now going into the second phase, obviously the Moskov has been banned out. What else? So maybe now. All right, there's a Nathan. All right. I was going to say maybe now we see the Roger, but never mind.
Isn't that weird? We haven't seen the Roger who
All
has
day
performed
long.
so well, especially in the regular season. Right now, he's just kind of not there.
Whoa.
It's very tanky frontliner, and of course,
this is tankiness.
Tankiness AF.
Yeah, and this is a Gem signature Terizla. So a good amount of the damage comes from, again, Kelra, a little bit from Prince. Again, that's going to hurt when you're able to stack those, again, a mage's equivalent of free hits. Of course, just the amount of utility. Like, this lineup can actually do anything it wants. Isolation, CC, re-engage.
Travel.
It can also go anywhere it wants.
Vision.
Yeah.
Diversions. But here's what's scary about it, is you're going up against a team that's so well-rounded and that has synergy through the roof, and that's Blacklist International. I wonder what else they have left in the tank. What are they going to put in the hands of Salik Imam?
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
All right. That's a
Edith.
X-Borg? X-Borg.
X-Borg in the XP lane.
That's right.
All right, that's pretty, I guess that's focusing more on survival, making sure that you don't get beat down on lane.
I feel like doesn't this also just dunk on Terizla in the lane?
Yep, and it ruins the off-of-fighting experience of the Akai and the Grok. I hate it. As a utility main, like I like these chunky heroes.
Yeah.
I always just ban out X-Borg,
Right.
like, no question.
He's usually just banned out. But this was a great draft. I feel like on equal sides.
That's
like
right.
they both are very strong, and we'll take a look at exactly the rating for both of them. But really, there's so many tools that both these compositions can use from start to the end of the game. And I think that's where you have to kind of consider the fact, like, how early do you want to end the game here if you're either of these teams? And also when it comes to scaling, because we know what also Nathan's can do late game, man. Like how much damage they're able to output here, how much even, Claude takes a while to build up, but okay,
that's probably
that's probably not right, obviously,
not right.
as we see the values there. So we're going to make our own
Math is hard.
rating.
Math is hard.
Math is hard, especially when you already went through a 5-game series.
Yep.
True.
Right? Utility-wise, again, what you're capable of and the tricks up your sleeve, hands down, Fnatic ONIC PH. Like, I'm not even going to question, like, what kind of damage they can do. Again, the coverage that they have. But when it comes down to simplicity and just execution,
yep,
I got it for Black.
That's true. Like literally everything is just you press an ult near someone.
Yep.
So many things happen, and make sure that Oheb doesn't die. Sounds like an easy plan.
Just make the call.
Honestly, although I like the export pick itself,
yeah,
I am very 50-50 on it in the hands of a guy like Edward. I feel like you have to utilize the mechanics of a person like Edward.
I agree.
That's a little wasted on an export.
Yeah, there's
it's like
so
how
much.
How Edward can you do a last insanity? You know what I mean?
So, there's so
like
much.
that's about it.
about
That's about
it.
what he's got.
There's
But
so much Abun Jingjing can do, man.
we'll
There's
see.
only so much, right? Like the range that you can control the flames.
Yeah, because
What
like
is that?
if you miss the positioning on the last insanity, and I'm assuming he has a flicker too.
Yeah.
Like, what do? You can't do Edward things after that. Or maybe he can. Maybe he's going to prove us wrong, right? I think
Hopefully.
either way. So we're going to have a little troubleshooting here on Blacklist International side as they get us situated. And another good look at what we opened the day with. If you guys missed I don't know what to call that, champions ceremony? the change of the champions
the
arena.
trophy laying ceremony.
The trophies.
Let's just call it the flex, huh?
yeah. Let's call
Let's call it what it
an apple
is.
an apple.
Oh, LFG
Abu Jing Jing.
looking for group. If you guys get the reference, I know you play the games that I play.
Oh my gosh, they're praying to Saint Chantel here for a game 5.
Oh man, of
Seriously.
course.
Oh, that explains everything. It's Chantel.
All right, so one more look at the draft again.
Chantel and Brigida's here.
It did go by quickly. Oh no, that's why.
On point.
Now
Camera knows what's up.
Burrito's here too. Come
Burrito?
on.
And is that Coach Midnight?
Coach.
That was Coach Midnight.
Coach Midnight
of BTK fame.
BTK out
Coach
there?
C9 Midnight?
Hey,
Possibly? Oh, sorry.
unconfirmed.
Unconfirmed.
Yeah,
Rumors.
I do hear he is also a caster in his free time.
Is he?
Only on Saturdays.
On occasions.
Yep. Okay. So again, one more look at the draft. Again, folks, the reason why this is how we break down the draft is because, yeah, conceptually speaking, on a role-per-role basis, Blacklist has such an easy time at executing, right?
Yep.
Look at the space that the Vexana has, the burst in CC she has, compared to the Lu Yi that you have to coordinate, that you have to set up to find those angles with. But now that we introduced the angles that Fnatic ONIC PH can attack from, they have that in spades. They're just so versatile.
It's that versatility that is going to work in their favor if, again, depending on especially how the early game goes. And when I'm looking at early game potential, I think the amount of CC available to Blacklist International, I'm talking about the Eternal Guard alone. Eternal Guard, the Edith.
Whoa. I don't think you can do that on.
Oh,
yes.
well, it's basically our
They're
Santa
not
Claus.
playing, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. But, no, going back to it, I think the early game pressure is going to be great here from Blacklist lineup. We'll see how it all turns out. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second match of the day. One of the teams going home here, Blacklist International, or Fnatic ONIC Philippines, as they get us situated for game number 1 in this best of 5, a do-or-die situation.
All right, that's a purple start for both of our junglers, and there's very little leashing, to be honest. There's a babysitting cooperative here down bottom for Kelra, and yeah, this is going to be tough for OEB. They're going to space him out. Look, you can't even farm.
Oh, that's actually huge. That's probably one
He
minion
missed out on
denied.
so much.
As long as he gets the gold cart, he should be fine. But yeah, that's a pretty good start here. And obviously, we haven't seen what Super Prince can do yet. You don't want to group up in mid as much because you're going to get duality procs over and over.
All right, and what makes it worse, especially here in the first few minutes of the game, is there's a Master Assassin on the young Dwayne Pilas. That Claude is rocking Master Assassin. So unless they send someone home down bottom to protect Oheb to help him out, it's going to be tough for him to farm.
Okay, and with that, this little bit of poking going on here too, and I think that's right. You got to put Haji here, so of course Oheb doesn't continue to get bullied. Of course, they'll have to go ahead and rotate. That's good reaction.
Y'all saw that. It was anime-esque.
Anime-esque. But hey, both that lane, both the gold laners here, of course, in a way, want that gold lane experience.
Yeah, for the meantime, obviously, we haven't seen any big King Kong movements yet, but expect that to happen, to change soon, as we are going to see a very, very quiet start to the turn.
This is, hold up.
Look at that poke.
Oh, Ragar, we're out.
All right. Edward now hits level 4 first before Gem. Here's the thing. This is a relatively more quiet game and maybe series compared to how Blacklist and Minana went at it. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They were going for kills minute 1.
That's what I said. Oh, hold on. Jump in.
Starts off with the penalty zone and the wild charge.
Whoa!
Haji, they take care of Imam, and he goes down for first blood. Not to mention taking that turtle on the way out.
Good start there. They get the objective. They get the kill for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And with that, too, you can see this. Even Kelra still really trying to dominate this lane against Oheb, but that's a great start for Fnatic ONIC.
I got to give it to Escalera. He went for Haji. He knows he's the more valuable target in that moment.
And why, right? You usually say, oh, no, it's supposed to be Yue. It's supposed to be Sensui even. No, at this point in the game, it's Haji who has 2 free CCs that are non-ults. So if you take that down out of the equation for Blacks International this early on, then you're in for an easy turtle take. That's what happened.
That's true.
So at this point, and we were talking about this before that turtle fight broke out, it's been relatively quiet, but now with this bit of a lead that they already have, you can see how much they want to move it around the map. Not to mention, hold on, Kelra.
This time around, it's going to be Blacklist or being very proactive, trying to get some damage onto Kelra here.
We're out of here.
Big movement, special delivery all the way back to the bottom.
You see the mastery on the mechanics on the Filipino Savage? He could have panicked and pressed the Purify, but he's like, nope, I know I'm not going to die.
Yeah, I can walk.
Understands the limits.
Yeah. And even on the diversion, he knows that he could have gotten swung at by the Eternal Guard. And he's like, nope.
Yeah.
Prince says, we're going to get out of here.
That's
we're fine.
Mastery and knowledge of your opponents, the cooldowns.
Game sense.
It really does form together into a really good package that makes the Filipino Savage who he is.
Yep, well, which makes this matchup all the more, again, hold up.
Oheb getting the lockdown here from all angles. Gonna go down once more to Escalera's power here. And no one can walk out easy. Another Guardian's Barrier popping up. Slow down UN Haji.
And they just walk out like that?
Like, that was so many things thrown at Oheb that even the entropy wasn't enough to save him. Oh, go in again.
Full comm calculated. Kelra goes down through the guard.
They get payback.
All that he took.
A moment of vulnerability. It seems like Kelra may have forgotten where he was.
That's a moment. We overestimated the amount of power they have, but here comes Gem, diving in with penalty zone. Haji's on the side, already on Primal Wrath. Good damage all across the board. Relatively safe, still gonna come out with the turtle. No contest.
Objective secured. Again, great positioning here. If you just watch Fnatic ONIC Philippines and the way that they move around the objective and even force Sensui, again, on a Fredrin, who is known for being able to dance, was not able to get in position that they wanted to for that. So now, 2 objectives in their hands. And Blacklist, although they found at least, Kelra earlier on, we'll see how they respond to this. How have the items fallen into place?
All right, so far you got about 200 gold up on Kelra. I'd say that's just under significant, right? Like it won't really matter up until I would say if they take this down, then that's gonna matter. All right.
That matters.
He understood the pressure of what went down about a minute ago. And he's like, I have to make up for it. So with that said, I like that Gem also picked up the Radiant Armor. I think Escalera and King Kong should also beeline their way into building Radiant Armor rather now than later, right? Because that's what? All magic for them.
Oh my goodness, look at that! 3 people being knocked around there by King Kong's heavy spin, and now he's going to be one who is answered immediately.
Oh, they jump in!
An all-in double kill for Super Fritz.
That's a twofer. That's a trade, Sensui and Haji for King Kong. And I reckon King Kong could have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that wall. If not the wall, I'm not so sure if the Ursa was still there. Oh, the headbutt! Edward! Big damage! Delay damage!
Oh! Revenge! Jeez Louise!
And they say Gem is the weak link. And they say Gem is the weak link.
How about them?
That's the body of Gem.
The body of Gem.
The BOJ.
The
BOJ.
Folks, on record, Gem is currently the oldest active MLBB player in MPL Philippines Season 13, and his mechanics are up to par against Ancient Zero.
Yeah, you got to feel good about that if you're Gem. And now with that, look at the lead that they have for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And with that, they're going to go ahead and just grab themselves another objective. There's no contest that can happen from Blacklist International for this. They got to get prepped and ready for the Lord here, 2 minutes away.
7 minutes in, about 3,000 gold ahead. Fnatic ONIC PH. Can I just say, and I say this on behalf of all of the MLBB fans who are specifically watching MPL-PH season in, season out, I gotta say, I am at home. This is the familiar pace and the macro that the Philippines is known for. It's a game of inches. It's a game of small objectives and little kills where it matters. Because look at that! They know that they don't need to kill anyone from Blacklist to take that tier 1.
They don't have to fight if they don't want to. And a lot of times they're actually just responding to the attempts of Blacklist. And usually it's Fnatic ONIC Philippines that's pulling out on top right now. Kelra gonna check that, spots him out, and even
so much
off.
damage going into the body of Oheb has. Use entry to get away.
Haji.
And now Haji, the pressure, gets taken up and overwhelmed by a Fnatic ONIC.
Escalera saves Kelra.
That was a layered engage into a re-engage, into a retreat, and they're not even done!
Yeah, they're going straight up to that turret, get as much gold and as much damage as you can on that turret.
All right, check it out. Abun Jingjing down bottom, making quick work.
Another
Quick rotation. Look at this diversion.
Got another move to catch that wave.
Sense Gem. Go get him, Gem.
Dude. see the utility? See the utility? It's like, all right, I know it's going to take you like 20, 30 seconds to get down there.
I got you.
I'll just cut it in half.
Yeah.
They don't need these fights. They can just play the gold game, and they're winning it. Efficiency-wise, going across the map, like they're getting each and every single gold on the map as much as they can. And they're getting 4.6k gold lead without even any major team fights.
Yeah, I mean, half of these kills on Fnatic ONIC PH are their kills, and then the others are just responses from Blacklist.
Yeah.
And they're still going. Again, now this time, Kelra's job, I don't know what his turret damage is going to be for this game, but it's out of this world right now as another turret's going to fall there on the bottom side. And with that, Lord is now up. And look at the advantage in terms of space that Fnatic ONIC PH has here. So Blacklist International, it looks like they still want to contest it. They still want to go in, try to dance this off.
Yeah, nothing comes for free. Nothing comes for free, especially since Yue hasn't died yet. He's one of the cores, one of the main reasons why and how Blacklist might be able to clap back here. 5,000 gold, that's nothing to scoff at. But mind you, remember, Blacklist has a lot of CC. But they haven't timed out Kelra's Purify, so they know they're counting out on it. They're waiting until they get the signal, and then they can lean hard.
That should be the signal right there. Good positioning already from everyone on Fnatic ONIC. That Guardian Sparrow makes sure that it's going to be hard for Oheb to get in without the entropy. And now there's going to be a check here. Obviously, no one's going to go down there,
That's a fake out.
It will be the Lord pick.
Lord. Oh, he's
now
going to
on top. No contest once more.
Okay. Again, you have to really admire the way that Fnatic ONIC PH dances around the objectives. The way they zone, the put pressure, and make it so difficult for Blacklist International to even move toward it.
And what's crazy is I don't know if it's just the fatigue of having casted that slobber knocker earlier on, but I can't think of an analogy of what Fnatic ONIC PH is doing, wherein they're literally just saying, I'm going to take this. If you can stop me, come on in. But if you can't, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Like, what else in life is like that? Nothing is free, but Fnatic ONIC PH is playing in a way wherein it seems like it is.
And Blacklist can only do this for so long. There's only so much turrets you can give away. So, I don't know how long they can keep this up.
It's interesting because I feel for Blacklist right now. They're trying to find ways to make Edward do something. They're trying to get Haji to get in a good engage and then have Sensui tank up hard enough, peel hard enough in the front lines for OHEB to do something. But right now, it's just not happening.
They're just gapped. Like, if you look across the board, they have such a big gap to deal with here in terms of items and levels. And with that, they're going to try to hold on the best they can to some of these turrets. Escalera not going to find the connection he's looking for.
Warning shot?
Yeah, warning shot. It's like, hey, look at me.
I'm looking.
I'm looking. What am I supposed to see? And right now, it's
Hodge!
Oh, Haji! Whoa! Blocked by the Guardian's barrier, and Gem diving in with the penalty zone, pushing everyone back. But the minions are gone.
All right, was there a Guardian's barrier there? Is that why Haji
There
was
was
just
a
like,
Guardian's barrier.
He just stood there like for 2 seconds.
Couldn't he have flickered? At least defensively?
All right, something tells me maybe he just knew it was coming.
And he's like, all right, I'm just...
This is not going to happen. I'm not safe anymore.
It's like that analogy you were looking for just a minute ago.
Yeah, no, there's nothing like it in real
Try
life.
to stop me, you can't.
It just happens. Oh, here we
Until
go.
when is going to be the target here? Kelra is done waiting. Went in, got his money, went out.
Yep, at that point, this is really what you're looking for. I mean, Kelra has had one heck of a game aside from that one death he had earlier on. They're still going.
Still going hard, wild charge, just to make sure Haji is in place while everyone gets to work. King Kong falls, you get damage.
Gem.
He's going to go down as well. Gem with kill. Sensui following suit. 3 members remaining for Fnatic.
2 for 4. They eventually crack bottom lane inhibitor. The damage has been done. And Fnatic ONIC PH just walking out like nothing happened. Again, they did take down King Kong. They did take down Gem. But here's the thing. I didn't even notice this. King Kong has no kills. He's an objective machine. That doesn't count in the shutdown. There's very little gold turnover for Black. I mean, Fnatic ONIC PH still sitting at about 7, 8K gold.
That's what I'm saying. King Kong as a player has really developed over the seasons from when we've seen him previously to where he is now, because he either plays games like this or he's pure just, let me get these objectives, or he's playing a utility tank or even aggressive utility tank and getting kill after kill. So right now it's mostly just, hey, I trust Escalera and Gem to be that front line that we need, and we're fine with that. I can focus on the dances with these lords, with those turtles earlier on. And even given how this whole thing has gone, Blacklist International still wants to show face here. You heard the conceal going to be used, but they're just going to zone out the rest of Blacklist once again, as they've done time and time. Sensui's still looking for an angle to enter.
I still don't know how long they can keep this up, but right now they know that they cannot give this away for free. And the reset here, just trying to gauge how much they can push it.
Wow.
And right now, it has been removed. Firaga armor in 1 sweep.
That's a early first insanity there. And just like that again!
They gave it away again!
I'm gonna take this, alright?
Oh! Space! Into Edward's face! What the heck, man? That was fearless.
Oh, now they can do the longest diversion.
Yeah.
Of course, it's the Claude and the Lo Yi.
Of course.
It is. That's what they're going to play around here with.
You can almost trademark that.
Fellas, 10K. 10K now.
10K?
Oh, man. Blacklist, can they somehow stay in this game here? OHEB is... Okay, he picks up the Divine Glaive at least. He's got, what, 4 items that he needs, but
yeah,
even so, you can already just count on the fact that Fnatic ONIC PH is just going to force this as they now make their way for that mid-turret Lord on the bottom side.
Oh, man, if Blacklist keeps this up, they're going to get the Pacifist achievement. They're not fighting them.
Escalera again, conceal.
Trying to go hard here. OHEB, I don't think he has the damage. Maybe that's why they're kind of just waiting it out, waiting for ONIC PH to make a move, and now Fnatic are going to fight it out. OHEB with the entropy, doing enough damage to take out one, but not going to be enough to take out Kelra. And just like that, they're gonna fizzle out. Fnatic ONIC Philippines get game number 1.
And man, oh man, have they prepared for playoffs. You can see it in that game number 1 here from Fnatic ONIC Philippines as they go 1-0 into the series against Blacklist.
Yeah, I'm going to say now, the only real foil to Fredrin is Akai.
Yeah.
That's it. Those are your 2 junglers on top of the food chain.
I feel like it could have been easily. It's so scary because it's the most simple solution to a hero that has been dominating our league for how many years now? Akai, who'd have thought?
He's like a mainstay for so long, and even though you've had Fredrin come in now and he's been Mr. Popular for the longest time, Akai is just like, how does it work?
2 years now.
2 years, Fred.
Mr. Popular Fredrin.
You're the Fredrin.
But here's old reliable. That guy who's always going to listen to you when you have problems is the Dragon Warrior.
The Dragon Warrior. He went from dancing like a hurricane to just dancing heavily.
Dude, the utility that ONIC PH has, and again that one question mark, that little blank that I was afraid of. That's why I was not so sure of leaning hard into this draft. Is because it relies on so much communication, synergy, and execution. And it's been a while, but this is a super fan we're talking about. Role per role, lane per lane, pound for pound. These are the best players that you can find all around the world.
They didn't really change much, did they? Like,
they had some tweaking to do,
tweaking,
some polishing, but here they schlocked it in.
Schlocked in, man.
Schlocked in. That's what it is. I don't know if that's going to become a thing during playoffs, but hey,
it is now.
That's what it is now, right? But let's go ahead and once again have this broken down by our analyst Renmar to really take us through this game number 1.
Fnatic ONIC Philippines takes game number 1. And in dominating fashion, I'm already excited to find out kung sino nga yung magiging MVP dito. Kasi across the board, position 1 to 5, roam all the way up to gold, jungle, EXP, and mid. They played like absolute all-stars, looking fresh against the Blacklist International that went 5 games in the previous series. Escalera is the MVP for this game number 1. Stone cold. Look at him. He's blinking, but he's just like, game 1 pa lang yun. Di pa tapos yung laban. MVP, well-deserved. And you can see he really set the tempo. Escalera getting the grok here. A signature pickup all the way back in his TNC Pro Team days. Now up here with ONIC PH. Even in last season, this is one of the best picks for Escalera because it allows him to play aggressively. Escalera shines the most pag nakakapag-invade siya, pag nakakakita siya ng vision para sa team, when he can read the rotations of the opposing enemy roamer and jungler. Doon pinakamasaya si Escalera, and of course, whoever he's paired up with in the mid lane in this scenario, it's Super Friends. Escalera and Super Friends make one of the most deadliest roam mid duos in MPL Philippines Season 13. At naramdaman yun ni Oheb. This Nathan was given a lot of focus by Fnatic ONIC Philippines. Kasi nakita natin in multiple games throughout Season 13, Oheb, late game Nathan, or an early scaling Nathan, well, sobrang hirap actually to face up against Blacklist International when they have the Nathan with them. Pero pag binigyan mo ng attention yung gold lane, pinahirapan mo yung pag-farm ni Oheb, then Fnatic ONIC PH will be able to ride it out because Blacklist International will be too focused onto making sure na yung Nathan nila ay makakalabas. This is how bad it got in terms of the lead. At one point, there was a 1-level lead for Kelra over Oheb nung nasira nila yung unang torre doon sa bottom lane at 5 minutes 40. And by the time they were sieging the base the first time, 3 levels na yung lamang ni Kelra over Oheb in the gold lane department. And all of that happened again because of sharp rotations from ONIC Philippines, who got their signature Low Yi in the first pick. Low Yi plus the Claude, Super Prince, and Kelra give Escalera a fast roaming roamer who is able to go around the map and able to actually just smother everyone in their opponents. Doon masaya. ang Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And honestly, when you look back at the objective takes, you can really see, in the beginning, malapit-lapit pa yung laban. Blacklist International, mas G sila lumaban. But then as it went on and on, nung lumalaki na yung lamang ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines, doon na nakita natin yung hesitation ng Blacklist International. Hesitation that was utilized by Fnatic ONIC Philippines with surprise aggression. Papasok bigla si Escalera, papasok bigla si Kelra. One of those plays being that blazing duet in the base just to take down OHEB and even getting out. But a sleeper hit here again is the hidden gem himself. Gem going into the playoffs, 8 wins, 3 losses lang yung Terizla niya. Undoubtedly, the best Terizla in MPL Philippines Season 13. The best record, the best performances, and you showed it here. Interesting item build path. He didn't complete into the Hunter Strike. Nag-Fury Hammer lang siya, and then he went for the defensive, minimizing the magic damage na pwede i-dash out ng lineup ng Blacklist International. But at the same time, you have to give credits to the aggression of King Kong. The fact that he was able to win retribution battles, no major objectives ang napunta sa side ng Blacklist International. Sensui winning the retro duels, but most importantly, able to juggle with Escalera in terms of, sige, sino sa atin magsiset? Because most of the time, Gem is gonna go for the late entry set. It's gonna be Escalera or King Kong first, and then biglang papasok si Gem with a follow-up with the penalty zone. Rinse and repeat. It got to the point where you can see Blacklist International, alam na nila kung ano gusto win ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines, but dahil sobrang laki ng lamang ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines, they controlled the early, mid, all the way up to near the end of the game, they didn't let go. 889 GPM para kay Kelra over 649 on OHEB. And of course, we're gonna put focus onto that kasi pag nakita mo yung dalawang marksman na ito, usually iniisip mo, Nathan farms really fast. He's the marksman ranged version of Harith in terms of dealing magic damage in the gold lane. You want him to farm up fast. A Claude with 889 GPM at 15 minutes and 36 seconds really just shows how massive the lead was already for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, dominating game number 1. What a start for the newly minted Fnatic ONIC Philippines, playing with their signature heroes across the board. But fun fact, this was actually the first Akai game of King Kong for MPL Philippines Season 13. I had to revisit it too. Akala ko nga nakapaglaro na siya ng Akai before, but looking at the stats, first Akai game. He played the box shot, the barrage, all of that, Fredrin. But this is the first time Fnatic ONIC Philippines got an Akai in the jungle. Pero, of course, every other position nakuha nila yung mga signature pickups nila. The Loyi, the Terizla, the Grok, and of course, the Claude for Kelra. And I think now, if you're Blacklist International, you're gonna have to revisit your strategy. Are we now willing to give the Loyi to Fnatic ONIC Philippines? Pinakita na ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines na sobrang, well, komportable sila sa paglaro ng mapa with the Loyi pickup. Nakita natin, ginagamit yung diversion to send members of ONIC Philippines to the opposite lanes, to rotate around the map quicker, and then at the same time, the control and the damage dished out by the Loyi. Well, a lot of people, once we saw the final draft of Fnatic, people here in the arena just said, sakit para sakit ng damage nila. So, what then must Blacklist International do in terms of the draft? That's the difficult question to ask. Because they're up against a team that has the second most unique hero picks with, I believe, 46 or 45. Only one pick behind Falcon's AP Brand with 47-46 in terms of the unique heroes picked all throughout MPL Philippines Season 13. Who is gonna win this game number 2? If this is Fnatic ONIC Philippines, things are not gonna be looking good for the Code Breakers, for they will be just one win away from ending it. But Blacklist International, we saw they could go all the way to 5. Let's see what happens in game number 2. But before all of that, we're gonna be going over to our hosts, Mara Aquino and Hans Galeria, for something special. What's going on?
Thank you, Redmar. My oh my, Fnatic ONIC Philippines. So smooth with that game.
I mean, an incredible performance by Escalera yung nakita natin with his Grok, intensely showcased kung ano yung kanya naipakita within.
And now it's time to talk to the talents from the Bahasa Indonesia broadcast. Mirko, KB, how you guys doing? Marco. Hi, KB.
Are you guys there? I think they can hear us. There's someone prepared right now. They're chilling.
They're
Okay.
nodding. They're nodding.
What do you think is on their minds?
I think Marco is saying, yes, we're doing great. There he's
Laura, hello
waving.
Hans, we're doing great.
There you go.
Can you guys hear us now?
Now we can hear you.
We do.
All right. I just want to say I'm very sorry for the first match, because it's all JP's fault. He muted our mics.
Well, you know what?
Sorry.
Mirko's got some jokes, and I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Okay, Mirko, I want to ask you, okay, and KB as well. What do you think of the first match between Blacklist and ONIC, or Fnatic ONIC PH?
I think Keller is giving his best with the draft and with the items management. I think I love the item composition when he choose Magic Blade and then Athena Shield. He giving a full respect for all help. So he play like a fighter. And he got a winning condition. And they shut down Blacklist International so deep on the first game.
What about you, Marco?
Yeah, I think it's quite similar for me. I think for Fnatic ONIC PH, they played really well. I think the drafts were also that they got were just really, really good. They got the Luo Yi, the Claude in the first phase with the Akai too, and it shut down Blacklist International completely. I think what Renmar said was just spot on, man. I agree with that guy. He's smart.
Now, seeing how the match is going, are you guys seeing any similarities in terms of play style with Indonesia and Philippines?
I think there's a lot of difference if we talk about MPL ID and MPL Philippines. Talk about MPL ID, there's a lot of players who want to take high risk if you play on the MPL ID. But on MPL Philippines, I think there's a lot of calculating, there's a lot of consideration before you doing something happen before the Lord objective or something that bigs on your disadvantage or advantage. So there's a lot of calculating on MPL Philippines siding or compared to MPL ID.
You know what? I like that. Thinking before doing. Now, for you two, I want to ask you, with the way Game 1 went, do you think Fnatic ONIC Philippines will continue to ride the momentum, or do you think Blacklist International will get themselves back on track in this game number 2?
You guys can take my prediction with a grain of salt. I don't know if the curse is active or if the bless is active, so the agents might be happy, the Sonic might be happy, it really depends. I think Fnatic ONIC Philippines will take it 3-0.
Oh.
Is that a curse? I don't know.
Let's see if the curse, the mirror curse, is still strong. How about for you, KB?
I think ONIC Philippines will go, but with 3-1. So I don't agree with Mirko. Blacklist, I think they will stall one game away ONIC Philippines.
Let's see if your predictions are correct. Thank you guys so much. I hope you're having an easy time and a great time casting the Philippine broadcast. Thank you so much. And now we're going to go back to our casters so we can go to game number 2. Casters, pasok.
Hey, there we go. It was great to finally hear from our guys over there doing the Bahasa stream, KB and Mirko, and we heard the very courageous either Mirror Curse or Mirror Bless. The 3-0 is what he's saying.
The Mirror Diction is what I call it.
Yeah.
The Mirror Cast.
The Mirror News.
He's basically Mirror Cast.
The Mirror Guess.
Mirror Guess.
Mirror.
Well, we'll see if it happens. Again, we have a stronger energy here, and that is Chantel and Brigida.
Yeah, you can't.
I don't know what we want to call that, but that's
a force of nature. That's a force of nature.
That is inexplicable.
What do they call that again? Is it Saint Chantel or what?
Chantel.
The mother of all series.
Mother of all series. Chantel is in the building and across from us. So we'll see if we end up going.
And their prodigy.
Guys, if this ends up 1-1, I don't know. I think we are going 5 games. Like, if this is not a 2-0 right now for Fnatic ONIC Philippines for the next game, I think we are going 5 games. I'll throw that out there.
Yeah, if this goes 2-0, then all the more it might be a sweep.
As they say in the Philippines, list it down.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with my own personal predictions. It's just what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, that was a very clean game.
That was almost too clean.
And after some contemplation, a part of me thinks maybe Escalera actually is stone cold right now. Like, I could have sworn that they just did that whole bit for the MVP shot, but maybe he is just in the zone.
He is. He played like he was in the zone. So, hey, you guys can also join your friends because MLB's first rank party, it started. Join the frenzy of rank party bonuses now.
Rank party, man. Enjoy loads of activities and free rewards all the way from May 11 to June 21.
That's more than a month's time of the rank party frenzy. Woo! Don't miss out on this incredible rank of time with tons of free rewards waiting for you to claim.
Rank party. Woo!
Is that in the game or like
No,
are we
I
just
made that up right now.
What do you mean?
I thought maybe there was like a little sound effect or something in rank
Is there
party.
a sound effect?
Yeah. Woo! Have you guys not been playing?
Let's head to the draft.
I play with sounds off. People screamed in game.
Well, hey, join the rank party now because right now we're 3 seconds away from jumping into the draft of game number 2. Loving the drone shots, by the way.
I reckon this is Blacklist on the blue this time around.
Okay. Yeah, for
and a
sure.
quick recap, since there was no time, we had to hear from KB and Mirko.
When the body suffers,
There was a Angela, Matilda, and Harith ban first, but they were red this time around. There's a Swaparoo, Angela, Grok, and Lo Yi. Dear Lord, Super Princess Lo Yi.
You and me?
Now that's a force of nature. Here's the pickup on the Fred.
That's the old Fred.
Oh, what's left out here? Faramis.
Good old reliable.
Faramis Akai.
Faramis Akai.
On a 50% win rate today.
Well, you did say the Akai is the answer for the Fred.
That's right.
And, I would just 100% agree with the, I was going to say Escalera ban, or the Grok, because not only was he engaging left and right, but he was peeling for Kelra left and right on point. So I'm wondering what's going to go in the hands of Escalera once again. There's the Akai.
There it is.
Like we talked about. Leo mentioned is probably the best thing to pick up against this Fredrin pick.
I will choose my own.
He's actually going through.
This is the first time we're seeing
Arlo
all day.
Arlo.
ONIC,
Really?
Fnatic ONIC, they banned the Arlo while they were on blue earlier in game 1, and now that it's open, this is a flex. I gotta say, this is a flex. Like, you don't know if it's going on Escalera, you don't know if it's going on Gem. But again, they are going off of this tangent, this principle of utility. They can do so much with just these two heroes.
And that's the thing is, like, if you feel like, hey, that Grok was a pain, this Arlot is a different pain.
Completely banned out. I think it's.
That is line? That's a hero line. That's a hero line.
Is it? I don't know.
No, it's not. 100% ban rate in the previous series. Now it's going to be unleashed. I mean, obviously there wasn't any major changes that was done to Arlot.
No, not at all.
So teams just realized, you know what, this is too good to start off fights. And when you do start off fights, there's a really high percentage you come out on top.
Yep. Okay, there's a Nathan. And do you see the speed at which Etomax and Why Not are drafting? The last time I saw a draft this quick was with Coach Treb. And that's called the Trevor Blitz draft. Look at this, not more than 10 seconds and they already have the Nathan.
So I said they know the game plan, they know what they want to do here. And, with that too, the fact that, hey, Kelra had a great gold lane experience the previous game. Yeah, he had a little bit of pressure early on, but he was left to his own, especially with having a delivery service like Louis Yi.
All right, let me amend the statement. It's not that he didn't have any trouble, it's just he played well to his outs. Blacklist couldn't get to him.
He's the savage after all.
Yeah.
When all of that was happening, obviously, that was like when King Kong was going ham, Escalera just wild charging in your faces. It was quite hard to keep track of the Claude for a majority of that game.
Was Renmar mentioning this? Was that King Kong's first game on the Akai? I know it says a 100% win rate. If I remember right, Renmar mentioned that
he has never played an Akai.
He has never played an Akai, and I
That
was like,
blew
wait,
my
what?
mind a
Even
little
in the
bit.
regular season, he never played an Akai?
Well, here it is now.
Well, now he's got a second time here, and it's 100% win rate. I would be spamming that 100% win rate. And so he picks it up, and really, for them to have a success here, what do they want to continue on with? Now, Escalera, hey, this could be Escalera on the Arla, it could be Flex. We'll see if they actually pick up the mid lane option right now and leave that last pick for a possible curveball.
Yeah, Farum is still open, by the way. No chance of picking up the Valentina.
Yep.
So there's no clapback on a Nether Realm, an opposing Nether Realm.
Oh, I love that.
Right.
That's so easy to pull off.
Oh, no.
But again, there's no rush for it, so they put the Yuzhong onto Gem first,
Yep.
closing up whatever pick Oheb might go for.
Yep.
The Filipino sniper is not safe.
And once more, the Yuzhong discourages a lot of picks. Leslie, one of them, right? Talked about that previously.
The hunter of all the evil
I still
gods.
want that Edith.
There she is.
What was that last one? Claude,
Claude.
okay.
All right.
All right, what is our last pick here?
Okay, so this will now definitely be Super Friends. We know where the Arlot's going. We know the Yuzhong is in the hands of Gem. What's Friends bringing to the table here?
Faramis pretty good.
Novaria?
Novaria.
Nova. The Gourd. There's no
Why
reason to go
not?
for the Gourd this
Why not
early,
the
though.
Gourd? It would be a little bit.
If not to put a smile on Naisu's face.
Yeah. Hey, it usually happens when I'm on desk, so, you know. That's not Gord, though.
Whoa! Eve!
Welcome. Hey, we had Farsa earlier. Why not have Eve?
Okay, they know something, and they're planning something.
Yes. Take it. Take us back.
This was seen in previous, I think we saw this in other leagues, obviously.
Yeah.
Not as much. But so, yeah, I wonder why, Leo.
Well, this is, if you think about it, this actually works pretty well. Usually, if the Arlot is picked up, you sometimes see the Eve picked up because you can, you know, play around the RWM.
You can protect the Eve.
protect,
You can put him into the line of
Exactly.
fire.
Sweep him in.
Shove him inside the box.
Even with a heavy spin, you can do that. And again, you're playing with a box, not just with the real room manipulation, but even in the line of fire of the entropy. But here's what's scary, and here's what I'm afraid of. That's a lot of magic damage. It's all mostly magic damage that Fnatic ONIC PH are playing with. But at least they have an early threat of physical in the rest of the squad. So I like the overall approach that ONIC PH have. Again, very spicy, but Blacklist, all the more a fundamental go at it. Again, there's very little I think that's wrong with their lineup. I actually like it.
Well, you guys watching can let us know which team you think is going to take this game number 2. And don't forget to keep an eye out as well for the TikTok goodie bag if you're watching with us on TikTok. Now as we get prepped up and ready, you can see the junglers already starting the rotations here. How will Blacklist take it and even out the series for a 1-for-1? Can they deal with it? We have seen Escalera on this Arlot before, and when he got his hands on it in the regular season, it was always banned after that. So anything real quick emblem-wise?
Oh, all right. Sent it away. Checking it out, not much. I think everything is up to snuff, except, interesting, Impure Rage on the Arlo.
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
Small bits of percent damage. And, of course, unlimited mana. But that's already
It also helps the fact that he was also on the common emblem anyways. So I think he's just going to stay in the fight more in a different angle compared to like the Quantum Charge or Brave Smite type of Arlo. Okay.
That's not bad. Actually, I like it because, yeah, your priority of the Arlo, obviously survivability.
And the damage.
And the damage.
Damage.
The small bits of damage do add up over time. As you can see, though, level 4 on Sensui means they are go, or at least very much ready to go for the turtle. Which King Kong to go for a spin. Haji able to jump out in time. At the very least, just wait for the level 4s.
Yep. Almost pulled the trigger on the heavy spin there for the first blood on Haji, but they are going to be able to keep all of their big ticket ults, at least until Haji hits level 4 here for the first turtle take. Oh, check this out. Gem is behind on XP.
Edwards onto this Edith, who's very deadly, but not when Escalera is on your tail. Has to dragon form out of there, though.
But now, okay, hold on. Turtle.
Oh, the turtle. Look at that. Beautiful zoning by King Kong.
It's King Kong.
I'm a little speechless. That was so basic.
King Kong ain't got nothing on this. Again, he has no business playing Akai this good. If I need to check out the stats later on, but
it's 100%.
If his sample size is so small and it's this good, oh wait, hold on.
Haji, flicker out just to get into safety.
That's from Training Day, 2001.
2001.
Denzel Washington, by the way.
That's a while ago, man.
That was a while ago.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, that's a movie this desk would definitely know.
I love Jim Carrey in that one.
I hate you, Naisu. Don't put us on blast.
Well, going back to it again, with that, it's something similar to what we saw in the previous game, guys, where Fnatic ONIC they know, hey, we don't have to go and get all these kills if we can just kind of make these micro movements, get the advantage here if we can. If it's even just objectives, that's all we need right now.
Hashtag micro matters.
That's right.
And everything they've done so far and the decisions they made in-game and even pre-game are all going towards that. And if anything, now they're tighter. Because again, if you'll remember, around this time in Game 1, there were already some kills from Blacklist that punished Fnatic ONIC. But here, this time, it's like it's a tight ship they're running.
Look, King Kong's ready for this.
Well, aside from Sensui, who's having a bad time, obviously, everything else seems to be in order for Blacklist.
Okay.
Or on track, at least.
Just straight up taking that small camp.
Oh! There you go, the flicker with the slice and dice. No victims whatsoever. So that's flicker gone for Escalera for 2 minutes. Let's see what Blacklist can do with that. And now, as we head into turtle number 2.
All right. It came at the price of US Flicker, too.
Yep,
So it's an F for F.
F and F, yeah.
So they got that down, but so given that, with his turtle take, you're still going to see Fnatic ONIC deal with positioning here. They have to kind of wait for the RWM. They might try to stall this out unless they give it up here. So it should be up in just a little bit. We'll see if they really take this slowly, but the information's there. Half health though for now.
Another one. Final slash on cooldown once more. King Kong using the heavy spin quite early on. But he was still going to be the one to take that turret, even though he was really off position. But Oheb with the first blood. Blacklist could be happy with that one. A little bit of gold on their marksman right there.
I reckon that's all good for Black, actually. Now they're going to pressure King Kong.
They get more, maybe, but tankiness is one of the fortes of Atakai. He's going to be able to make it out, at least for now.
Oh, Grand Theft Purple right there. Off of the second turtle take that obviously had a lot of resources go into it from Fnatic ONIC PH. Blacklist says, you know what? Let's take King Kong's purple. How about that?
They had to take something. They can't keep just like having King Kong do what he was doing the past couple minutes and not get punished for it. So finally, Blacklist International will find an answer. Items are kind of falling into place, these first items being picked up here.
Yep, about 400 gold ahead is Kelra over Oheb. And you can say the same for mid lane in Prince and Yue. Even in XP, Prince is ahead of Yue. Something to note though, hold up.
Oh boy.
Oheb.
Oheb trying to get some bullets into the body of Kelra there, but no go Cigar. He's the one who got punished instead.
They're fine. Something to note, King Kong, he tends to do this. An early brute force breastplate. I believe that's where he's on his way now. That's his first major pickup.
Is that just a typical King Kong thing?
Look, see? I don't know if that's what
they
do these days.
BFBP. There you go. It's another possibility of Sensui going.
Oh!
This is with the Appraiser's Wrath. Backup is pretty far away.
Wow!
Dash over the wall.
Oh no, King
He's
Kong
still going to be alive. And he's going to take King Kong with him.
Impressive disengage and retreat by Sensui. All the while, Blacklist take King Kong out on the retreat. Amazing work. Blacklist shrinking that lead down to 400. Already in better shape than Game 1.
Fancy footwork from Sensui. Kelra. I think this is really where we have to look at, especially when we get to that mid-game transition, is the gold lane here. But right now, Blacklist International, everything that they've done the past couple minutes has now allowed them to go ahead and get this turtle here and slowly put things in their favor with the way that they're playing around Fnatic ONIC PH right now.
All right, here we go, one more look. There it is, Molten Essence into the Brute Force Breastplate. All the while, an early Radiant Armor for Sensui, which makes sense. Again, all of the major damage coming in later on once the cores are coming online. Fnatic ONIC PH are relying on Kelra and Super Friend, so that's it. Already, the insurance from Sensui. I'm waiting to see this gold lane matchup come to a head. Not much we see from Kelra just yet.
That's right. Black was very on their toes here. Spots out Escalera as well. Cancels the final slash. Oh my goodness, Sensui doing work here.
Sensui is definitely feeling the instincts right now. Able to just stop Escalera in his tracks. Even gets the flicker out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have gone down there. So great play, great movement.
They compromise Escalera so much with very little.
And now they could get something done here on the bottom side, but definitely not that tower. Keller is so good on the clear. Top side, though, is a different story.
Okay. Looks like Edward actually committed the Primal Wrath there.
Yeah, he had to use it. Still has his flicker, though. And right now, it's really just Blacklist International now doing what we saw from Fnatic the previous game. Hold on!
You are gonna get locked in here, but not even the real world manipulation can save him. Since
oh!
Of course, with the Praise Wrath, good enough damage, but not enough takedown Super Prince. Now the follow-up is strong here, coming in from Blacklist.
Gem!
Non-stop aggression here, Edward. Trying to see if he can get some damage on the Gem and Super Friends, but it's going to be a bit too late. That is going to be 3 for 2.
Oh!
And a flicker in for Edward! My goodness me!
And that's why they call him Legend Zero. Abun Jingjing coming in. No one expected him to go that deep.
That's what people want to see from Edward. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do stuff like that on the export in the previous game, but
Doesn't
he
allow
pulled
for
it through with the Edith, and we've seen him pick it up so many times tonight alone. And so with that, Blacklist International finds themselves in a great lead here.
That's impressive.
Going into this Lord.
See what we mean though, right? The micro we're talking about.
Right,
man.
he needs that. And now he's about 1,500 gold ahead of Gem. And Gem actually had to spend that Petrify full combo. Oh, Conceal.
Conceal here, spotted out by Haji. Wait up a little bit. Edward's close by, waiting in the wings.
Oh, they're going. They're pulling the
And
trigger.
They're gonna fight this time around. Everyone knocked out by the Lord, but Kelvin gets that Lord now.
Oh, that's costly.
Follow-up
There's
damage
Oheb.
is gonna be stronger here as Oheb did just arrive. He still has the Blazing Duet. He's
Oh!
waiting for the chance to use it, and there.
Whoa!
But beautiful timing from King Kong stops them in
Gem.
their tracks. Following it up here is gonna be Gem. Feels like he can take it, but will he though? Fight is strong.
Oh!
That is a 2 for none. Boom! Punch back by Sensui.
What? Feelings were hurt, words were said, regrets were had off of the back of a single appraiser's wrath. Fnatic ONIC PH.
They just got checked.
They just got checked. That's a
check.
reality check, man. You never do that against a fully stacked up Fred. And the rubber band snaps.
That's underestimation against a Frederick, man. That's all I can say. Look at this guy.
Look at
the
him.
heart
Oh,
of
man.
this boy, fighting it out up to the very end, keeping it together. And here comes the cavalry. We're seeing him
RWF?
fight under that turret. Real world manipulation going to be ignored completely here.
Okay.
Lots of ultimates being used up, but it's going to be a stalemate for now. Blacklist 2K ahead.
All right, this is straight on just violence.
This is.
It's a frenzy. Oh, look at this!
Oh,
Look
no.
at this!
On
Concealed play again?
Conceal. Oh, they're looking for King Kong looking for someone, but the concealed play will fail. And now the chase is
Oh,
on
no.
Haji. Will he use it? Even the
Flicker's
flicker
out.
being used by Escalera just to make sure everyone is running off the safety. The compression is too much. And the
Oh, they go back in! What?
Counter punch is so strong here from Gem. Edward, Primal Wrath. Good damage.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, they are not stopping.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
When is
Oh,
it
this is
gonna
going.
stop?
Okay,
All right, counter still there.
the back, the feint on the feint.
Absolute cinema, as they like to call it. Man, the back and forth, and no one goes down.
That last minute sequence is what it would feel like if Shutter Island had a sequel. And it doesn't. And there's a reason why it doesn't.
What year was that?
I wish I could tell you off the top. I just don't know.
2003, I think.
It stars Mark Ruffalo.
That's
it
right.
stars Leonardo DiCaprio.
Hey, there's a couple different versions.
It's not Shudder from the Malaysian
It's Thai,
movie.
bro.
That's a Thai movie.
It's Thai and American. That's a horror
right.
film.
That's not
That's
it.
right.
I'm talking
That's
about the
different.
suspense thriller.
Suspense thriller
Shudder
category.
Island.
Yep.
There you go.
That's right. Well, right
Brand new
now,
latest. Oh, here we go.
this is a thriller. This game number 2.
Yeah.
Well, now Blacklist International still has that lead, but man, you are seeing exactly what the lineup from both the teams are able to pull off here.
Yep.
And why still Eve is actually really great for a lot of these fights and a lot of this type of play, able to cut things off and keep things in that box, of course. Look at the damage dealt as well from Calra and Super Prince. And now the Lord dance starts up once again. Calra making his way to this.
Okay, he's coming from
Half
an
health.
angle. He's coming from an angle.
Interesting angle. Escalera on the back.
He reveals himself.
He's seen. Lord, still a fourth of the health here.
Watch King Kong.
King Kong, watch him. Look at the wave on the
Watch
bottom.
Escalera. Oh! Down deep here. Keller once more with the Lord take.
Oh.
His damage is way through the roof here. But the punchback can be strong here for Black. Let's see if they'll go for it. Haji, we're looking for that no
Escalera cut off.
He's getting cut off here. He's getting chased down. He got hit. And he's gonna fight against 5, and that's gonna be him going.
Oh, where is King Kong going?
I think he was on his way to respond and help and back up. But wait, look!
They're gonna run it
Look
down
at the
mid.
map. The pressure.
The pressure on the mid. Oh my goodness, Kelra. His damage is stronger than Retri. He's taking down turrets left and right.
Oh, he thought twice. Look, the turret's still standing.
Oh, it's still alive.
Oh man, I thought he was gonna be able to at least get that, so he makes his way top.
Going to top.
Oh, he can just bomb rush top then, huh?
Yeah, very easy to push that in. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
Effortless movement.
Fnatic ONIC can't take this. Fnatic ONIC shouldn't take this. They're down a man. They need Escalera.
Yeah, they need Escalera for this fight. He's gonna be making his way now that he's back up here. So I think Fnatic ONIC just happy. They whittled down that 3K gold, that gold lead that Blacklist International had, so it's gone. They've bought themselves some time. Escalera picking up some defensive item as well. So now they're in a better position at least to continue on the fighting that has been happening for the past, 5 minutes now for both these teams.
Yep, if you're talking about firepower, you're talking about what kind of damage they're putting on the map. I think Fnatic ONIC PH are now on a even standing with Blacklist. Earlier, it was obvious to expect that Yue and Oe were going to deal more damage, but now it comes down to execution. Now it comes down to how you use your CC. And Fnatic ONIC has it in spades, but Blacklist have that X factor. They have the heals. Haji has been playing such a key role to these re-engages. Escalera with the conceal.
Oh! They're going to spot out one. Edward, can he pull the Primal Wrath though? It's going to be in time, and the punch back could be strong. Once more, there's so many possibilities for Blacklist, but they're not taking it quite yet. They're starting to kind of roll back to what they were doing in game 1.
I mean, in a game of inches, this is what you kind of want to do. You want to see how much you can progress with, step by step, and then you slowly add more layers to it, and then eventually, you see how they held on to some of their skills. They held on to the RWM, they held on to the Black Dragon form, onto the Petrify combo, and hell, I think even some members of Blacklist thought, hey, they're not going to force this. We're fine.
It's like they're fishing, right? They're going and trying to see if they can get a kill. If they can't, they back off. Both teams kind of get re-situated and reset here.
Yep.
Malefic Roar being picked up now for Oheb. He's
That's
got
full
that
build.
available. That's full build on this Claude.
They can just sell the boots. They can go barefoot.
We got a real-time win rate. Is that the 50-50?
Toss a coin,
That's
Lilia.
the 50-50.
That's the 50-50.
Okay. Already, like I said, Super Prince able to pump out quite a bit of damage. You got to remember, too, the fact that Fnatic ONIC has the tier 1 in the mid lane up is a benefit for them. They can play around that. Look at Escalera's positioning. Keep an eye on him as this Lord Dance gets started up. Where is he to go this time as the fight breaks out?
Whoa!
Escalera looking for an angle here, but he catches Yue, dodges out of
no.
it into the real world. He catches Kelra! Kelra's down! Oh my goodness, and now it's a 3v5.
That was a disastrous engage for Fnatic ONIC PH. Blacklist obviously saw where the soft side, where the weak side of that flank was, and they went straight for the jugular, taking down Kelra, taking down Escalera.
Yeah.
Fnatic ONIC PH could not have handled that. Now Blacklist has a Lord. Blacklist way ahead once more, 3K again.
That broke down so badly for Fnatic ONIC here. And the miss on the final slash, Yue dodging and recovering almost immediately. It's almost like Escalera didn't do anything there.
Yeah, he wanted to, but then he didn't catch, what did he catch? Yue, that was it, but then he got caught out.
Yeah.
And then Kelra goes down, so it's just, it had the idea, but it just fell apart.
And I could have sworn it was bad when it was a defensive heavy spin.
Yeah.
As soon as I was talking, oh no, this is bad.
Yeah.
This is bad. As an Akai, you treat your heavy spin like a Purify.
Yep.
You treat it like it's your lifeline, because that's how you win and lose team fights.
Okay, with this, Fnatic ONIC Philippines going to have to go ahead and be on this defense, defend their base the best they can. They already lost quite a few turrets. They're going to lose this tier 2 as well on the top side. They have great defenses, though, on the high ground when you look at it. How will they play this out? Will Blacklist International force a fight here Lord charges in.
Oh, they're gonna get cracked open, huh?
Yep, crack it open. That's an easy turret going over the Blacklist. No pressure whatsoever. But now Kelra and Escalera, you can almost hear the cogs in their brains. Escalera like, okay, where am I gonna go next? What angle am I gonna go next after this?
He's definitely got to make up for that previous one because that was not what they wanted or needed. So they hold on to at least these 2 base turns for now. They're going to lose some resources, but at this point, it's really going to come down to those fights for the Lord, right? This is most likely just going to be them holding on for the next minute or so until that comes up, and we're going to have to see them do the same thing. I'm wondering if Blacklist International also is just like, hey, we can actually just wait for Fnatic ONIC Philippines to do that again. We don't actually have to do it unless they get a pick off, probably with Edward utilizing the flicker combination, or even Haji, the way with that Minotaur and the Minoan Fury. So we'll see how that plays out. Super Prince finally gets his Divine Glaive locked in. And also taking a look at this head-to-head here between Super Prince and UA. Man, the damage obviously is going to be scaled in favor for Super Prince here on this Eve pick. Once you drop that box down, it's crucial for them on the placement here.
Yeah, but the knockups from Blacklist canceled out the RWM earlier, so it was just all bad for Fnatic ONIC PH. But here's some good news and bad news, right? For Fnatic ONIC PH, 15 seconds away from this next Lord. Good news, short lane, the lane that actually got penetrated, is on Lord's side, so it's going to be easier for them to defend against. Bad news is I don't think it's a good idea to contest unless they can position Escalera and King Kong in a good spot wherein they can either, number one, a secure Lord wherein they will not die, or B, wherein they can defend inside their base and just not contest it at all. So they have to make that decision now, and it looks like King Kong is actually gauging how many men they're going to send, how many members of Black they'll have to contest with.
That puts so much pressure on Escalera once more to make sure that your setup is proper, that you're getting into the right timing. But Edward going in ham, and down goes Escalera without doing anything at all. Once more, it's a 4v5 on the Lord.
Makes you wonder, did they not check that bush?
Apparently, I think Escalera was on the way, but he got caught off on the way, man.
That's tough. That's a small brush, by the way.
That's tough.
So you're just back at that once again. Fnatic ONIC Philippines going to have to be on the defensive. Escalera will be up by the time they push into the base, but still, you're seeing how quickly he's being worked on and taken care of.
All right, it looks like Blacklist forced Fnatic ONIC PH to choose an option. You have to just let go of the Lord and defend. Which I think is better in the grander scheme of things for Fnatic ONIC PH, is because at least now they can plan for that ahead.
Yeah.
It's not something that they have to go off of when there's just like 2 dudes left on the map. At least now they can do it on a 5-man scale.
So as we wait for that Lord to go ahead and spawn up, it's going to go to top side. Push in. Fnatic ONIC trying to get what they can, especially on Kelra. It's crucial that Kelra obviously doesn't get picked off here. That's one of the advantages, too, of being in this base. They might be able to pull through. Again, they have to work through even the immortalities that are on this side of Blacklist International between Edward and Sensui, who are already these heroes that are tough to take down. So it starts up. Lord now top side, walking in. Should be able to get it taken care of really quickly with this lineup that they have, but it's up to them. Haji jumps in.
Kind of a fake Minoan Fury there.
Checks him out.
Lord gonna get taken out quite easily, to be honest, and now successful defense. Didn't really need too much pressure here. Surprisingly, 6.5k on the goal. Man, I didn't know Blacklist was that far ahead.
Well paced. And again, Fnatic ONIC PH is no they're no strangers to defending. They know, but as the game goes longer, this is going for clearly Blacklist. Blacklist has played, on average, the longest games in all of Season 13 so far. And Fnatic ONIC PH, they like to play fast. So now their endurance and their patience are getting tested.
Which is, it's funny that we're saying it that, because how many games, how many minutes just today has Blacklist International played? And talk about a test of endurance, test of mental strength that they have to go through, even with this kind of lead, knowing that, hey, when we get a Lord, it gets quickly taken care of and cleared out, and then we have to wait again. So still, it's up to Blacklist International playing around with this lead that they have. And for Fnatic ONIC PH to either find a moment before the Lord even comes up, hopefully it's not the same thing that happens to Escalera, or unless they just keep defending, but until how long can they keep defending and clearing those lanes, clearing that Lord before Blacklist International is like, you know what, we're going to have to force it. We're going to just go in.
I could have sworn it was that last time. It's because it was an evolved Lord.
Yeah.
So there was extra damage on them if they forced the fight. But here, I think this should be a contestable Lord. Something tells me what happened to Escalera earlier will not happen again.
Won't happen again.
I mean, what better teacher than experience, right? Like, now they know, let's throw skills in bushes so that we make sure that Edward just doesn't pop up and kill us.
Fool me once. Probably that's the once.
Well,
right
this
now,
Lord is up.
Yep, Lord is up. Push check by Edward. Making sure that they are all good to go. Although they did spot out a lot of people for Fnatic. That's a signal. They want to go and contest. Now it's a reset.
This is like Leo said, this one they want to contest, they want to be able to play around this. And it's different this time too for Fnatic ONIC PH because of this side of the map. And they'll play around that. Still also keep an eye on that top side. That lane will be pushing a little bit. They'll have to deal with it too.
Check out that Y bush.
Yep, relatively quite safe to contest right now. That Y bush is so deadly. Gem and Escalera, that's a scary duo. Gem can activate Dragon Dragon form soon. Killer getting in good position right now to go for Entropy, and there you go.
There it is!
Seal. It's a lot of people being knocked up here. But it's going to be Haji with the Lord. What? And the kill happening one by one. Blacklist going on the chase here. Killra evaporates.
That's it.
That's got to be it.
That should be it, right? The Gem all alone, 5 members of Blacklist, and Lord in tow. 50 seconds on the clock. The agents.
They're just going to push it up.
Very happy to take this. They are showing up strong. They're showing up proud. We're getting 1-1 on the scoreboard. The night is still young.
And the agents are feeling it. And so is Blacklist International. Evening out the series. It's 1-1 now. And man, I'm almost feeling that 5 games coming again.
All right, so we are denied the sweep.
No sweeps today.
All right, neither team is going to have to wallow in the fact that, hey, that was an easy victory. The fact that this game went, what, 24, 25 minutes?
Yeah.
That was amazing. I'm proud of how Blacklist kept their composure. And now I'm wondering how well can Fnatic ONIC PH recover from that? Because there were so many frustrating moments from that game wherein you're like, we could have done that. And if anything, that last team fight was worse than that free pick off on Escalera.
It was honestly so easy to lose that, right? For if you're looking at the composition of ONIC, it feels so deadly.
Yeah.
It's like anyone can blow up anyone anytime.
I'm actually just surprised with that last team fight, like how fast too that they went down. Even, like, again, Escalera, Killra even. They just got taken care of so quickly.
You know what's worse? Is from that Y bush, the ambush from Fnatic ONIC PH should have been it. Because if you remember, the first knock-up from the Lord was for Fnatic ONIC PH.
3 people up for
right?
Blacklist.
And then they survived somehow. And then after that, it's ONIC PH who got knocked up and then Blacklist won.
Oh, man. Well, the man with the brains is going to have to break this one down. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our solo analyst, Renmar.
Investors, welcome back to the analyst. Ako po si Reptar. And, well, one of the things that we saw a lot in that previous game number 2, fights. Ang daming laban nakita natin. Fighting for objectives, fighting for everything before objectives, fight around the objectives. 2 teams who understand that very well. And in this game, Yue, his role here as the Vexana, to be able to dish out the damage that he could dish out. Sorry, Yue, you got me, man. MVP of the game, 2-1-11. And very clutch with the Terrifies. And of course, the burst damage combo coming out from the Vexana with the Eternal Guardian coming down. Vexana has become one of the best mid laners, if not, well, yeah, one of the best mid laners in MPL Philippines Season 13, just how fast she can scale. But most importantly, gaano kabilis mag-clear ng minion waves sa gitna ng mapa ang isang Vexana. paired up with a Minotaur that of course would have Concussive Blast means that you would have a lineup that is very good with clearing the middle of the map. Meaning na mas mabilis ka makakaikot sa mapa. Against the lineup that Fnatic ONIC PH played in game number 2 where they had an Eve, that's where you want to try and beat them with map rotations. Kasi katulad ng pinoint out ng mga casters natin on the desk, Fnatic play the lineup with an Eve that is static. A static mid laner, meaning, alam mo, ano gagawin ng isang Eve? She puts down her ultimate in a specific spot and you want to find a route, fight around the box of an Eve. But Fnatic understood that very well. That's why they knew they needed to build a lead for themselves early on as well, doing what they can to help out Kelra, while also fighting for river control. So a lot of the fights we saw in the map actually happened in the river around the objectives because that's what both teams were playing for. Blacklist International, though, in terms of the team fighting, yes, traditionally you don't think of it as a really great team fighting lineup in objectives kasi kalaban nila yung isang Eve. Well, they have an Edith paired up with a Fredrin. The lineup of Fnatic ONIC Philippines wants longer team fights or will shine pag mas mahaba yung mga team fights nila. They have a Nathan and they have an Eve. But Blacklist International have two heroes na sobrang masaya sa mahabang engagements. The more you hit a Fredrin, the more damage he will deal. The more you hit an Edith, pag na-max out yung bar niya para sa ultimate, the Primal Wrath, the more damage the Primal Wrath will deal. As we look at the buffs, look at the purple buff count, 15 to 10 for Blacklist International, and we have to revisit the turnaround moment of the game. The first two turtles of the game napunta sa Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And doon natin nakita yung combination ng isang even na Kai. Ginagamit lang yung heavy spin para matulak si Sansui, get him out of range of Red 3, and then easy retribution for King Kong. But after Turtle 3, or after the second Turtle, what Blacklist International did was, nakita nila, maganda yung pwesto natin para sa isang teamfight Sige, mag-push nga kaya tayo, mag-invade tayo into the purple buff of King Kong at doon nag-umpisa yung control ng Blacklist International little by little. But Fnatic still kept it close. They do have a Nathan, of course Escalera with his signature R-Lot, and of course, great performance as well by the Yuzhong of Gem. By the way, first game for Gem and Super Friends on the Yuzhong and Eve respectively para sa MPL-PH Season 13. But as we saw, Blacklist International went ahead for the priority para sa Fredrin. Fredrin for Blacklist, one of the heroes you really don't want to give to Blacklist International. Now, after this series, 12 wins, 4 losses ang record ni Sansui on the Fredrin. So, now the question will be later for Fnatic, ibaba nyo ba? Or ibibigay nyo pa ba yung isang Fredrin for Blacklist International, knowing that they have an Edith swing pick na pwede nila gamitin. The Edith isn't just a pick for Haji, it's also a pick for Edward. Isang beses lang yun na pick for this season so far, but now in this second time, panalo pa rin. So 2-0 for Edward's Edith. You also have to look at one of the problems for Fnatic ONIC Philippines is that the Minotaur provides a lot of healing. There's a lot of healing on the side of Blacklist International, and you had to see that Fnatic, inikot nila yung item building path nila para mabawasan yung healing na binibigay ng isang Minotaur for Blacklist International. But no matter how much they build, they just couldn't find enough damage in the end. Surprisingly enough, not enough damage to take down the Edith in time and to take down what was that hero? Right, the Fredrin in time. A deadly combination for longer team fights. So, we're gonna be looking at a rotation here on your screen right now. Haji's first 5 minutes, kitang-kita nyo, sentro ng mapa. So much time spent in the first 5 minutes in the river, in the jungle. You hold that spot because that's where ONIC Philippines is also trying to find their wins. But if you're Blacklist International, that is where you get your good turnarounds. That's where you get chances to surprise Fnatic and stop them from getting a good early game. It was close early on, but it could have been so much worse for Blacklist International if they didn't hold the center of the map as well as they did. dahil hawakan nila yung sentro ng mapa, na-control nila yung pag-ikot nila Escalera, Super Prince, and King Kong, and would even show to the members of Fnatic ONIC Philippines that, guys, kaya din namin lumaban dito sa gitna ng mapa. Well, Blacklist International takes the victory. We have a special segment. We've talked a lot about metas. We've talked a lot about stats. I want you to look at your screens right now as we're gonna be going behind the stats. Show you some very important numbers on your screen. And of course, the first of that would be what it looked like, what the meta looked like bago nalapag yung patch natin, patch 1.878, before the big patch in week 4. So we're just waiting for the stats to show up on your screen because you're gonna be seeing something very interesting here. So, before the patch, or in patch 1.878, these are the top 10 contested heroes. Fredrin and Harith with 100% contention rate. Fredrin, Matilda, Arlott, and Minotaur are still highly contested even after the patch. And Harith, Loyi, and Chip jumped in contention rate after the patch. So, before the patch, kita nyo dyan, 100% for Fredrin. For the Harith, Matilda was often banned. Faramis, highly contested as well. But then, as we go after the patch, that's when you see Loyi has risen up. Arlott still within the same level. Chip as well. Harith, Fredrin, andun, nag-increase din in priorities. So, the release of Chip, the meta changing decision of ONIC, Fnatic ONIC to say we're gonna pick and prioritize Loyi, we'll pair it with Claude, and of course with Team Liquid Echo showing that you can chip and Loyi, and then teams realizing, grabe, ang lakas ng isang Harith. Wait, why we forget about Fredrin? He's still the best jungler out there. You see the changes on your screen. Now for the top 20 contested heroes and the win rate, bago mag-patch, you see Faramis is in a really good spot. Mid-contention but very high win rate. Nolan, his contention rate was almost at 100% at mataas din yung win rate niya. Loyi, barely contested, but you can see that mataas din yung win rate niya. Those are the games of Fnatic ONIC Philippines. When you look what happens after the patch, Harith and Fredrin go up. Matilda, mas madalas na natin nakikita in the meta. And speaking of seeing something, by the way, look for the MSC trophy there. I wonder where it is. Ay, hindi ko makita yung MSC trophy. Take a picture of yourself, take a selfie with it, balikan nyo yun, and when you post it online, you get a chance to win 2,000 diamonds. So, you really got to see how our meta has evolved with the priorities of Chip, Loyi, Harith, Fredrin, Matilda coming through more often. Of course, Roger, now the Moscovs showing up. I wonder what else we'll see for this game number 3 between Blacklist International and Fnatic ONIC. Casters, paso.
Man, it's great to see all those stats broken down.
Stats don't lie. I don't know what you were trying to say, but stats
I don't know.
lie.
Stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie, bro.
It was the pre-patch and patch comparison.
Yeah.
And again, I think we're still in flux. I think a lot of those stats will slowly shoot up. A lot of those stats will plateau. And here, I'm happy to see that there is some deviation already. The Fredrin and Nakai matchup has had some developments, but it's still true. If you're blue, you win.
So we are winning right now.
Blue is true.
I mean, sure.
Blue is true. So 100%.
Red is bad. Red is...
Well, right now.
Red is dead.
Red is
dead.
Redemption.
2.
All right. Well,
if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. And we're going to have to go ahead and look at our beautiful audience out there, because right now we're looking for the smart game face of the day. MPL Arena, or is it the Champions Arena? Be the next smart game face of the day winner.
Just flash the hashtag the power of smart on your devices in the green background and put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code.
You know, we've seen a couple of strong entries already.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh.
All right, she knew she was on. Oh.
She knew she was
on.
Oh!
Young man.
Oh! Congratulations.
You gotta win it, boys.
Young gun. The power of smart.
Starting me up.
So whose pose is that? Is that a pose of a hero?
That's
it's just
like
his.
Is that Roger?
I think that's Minana Evos.
I bet that kid's mythic glory.
He probably is. Wait,
Sure.
Mythical Glory is that 100? 100 plus?
50.
That's 50. I'm close.
Nice.
I'm getting there.
Well,
Forever
we
solo
can
queue.
get there tonight. We can probably rank game tonight.
I don't think so, Rockheart. You know, this is after this, we're hitting the gym.
Oh, you're hitting the gym.
You know it.
You know it. Tomorrow
sure.
will be the day. Now, once again, too, we have to go ahead and mention that we have a amazing thing ahead of us. We get to witness the history as we celebrate Filipino values, the talents, and of course, the sportsmanship.
So catch the MPL-PH Alamat Awards on May
Alamat.
25, 2024. What time? 4 p.m. Where we'll recognize the icons that make up the MLBB-PH esports scene.
What does Alamat mean for our international audience out there?
Legend.
And myself
It's a
included.
legend.
So, oh, that's the direct translation. Legend.
Right?
Literally just legend.
All right.
So Legend Awards.
Legend Awards. 4 p.m.
MPL.
MPL, nah.
Yeah.
All right. Alamat Awards, nah. Okay, so jumping in, we're a minute and a half away. We're going to see what side is going to that winning side.
Blue. Surprise.
Who's going blue? Okay, there it
There
is.
you go.
Surprise.
Fnatic
Surprise,
ONIC Philippines.
surprise.
Hey, let's see how long do you think we're going to maintain that win rate?
I think until day 3.
Okay, here's the thing.
What?
Do you want to see that win rate continue?
No.
Then expect to go 5 games all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It
I
has to be
don't.
5 games all the time. Because they always pick blue.
Yeah.
The losing side always pick blue, and then
Yeah, because the way it
But
starts.
like, what? That's the thing. It's like, why? Why is that? What is the theory here?
Okay.
Why blue side is 100%?
All right, number 1, the draft is a big part of it, right? Number 2 is, I'll tell you after this.
Because right now, you guys have to guess and join the guessing game, and maybe you can guess exactly why 100% for blue side. But it starts now on the TikTok platform.
that's right. Come to watch the MPL matches on TikTok. Join the guessing game to support your teams and win game points.
Go to TikTok. Go to TikTok channel of MPL Philippines. That's at MPL-PH_official. And then you click the official live stream, whatever you're watching on now. Chances are this is it. And then you click the ongoing guessing game to support your team and win game points. Now, why exactly is 100%? Okay.
Why?
I'll tell you now. 4
Tell
out of
me.
5 times, this is a rough estimate, all right? I'm
Okay.
just throwing numbers out so that you guys understand the gravity of the situation. 4 out of 5 times, 80% of the time, it's because of the draft. The 20%, the remaining situational execution is because sometimes, yeah, you're blue side, but you're losing and you had the worst draft. Some way, somehow, the flex pick on the red side won. It's because opponent got impatient. It's because you beat them and you outplayed them when it mattered.
So they got tilted.
I don't want to assume people got tilted, but
They got impatient.
if in the game they were able to get
That's the 20% though.
get the one over you, yeah.
All right.
My
Well,
theory is first pick is very powerful.
not only that, but I'll tell you what, we're not robots, right? So we have
Not robots.
emotions. Now, jumping into the game.
We have heart.
We have heart.
Whoa.
First ban phase already completed. First pickup for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. What is it going to be? The Fredrin. It's not that. Whoa. Is that Angela?
That's
Angela?
Angela.
That's the Angela picked up.
Pretty early, I would say, but that will leave your enemy guessing. Like, all right, what's this Angela gonna support?
Yep.
Are we gonna see Leo more? Just kidding.
Whoa.
Hey,
There's very few teams that can
Wait
actually make Rome Angela work.
for Liquid. Just kidding.
That's tomorrow. We'll
That's
see.
tomorrow.
See value in me?
There's the Fred.
You
Here we go.
should.
Fred Faramis, Fred Nova.
I am the priestess
Fred
of
Edith.
primal lightning.
Dear Lord.
The
They
hunter
lo-
of
they're
evil
loving this
gods.
Edith.
We have become NACT. NACT has a massive focus on Edith.
Why?
Honestly, Edith is so easy to use.
Dude, you know,
Anyone can use it.
at this point, I'm sorry. At this point, you know, I'm just
NACT
going to...
and MY.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be at that point where I'm like that kid that's always asking the parent, why?
Why though?
Why? Dan? Leo?
Are we there yet?
All right, and you're gonna explain it, but then
Tell me.
But why?
No, again, I mentioned earlier, was that Minana Black or was it FNOP Black? Here we go.
accompaniment.
It's because as soon as you get your 2 skills,
That's a Ling, by the way. Why?
I was trying to explain things and you
Oh
have to
my
do
goodness.
this to me.
Leo, I'm sorry, but this just derails.
Ling Kong, why?
Angeling, bro.
Wait.
Okay, yes.
We're
This could
devolving.
mess up the 100%.
Number
Or it
one.
could continue it.
That
It's a gambit.
It's 50-50.
It's 50-50.
Okay,
But
here's
yes.
the thing. I would like to think Fnatic ONIC would not do this if they weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
Again, they should have learned from week 7.
That's why they pick up the Angela first pick. It's
Now
the
it's
Angeling.
different. It's different now, yes. In other regions all around the world, the Ling is a monster. The Ling is a beast. I can throw back for one major example, MPL-PH.
Yeah.
Off of the back of MP the King's Ling.
That's true.
Won a championship.
Even when all is
Now,
forlorn.
we're going to see if it works out just the same.
Didn't we see it in week 7 though when it failed?
Yeah, they played
Miserably?
it over and over again. And it lost.
That's right.
So now,
It
it seems to be the story for Blacks International is they're going to stick to their fundamentals while they'll let Fnatic ONIC PH
do their thing.
Do their thing. Just get jiggy with it. Get creative.
Just do it.
Will
All right.
Smith, get jiggy with it. There you go.
I don't know that song.
No.
Just pretend like you don't.
No.
I know it. It popped into my head as soon as you started saying it. All right. So, last couple bands here. We'll see what they are going to be. Of course, the XP lane looks to be locked in. Well, and again, Haji's probably going to be playing that Edith.
That's,
so
they're going to leave
that's
that. That's one of their few strengths, right? On red side, is they're able to switch. Will
if
Smith.
they want to.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Had to finesse that in.
Oh, man. Well, as we get through these last couple bands,
it's a good song.
I'm kind of flabbergasted here.
A little bit.
You know?
I just feel like we're starting.
How so? I mean, I think that the drafting is still pretty on point.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pretty much. I guess there's not much to say about it, especially if Ling has been proven pretty strong in other regions.
Good read too, like this Minotaur ban, is because for you to be able to do a mid lane Angela, you need a solid front line. And what's left now? What are they gonna do? Like a friggin' Ruby?
Akai?
No, ew!
Oh, you want to deny the Akai as well.
Right? So
Ling
look,
for the Ling.
Yeah, so look, there's a Grok here that's banned out. So they kind of know that Escalera wants to do this. So what's left?
This is tough because even when I'm just thinking about the Ling's time, I know it's King Kong, man,
What's
right?
a front liner?
Yeah, what else can you do with Terizla here other than
Who
that?
said there are no shortcuts in life?
Oh, the chip's going to be banned out.
I literally invented one.
What's up, Chip?
Go Chipstagram.
Chipstagram.
All right, what is this?
You got a pretty good front line already, so maybe Blacklist can go a little bit spicy.
There's a Claude.
That's a Claude.
They're fine. So now you want to put something on.
I am vengeance.
The Arlo!
Arlo?
That's
Oh, no,
Moskov.
Moskov.
Oh, wait, Arlo's banned. Never mind.
They look alike.
Sure.
The purple hair, purple skin family.
What is this last pick? There's no... Whoa!
Show? Okay.
I love it because it could have been the Haji pick.
This draft is too spicy for me, man.
Too spicy, right?
That's why I said I was starting to feel flabbergasted, right? Because, so this is a Super Prince...
Angeling, yeah.
Sam, Super Prince, Angela, and even back in regular season weren't statistically like the mid lane Angelas.
They showed up more.
They showed up more, but what the success rate of it?
Everyone was like 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Or 0 and X. Yeah.
So I'm wondering what changed in the 2+ week gap that we had where they prepared for playoffs.
Well, to be fair, Angela's always been a mainstay ban. So the fact that she comes through means she's still a major threat.
But I mean, like the Ling again, because it failed at the end of the regular season.
Oh, what changed?
Yeah, like what has changed in their confidence level to bring it now to this game number 3?
All right, something tells me the way that they played in game 2, they really wanted to get the job done. They really wanted to get in there and confirm objectives, get kills. I think something snapped and said, you know what, Coach Tony says, oh, you really want to play like that, huh? Let's do the Angeling.
Yeah, and this is also
Get in
kind
there.
of a heat check for this comp. If they want to run it,
They can afford to.
Yeah.
They can do it. Right, this is the perfect time to do it.
It's better now than game 4.
Yes.
Sure. It's better now than match point.
That's true.
There you go.
That's right. Take a look at it.
Because of the spiciness, it spiked in terms of the
The
lineup
index.
rating. Look at that.
The next was like, all right, I like it as well.
Almost times 2, almost twice the rating on Blacklist.
Yeah.
It's because of what they're capable of. Again, there's so much utility, but when it comes down to fundamentals and just lane per lane, I like what Blacklist is bringing.
Well, let's find out here. Again, a great lineup, a great composition for both teams this time around, but I know people have been waiting to see King Kong on the Sling, pairing up with Angela as well. It's a game 3. Who's going to take the lead in the series? Will it be Fnatic, ONIC Philippines, or Blacklist International as they approach their 8th game tonight?
Wow. Again, a quick throwback. I had a conversation with Delar earlier on. He says if you play this long, it's all for you. It's momentum. Check it out. Support emblem onto Sensui. He really wants to get those dashes in and out.
Okay. I guess one thing, too, that we have to kind of look at is the amount of CC available for Blacklist International. I'm talking about the time and time again, UA that has had his hands on this Vexana pick, able to play around it. Haji as well, playing with the Edith. There's so much available here, and I feel like that's going to make things a little more difficult for Fnatic ONIC PH to approach the objective fights. You really have to be timing your things correctly. I mean, Escalaire picking up a Cho, and we've seen, guys, the way the Cho plays now in the current meta, it can work. There are obviously players that make this work and pull it off, but still, later on in the game, it gets that much harder to pull that Way of the Dragon perfect pick off, especially, again, when you're talking about here, Oheb's got the Purify, he's got this Claude pick, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to find the targets here. We'll see if Escalaire is able to pull that off, go back to that Stone Cold that we saw back from game 1.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Turtle now forms up here in just a couple seconds. Level 4s waiting to come online here for a couple members for both teams.
Oh, Prince missed the card, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
That's massive. Now it's Prince suffering some damage here.
Oh my goodness.
Even with the heals from the Angela, they don't seem to be able to sustain that long. And now the fight's happening around the turtle area. This is going to be crucial.
Oh no, King Kong?
Oh, he makes it out. Oh my goodness, that was close.
Is that not a tail of time?
Nice jumping in, coming in from Gem. But the answer is still here. Blacklist still has some firepower left in the barrel. And they're going to shoot. They're going to shoot in the direction that they want. And they're going to catch Super Frizz. They're going to catch 3 members of Fnatic ONIC.
Oh,
look, they make a beeline straight for the purple, not even Turtle.
That is a lot.
Oh, it's the start of the resource war. And they're choking out King Kong. Look, he's not even going to get the touch of purple now. If Blacklist has their way, King Kong is going to be starved.
And so that's why I'm saying it's the risk is already from the first second of the game. But when you have something like that happen around your first objective, that is going to just be a snowball effect of pressure from Blacklist International towards this lineup from Fnatic ONIC PH. And you can see it already unfold here. Of course, the gold laners just doing their own thing. But you really have to keep an eye on how they kind of recalibrate from this, from the last couple minutes here.
And even across the map, right? Even Kelra is affected by what happened all the way up top. He's down 300 gold from Oheb.
Obviously something that you can kind of just recover from, right? But if you're thinking about what heroes they're using, Keller should be so good at dueling in this lane.
Yeah, he could force those purifies like randomly.
Right.
But instead, he's just forced to play it safe because who knows where else Black might rotate. They're way ahead.
Speaking of ahead, Edward with that 2-0, he already got that Hunter Strike available to him, so that matchup now in that lane against Gem is highly in his favor, and he's just going to continue to whittle down Gem there in that XP lane, so we'll see how that kind of unfolds if they're able to stop Edward from continuing to snowball.
Dude, I feel so bad for King Kong. Look, he was trying to look for some creeps. Yeah, literally something.
Something.
There's no one there. There's nothing there.
Oh, the resource starvation.
Look at this. He might have to just rely on the hard guard to go in and try to get the purple.
They're getting ready.
Oh, no.
They tried to go for it, but they miss.
He clicked the retribution to no avail.
I think he hit someone.
That's the worst.
He hit a hero with the retro.
So, I don't know, man. This is always like, you know, when people are just like, yeah, bring the assassins back, like, do that. You know, in the competitive scene, it's like this is a reminder why sometimes it's a struggle.
It's not that easy. It's not as simple as turning on a switch and I want to play Fling today.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, there's a flicker.
Again, it's early on, so we'll see if there's any adjustments that can be made for him because, you know, when we've seen this before from Lings or other assassins that are locked in, it almost turns into, all right, I'm going to give up all that stuff, and I'm just going to try to push in the side lanes. I'm going to try to do something around here, even if it's trying to take a turtle. We'll see if he's able to pull it off. Nope, not going to happen.
Escalator a little bit too late to the party, but now with the dive in, everyone seems to be ready to take it, and they are.
Oh, UA so low.
King Kong's actually in a pretty healthy spot, able to get up on Finch Voice, but it's a full retreat.
Oh no.
ONIC, they're actually going to fall one. Oh my god, Fnatic ONIC members are losing members left, right, and center, brother.
We just missed the KOF 1-on-1 versus 1.
Yeah, we did. That was the old skin versus the new one. Yeah. But wait, check it out. There seems to be something we missed down bottom. Look at how much Kelra's pushed in, all the while we were focused elsewhere.
Oh. There's a Hellcurt somewhere.
Someone's activated. The Hellcurt ult. And now the fight's happening around that buff as well. So crucially for them, it's so crucial for Blacklist to deny that, and they're able to do that successfully once more.
Oh, this is so painful. About 4,000 gold ahead. Blacklist International is. They are the Guardians.
There it is.
Oh, we're back.
We're back, boys.
They're the Guardians of the metagame, the gatekeepers of what's allowed in the MPL Philippines Season 13 Playoffs. Because they've stuck to the code, they've stuck to their fundamentals all this time, 8 games in.
Super funny, I just want to share. I saw people turning on their phone flashlights. So don't
Like,
panic.
what was going to happen with that?
Now, it's Fnatic ONIC trying to get something done on top, and they get one. They get Edward, at the very least.
Shutdown.
But the trade is happening on the bottom with OHEB with a turret of his own.
That's a good, at least they found something there. Oh, hold on, Sensui.
Oh boy, Earth Shatter forces back. Fnatic ONIC trying to be very safe here, but they take out Haji.
Kelra's still alive?
Kelra's still alive.
Oh no.
Getting hunted down by Oh my goodness! That is the kill that you want to get if you're OHEB. Now, the siege is on. Eternal Guard is still walking.
Oh,
Dive in, King Kong wants revenge. Sensui, how are you alive?
That is such a Fredrin thing to do.
What?
Here comes the Tempest Blaze. Nope.
Nope. NAWP. Now.
Just stood right there. And just like that, when we thought Fnatic ONIC could get on their feet, Blacklist International kicks him down one more time, securing the last turtle of the game. Can finally King Kong secure this?
Oh, they're trying to go for it. And again, King Kong is not lucky enough, but Edward gonna suffer because of this. And the reset on the buff means maybe there's a chance King Kong can get it, but King Kong not gonna risk it at all.
I just love that, hearing both KOF sound effects breaking out between the two heroes here. And with that, we're back.
That was odd. Okay. All right. We're back in it. We're back in it.
Okay.
Oh, man.
3,000 gold between them now. Fnatic ONIC PH. Obviously, they're showing that they have some teeth, right?
That's the best you can hope for. But the angle's just off here. Yue with a counter attack here with the rest of Blacklist. Just trying to shove him back. And if you'll notice, man, King Kong still has no buff, no purple buff yet. It's making it hard for him to travel the map.
Yeah, it's been tough, but I feel like he's still able to at least find something where he can. And he's not too far behind
totally
Sensui.
dead,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
He's a level behind, but he hasn't died, and he's been able to at least find some XP, some gold to work with around here. And, you know, at some point, you're like, okay, well, how long can you keep that up? At what point do you actually pull something off? And that might be that first Lord, unless they're just like, you know what? We at least show face for that first Lord dance, but if we don't get it, then we can put pressure around the map where we can.
Looking at the item game, he has a Berserker's Fury on his way to a, there it is,
Endless
Endless
Battle.
Battle. All the while, the blade armor and the Guardian helmet on Sensui. I believe it's the helmet that was the culprit there. How he was able to get away with so much.
Oh, wow, Gem.
Oh, boy. Gem, even with the body of Smith, can't really last that long. And look at that. A turret even in danger. Escalera already used up the conceal.
No one home.
No one home. Tower fall.
Oh,
head in front. Oh, my goodness.
Kicks him away.
Stop. Oh, my goodness. No one can stop this guy now.
That is tough. Again, when you're just getting shot after shot, the corrosive scythe is there for OHEB. And now King Kong.
King Kong! He's in trouble!
Oh no!
Lord! Not gonna be there in time!
These micro mistakes These little millimeters that Blacklist are able to punish turn into inches, turn into miles. And now they are primed to win going into the mid-game, going into the late game now. Oh.
Again, King Kong is known for being a player on this Ling. But look at what is happening here with Sensui and the Fredrin. They know how to punish him exactly the way they need to. And he's having a difficult time really playing this to full potential. So now they got to deal with this Lord. Mid lane push. Fnatic ONIC PH, how long can they hold on to these base turrets as the tier 2s get pushed in?
Here's the problem, gentlemen. Here's the problem. Fnatic ONIC PH, they have really bad wave clear. They have a mid lane Angela. What are you going to do? Throw love waves at these minions?
You basically have Kelra. That's
Kelra.
it. That's it. That's it.
The hope and dream of Fnatic ONIC right now. Make sure Kelra has enough damage. Clear that up. Don't forget, normal attacks are AoE a little bit. But now, it's Oheb right up front. Penalty zone activated by Gem. No go. Escalera on the back trying to look for somebody. Also no joy.
Oh man, King Kong, all he could do was watch.
Yep. And again, the reason why Escalera had to throw his body at Blacklist and wait, what?
Oh boy! King Kong, he's running out.
Oh, Edward!
He's running out of energy. Oh my goodness, Tempest of Blaze comes in clutch in that last moment.
This is a miserable situation for Fnatic ONIC PH. Your cores have to protect the jungler.
That's
what a travesty.
What a turn of events.
Oh, Gem again.
The body of Smith can only keep him alive for so long.
Blacklist International are on fire.
Yes,
Look at this, the
spicy.
concealed play.
Oh, they're hunting flings.
Get out of here, King Kong, get out of here.
Get out of here, bro.
Again, the push now top. King Kong waiting patiently. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to pull off here. But just look at the damage from Blacklist International. Nearly 10,000 ahead, or 9,000 ahead in just a matter of minutes.
Okay, did King Kong just steal the oranges? Grand Theft Orange? Yes,
I guess that's the best you can do.
All right.
But maybe purple, maybe not.
He needed purple, man.
He can't cross.
Purple is so much better.
There's still towers, and he has to go back. The rest of the team really needs him. Inhibitor turret number 3 goes down on top.
All this time he could have spent it to get the purple, though.
Yeah, purple was there for Blacklist side.
Was it really going to do that much impact, though, I guess? That's what he's thinking.
I guess.
That's what he's thinking.
Better than nothing?
Better than just standing there.
Interesting. What is this, a tactical scout? Is he just
tactical vision?
Yeah.
This is Ling in 2024.
I mean,
tactical vision.
If it works in other regions, it's not like this.
Well, I think the Indonesian caster said it. Cool, calm, and collected. There's so many decisions, so many strategies that come into play every time someone does something, right? Every movement, they have to really think about it. That's our region. So I guess one of the reasons why the lane can't really flourish here.
I think it's also just the timing a lot. Oh, Gem again.
Oh, man, so proactive here. Blacklist International. They feel like they have such a big advantage right now. King Kong, one hit from Oheb, put him to almost half. This could be trouble. He's dancing around. He's looking for Paquito, but he's going to have to walk on out there. No chance for retribution.
Oh,
Oheb. That's a Blacklist Lord for sure. Oheb up front. My goodness.
All right. That's a desperation spear of destruction there. Like just to see, maybe.
Get a hit, maybe get a steal.
Yep.
1 in a million shot.
Okay, well, at this point, they find themselves once again on the defense. Now it is nearly the 10,000 lead for Blacklist International. And like we said, the defense power here from Fnatic ONIC PH is not that great. I mean, look.
King Kong is
look at
dying
King
the
Kong.
minions.
He's having a difficult time with these powered-up minions.
What the heck?
They are huge.
They
are.
Go.
They're buffed up. He's got to get back to base.
He's got to go back. He's got to go back. And now it's Blacklist walking it up. Gem, last-ditch effort with the penalty zone. But Eternal Guard to the face takes him out. Oheb's on the side. King Kong trying to dance around it, clear the minion wave. Kelra!
Sensui!
They overload the base.
Too much right now.
It's match point, ladies and gentlemen.
Match point for Blacklist International as they close out their 8th game tonight. And man, do they look locked and loaded and ready to move on forward. 2-1 Blacklist International.
Again, they've been playing the same heroes all night long. And if there's nothing wrong with the code, why reprogram? Why rewrite?
Yep. You know what's wrong with blue side now?
What?
What's wrong, Leo?
Ling.
It's not 100% anymore.
It's not 100% anymore. And that's good.
That's good.
It allows for us to break down and understand the metagame even more. And it shows that if you have a fundamental lineup, the way Blacklist has, and if you execute it the right way,
yeah,
you can punish these strats that maybe would work elsewhere, but not in MPL-PH.
I still say this was the best time to kind of try this.
I'd say it's a time.
If you were practicing it, this would have been a time.
It's a time because now that Blacklist is at match point, the pressure is on.
And we can just assume, right? We could just assume the flipping of sides here, maybe. And I don't know. I'm sure Renmar has a lot to say about this, the lineups, the compositions that were brought out. So,
yeah.
Renmar, why don't you go ahead and break this game down for us? What do you have to say?
Pinahirapan ang buhay ng isang Ling for the side of Fnatic ONIC by Blacklist International. At kitang-kita kung bakit, even though all throughout the world, pinapakita nila, kaya ata natin mag-assassin na. But when you have roamers, the quality that Haji brings to the table, you will have you will struggle up against a team like that if you are an assassin jungle. His play here on the Edith as the roamer. You can see the item prioritization here, rushing the dominant size. Well, still respecting the regen that Fnatic ONIC can bring to the table. And then, of course, rushing the blade armor. Just to really show to Fnatic ONIC, kung gusto nyo makakambak dito, i-extend nyo yung laro hanggang 25, 30, maybe even longer. Then going for the third item, Immortality, just to prove the point that that's how big the lead for Blacklist International was. When you have an Edith with you, again, going back to our previous point nung game number 2, is you have a hero who likes longer engagements. If you can't take the Edith down fast enough, the longer the Edith is alive, the harder it is gonna be for you to win the team fight. Again, Fnatic ONIC giving the Fredrin and the Edith together. Yes, when you look at that combo, isipin mo siguro na medyo mabagal kumpara sa isang Ling, kumpara sa Angela, wala sa map presence. But you don't need that much. If you're Blacklist International, as long as you control the middle of the map, makontrol nyo yung minion waves, mahinto nyo yung pag-entry ni Escalera, then you won't be able to do the global map presence that you can do as an Angela, as a Ling. That's why at the same time, as much as you also need to commend Haji, the MVP of the game, 100% kill participation. Maganda yung mga engagements niya with the Earth Shatter flickers, katulad na pinakita niyo doon. And of course, the onwards, yung tinatawag natin suplex. His pairing with Yue as the Vexana yet again really stops Fnatic ONIC from getting the engagements at saka yung mga umpisa sa mga laban na gusto nila. Every time you'd see Escalera would want to get a pick-off, would want to get a knock-up. You have a member of Blacklist International just dishing out a key crowd control ability para mahinto yun. With Escalera gone, then the pressure falls onto Gem plus the Angela. But then, who else is gonna be protecting or giving help para sa Moskov, para sa Ling? One purple buff lang ang nakuha dito ng Fnatic ONIC. That's the first one. The second purple buff onwards, hindi na nakuha ng Ling ni King Kong, and that really shows the story. When you have an assassin jungler na hindi niya nakukuha yung boss, hindi niya magawa yung rotations niya, maapektado yung buong rotation ng team. You have the roamers stuck in the jungle, in the river, hindi sila makakapunta sa side lanes, hence why Kelra hindi siya masyado natulungan. Umaabot naman siya sa late game build, but then if you look at the EXP laner, Gem only has the dominance eyes and the blade armor. At that point, you're worrying about the magic damage. Hindi pa nga niya nabuo yung radiant armor doon dahil that's the item that he really needed to survive against the Vexana, to survive against the Edith. And that's why he took the most damage here, as you can see. Escalera playing pick-off type. You're not gonna hold the front line as much as the Cho. So he takes the most damage. But the rich guy, the carry, would go to Oheb. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, yung contributions ni Yue into the game, helping out Haji with providing the peel para kay Oheb and for the other members of Blacklist International. He gets total assists, 8 of them. And he is the best wingman of the game. We're reminded yet again kung bakit hindi natin masyado nakikita ang mga assassin sa Pilipinas. Why people are wondering, Baksha, Fredrin, Barats, over and over again. Marte, siguro, from time to time. But then, we got to show it here. Why? When you have yung tinatawag natin core jungler, an assassin jungler, a jungler na gusto maka-snowball, gusto makakuha ng items, ang hirap makakontrol ng mapa kung yung kalaban mo ay magaling mag-invade, has strong bursts, and good scaling as well. If you look at there, Vexana, Fredrin, and the Paquito. You can take the Edith out of the question. Those 3 heroes, you can imagine it as, grabe, mapapahirapan nila yung buhay ng isang Ling. The Fredrin can invade, frontline, get vision, the burst of the Vexana, and the crowd control as well. And of course, the rotational speed ng isang Paquito. Makaka-clear ng minion waves, tapos makaka-ikot and join the invade. King Kong was just pressured here. Fnatic ONIC was just pressured by Blacklist International. And now, we reach this point. 1 game win away, and Blacklist International officially survives the play-ins round, and they will have eliminated ONIC, Fnatic ONIC, and Minana Evos. But it's not done just yet. Fnatic ONIC have been hungry to make it past the first round. These players in this organization have been hungry to make it past the first round of the playoffs, or their first round of the playoffs. It's been a curse for a lot of them. We saw in game number 1 just how hell-bent Fnatic ONIC are in making sure that they make it past this round. And if they have any aces up their sleeves, if they have any more unique strategies, the strategies that Fnatic ONIC have been popular for, it's time to bring it out. Will Fnatic ONIC force game number 5, or will Blacklist International send them home? Casters, paso.
Redmar, that's a great question, because I can't wait to find out either. And now, as we kind of get us situated here, guys, it has been a longer night here for playoffs day number 1, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm saying that hoping, I'm going to test the waters here for game 5.
Mall's closed, bro.
Okay, here's the thing. If we want to see game 5, Fnatic ONIC PH have to do 2 things.
Not what they did last time.
Well, that's 3 things now. Do not do what you just did in game 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Number 2 is, again, upset the trend of the meta. They have to win off of red, because most likely, once we see sides confirmed, I feel like black is going to go blue, right?
Yes.
And I'll tell you about that last thing after this.
After this, and that is MPL-PH's live stream viewer awards are now available. Come and watch the MPL matches on TikTok to join the Goodie Bag Lottery, as we've had going all day long for you guys. How do they join, Rockhart?
Open your TikTok app. Go
There
to the
it is.
MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPL-PH_official. And then you'll see our faces, because we're a live stream. And then you click on top left corner, get that goodie bag.
It's that simple.
It's that simple.
Man, that is the lowest octave I've ever heard Rockhart go.
I tried. Yeah, I can't. Maybe I'll try that some more.
He's going to practice tonight.
Go ahead and practice that.
I'm going to practice having like really, really low voice here. Is this better?
I don't know, dude.
Don't ask us. You know,
you're comfortable with.
I feel like
As long as you're happy, that's what matters.
That's what I want.
Exactly.
I want you to be happy.
And so I want to go back to your point,
Yes.
Leo, so that you are happy.
Yeah.
Finish your point. You were saying, what does Fnatic ONIC Philippines have to do to not get capped out here?
Right. 3 things. Number 1, don't do what you did in game 3. Number 2 is upset the trend of the meta. You have to win off of red, because most likely Blacklist will be blue. Once again, check out the draft from game 3. And last but not least is, this is just in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
I am just but a servant for the broadcast of the English stream for MLBB esports.
What?
Fnatic ONIC PH has to be lactose intolerant. Avoid the cheese, y'all.
Avoid the
the cheese. Do you think that this Game 3 draft was cheesy?
I mean,
Little
we
bit.
don't often see
What kind of cheese was this?
We don't. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't understand what kind of cheese this is.
I know what it is.
What is it?
It's if there's Swiss cheese, this is a Miss cheese.
All right, I'll allow this.
Thank you.
2.5 out of 5.
2.5 out of 5.
I've
Hey.
given so much less.
But I'll give
for
a
more.
0.5 because it's kind of late in the night.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
So here's the thing. Again, I this comes from the sweetest of places, and
Okay.
I'm sure this works in scrims.
Yep.
But not against Blacklist. That's in the heat of things. Not against a fully figured out momentum-based Meta-Solved Blacks International.
100%.
I think that's a great thing because you guys also brought this up in the game, and maybe some of our viewers out there can share some of their thoughts. Why is Ling not working here in MPL Philippines?
There's a ling and there's a ding ding. I'm hearing
Yeah,
somewhere.
I heard something too.
Yeah,
There's so
I did
many
too.
things.
So many things.
There's so many things that Blacklist did that made the Ling experience all the more worse for ONIC, for Fnatic ONIC PH. And I think number one is they gave a false sense of safety to Super Friends.
Yeah.
And they put him on a hero that is again not Super Friends E.
Not super Fritzy.
Not Super Fritzy, yeah. The Angela.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
the exact same case when we were talking about X-Borg on Edward.
Exactly.
Angela on Super Friends.
It's not Super Friendsy.
Like, he didn't get to #1 kill participation on
An
Angela. I mean, he probably played it like once
Maybe
or twice.
once, yes.
But
3 times max.
when we talked about before where, like, Edward needs these type of heroes, like, that's also Super Friends.
Yeah.
That impact.
The problem with the Angela is because she's either here or not at all. She's either off in the long lane defending or making moves, putting vision up, or again in the hearth guard. And that's not how you get full participation. Poppy poppy boo. Poppy poppy boo.
Yep.
I'm going low, you're going high, bro.
I'm a real girl. Does she say that?
Does she say that?
I don't know.
What movie is that from?
No, that's Angela's
That's
line.
Angela. Oh.
That's well, you know what? Team First Blood ranking. Let's take a look at that.
Pinocchio 2.
Let's get away from. Let's get away from
Okay,
that.
there it is.
Fnatic.
FNOP.
FNOP.
Yep.
72%.
Sorry.
You are unhinged. Rockhard, you are
I gotta get
unhinged.
used to that. FNOP.
Yeah, no, it's Fnatic ONIC
Fnatic
PH.
ONIC
Yeah,
PH.
Fnatic ONIC PH.
Yeah, they're super aggressive. We didn't see that in the last 2 games when they lost against Blacks International.
Like, okay, I would say that with the lineup they had, cheese or not, they could have been a team that gets Team First Blood, but when you get smashed before the first turtle,
that's right.
It's not going to happen.
So again, partly is because also the way that they played.
Yeah.
So I guess something tells me they need to pick up the pace.
Like, the problem with a Ling and Angela, if that or not, but just a Ling in general, is if you get shut down early, it's almost like you're done. It almost feels like that. Like, if you get shut down early, objectives secured, you're probably never going to see your purple buff again.
There's very little re-engage.
Yes. And you can see that right here. Blacklist is going to pick the blue side.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Okay, we're talking so much about ONIC. Maybe let's have a look and see on this from perspective of Blacklist, right? Maybe
great.
it was hard for ONIC. It's very pick-off lineup, right? With a Cho. It was hard to actually do the lineup's win condition if Blacklist just stuck together three members at a time.
Which they did.
And yes, exactly. And there's also like a really scary Edith that can kind of counter you 1v2.
I feel like you take the Edith, man. Like, I don't know. For Fnatic, or ban it out. Like, Haji has played it how many times tonight?
I think the Edith is great on Escalera. Like, that's an Escalera hero.
Oh, they can take it.
He loves going for the flanks. He loves these big CC heroes. Do it.
And maybe take UA's Vexana. I don't know. The guy has played it multiple times as well. He's 11-9, but the way he utilizes this hero, the Vexana, a lot of the timing when I was talking about the timing, the layering of ultimates, the CC available to Blacklist International is what's working in their favor right now. He's got a 60% win rate on it, but man, I don't know. I would almost be like, okay, you either take, in my head, it's like you either take the Fredrin, the Edith, or the Vexana, or you ban some of those out. Like, that needs to happen here for Fnatic ONIC PH to kind of deal with this and hopefully get themselves to a Game 5.
And it's doable because when when you're red, you let the blue side play the first pick gambit.
And then you get those two.
The 2 picks will allow for you to actually kind of like tunnel into what's allowed come the adjusted picks.
This is almost what I would like to see. Maybe they give up Fredrin, Sensui. They take Akai Edith. Or maybe like Akai Vexana.
You know what? Something tells me Edith anything. Because,
Edith anything.
Yeah, because the Akai is something that when the Fredrin gets picked on the other side, you're fine. Like, you don't have to think about the Akai.
Well,
so don't rush it.
Let's see exactly how Fnatic ONIC PH wants to adjust after what happened in the previous game. You can already see the bans out, though. Grok, Lu Yi, Angela, this time taken out by Blacklist International. And the last ban from Fnatic ONIC PH. They're already taken out. Yep.
Arlot's still out there.
You think that Arlot's going to be picked up here? I would love to see it. Traded, of course. What's that last man? All right, they take out the Fredrin.
You should. So
Arlot's open.
Allow the either Arlot or Vexana.
Arlot, give it to Edward. But yeah, it's probably going to be a Haji.
I am the priestess
But
of
it's an
praise.
Eden!
Jeez. There it is.
Blacklist knows. Blacklist knows
There's the Claude.
100%. Nice answer. We're going into straight up ease of execution and comfort.
Yep, no cheese here so far for Fnatic ONIC PH. And there's the Carmilla.
Camila.
Finally got wins over Minana Evos here in the playoffs earlier tonight. And what else do they go for? This is crazy, Rockhart.
Yeah.
Arlot's still out there.
First, okay, to be fair, this did happen in the previous series as well.
Yep.
I think Arlot reached like second pick phase on blue side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe it's still pretty much in the air.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know if we've ever seen the interaction of Akai and Carmilla just yet. That would be a cool matchup.
They seem counterintuitive.
Yep.
Because
This is the Emperor's order.
There's the Akai.
Oh, there's the Akai talking about. Okay, so with this pick, obviously the Akai can kind of just control the Moskov. Moskov 100% will be, I think, 100% purify here.
Yep.
That's number one. And number two, I wonder if there's still a possibility of, I don't know, what kind of mid lane possibilities we have here for Yue. Now that the Vexana's on the other side.
Yeah, no, with this kind of situation, you don't want to put on Novarias because it deals an unreliable amount of damage. Like, it's not as bursty as you want on the Curse of Blood. Unless they need vision, which I think they still do. But from there, maybe I would consider a Valentina. Since they are kind of dive at this point.
No.
Right? You have the Edith and you have the Carmilla. Looking at it now, they both seem to be clamping down on XP laners. Is this Paquito? Are they going to ban a Paquito?
Edward Heroes.
Yeah, take out the Paquito here.
Edward Heroes.
Doesn't matter what Blacklist bans if you're Fnatic ONIC PH, and then lock in what's left. Maybe lock in a... Do you want a YZ here?
YZ?
YZ?
Yeah, you get that Yuzhong.
Yuzhong? You could. I like this, though. Look at this. Another 100% win rate. This time around for Kalra on the quad. And I don't know, man. Like these last bans. All right, there's the Paquito. Take that out.
Then pick up the Yuzhong and the swing back.
All right, so at the very least, Paquito, don't forget, guys, by the way, this Edith still very much possible to be swapped over, flexed over. So they're covering their bases pretty well.
Yeah, and that's what's so good about being red this time around for Fnatic ONIC PH, is they know if that's going to definitely be an XP laner or roam Edith.
Oh, okay.
Wow, a lot of XP laners.
A lot of XP.
Okay, do they have the Yuzhong here?
Feels like a challenge to Gem here.
I almost feel like that's all he could go. Like, what else?
Like, Angai.
Yeah, what else is in the XP lane for him, you know?
Let's hear from the crowd.
Well, there it is.
Wow!
Okay,
CC made it
CC.
through!
Arlot? Are we going to see Arlot?
Oh yeah, there's still an Arlot.
Arlo!
I'm not so sure if you want a YZ here.
That's a very spicy option, but your lineup is fairly squishy.
Yeah,
if
not only that.
happens.
What does Yue go here? Does he
Yeah.
go? Does he bring out the Farsa again?
Faramis?
Farsa Faramis, yeah.
Faramis?
Still solid pickups there. But then again, very little interaction with the Curse of Blood.
Oh, you want to maximize the Curse of Blood, right?
Again, she's a force multiplier.
What's the bigger burst?
Farsa.
Farsa, I would
Aside from
say
Farsa.
probably.
Gord. What if Gord?
I just
You don't see it? Daisu?
here, I don't know.
Not with these heroes.
Yeah, like with an Akai across from you and everything.
That Nana?
Been different?
That's Nana!
Arlo and Nana!
Oh, please, no more Nanas in our RGs. No more.
Because of what Blacklist did, expect for them to come back.
No
Even
more.
if they lose here, even if we go to game 5,
No, Leo, they're still there.
They're still
they're
there.
everywhere.
Nanas are everywhere.
Mythic 100, Mythic
Yes.
200, no problem.
It doesn't matter if you're Mythic 50 plus stars, Nana pops up.
I get it. Nana mains, they're built diff.
They're built diff.
I would know. I would know. Mimi just plays Nana all day. That's all she wants. Oh, here we go.
Minotaur, last pick. This is a lot of, I feel like, durability and also a lot of damage potential from this lineup from Fnatic ONIC PH.
And we're actually back to the fundamental approach.
This is the right move. This is taking the cheese, putting back in the,
Let it
I was going to say the
ferment.
fridge.
Yeah.
And what do you pull out?
In the
Milk?
cellar. Put it in the cellar.
But cellar.
Put it in
Put
the
it in the
cellar.
cellar?
Cheese cellar.
You pull out milk.
You pull out the... Wait, no, that's still lactose.
You pull out the water.
Okay, there you go. You pull out the lemonade.
Stay healthy, guys.
You put out
Also,
the
you
lemon
guys-
infused water.
Lemon infused?
Lemon infused.
With refills.
There you go.
20 pesos.
Hey, you know what? That's what we're missing. We're missing the refill for the series.
Don't talk about it. Everyone's going to know.
However, we can't let them know the secret. Look at the lineup rating here.
This makes sense.
That's not a secret.
This makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, drink
like
water, guys. Stay healthy.
I like it. All right, so this confirms the Edith on the roam, which again is very PH meta.
Very
PH meta. You put the Edith on roam, and then you let your EXP flex.
Oh, man. It's come down to possibly this. It's match point for Blacklist International. Will they be able to pull it off? Again, 9 games in for them against Fnatic ONIC PH. Can they take it to game number 5? As we take a look, emblems are going to pop up. How they're looking.
All right, looking at that Nana, it's a pure burst Nana. You have the lethal ignition, and you have the rupture to help put it in there. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, there we go.
Flicker spent on Hodge. Okay, interesting. I think it begs to be said now, even before any action happens. Oh, wait.
Just like I mentioned in the previous series. Wow, that is a slow
He wants
punish.
the flicker out. He's
He
got to
wants
get
the
it.
flicker out. He's trying to save it for the very last moment. Cyclone Eye to safety. Escalera.
Look at that finesse.
Good pressure coming in from Sensui.
All right, in before this all crumbles for Fnatic ONIC PH. Consider this. They were going for retribution. They were going for redemption. And now there's a chance for it all to go sideways and be a repeat.
Man, this has been I feel like the preview of Gold Lane throughout the entire series where Calra and Oheb just kind of battled out. They get a little support if they can, but essentially like one of them is going to pull through and then they shine throughout the game. And really you have to appreciate the way that those Gold Laners play throughout the game, whether they're down and out, but they find ways to kind of pull through. So this is where we've seen things either pull through or collapse for one of these teams into that first turtle even. As they get these level 4s available to them, they're going to go ahead and get those online, the ultimates online, and battled out for that first objective.
There you go.
Edward nearly has it. He will get that once that cart goes down. King Kong, though, already starting up this turtle. It's half health.
Yep, going straight at it. King Kong could still be in trouble. He has that Purified that we're talking about here with the heavy spin. Curse of Blood goes down. Escalera does he go with her last hit, but First Blood goes over the Blacklist. Fight goes on. Low HP members for Black all around. Gem, he is looking for blood, but it's the Nana he finds. And Edward with a final slash re-engage. Oh my goodness.
Dear Lord, Blacklist International knew exactly what was going on, and Fnatic ONIC PH threw everything at the wall, but nothing stuck.
And they were so low. And you're thinking like, man, Gem's going to be able to jump in and get a couple of those kills, but then here comes Edward.
He get 4 kills for that.
Yeah.
But Edward, man, oh man.
That's tough. Hey, by the way, the code is now on the screen. Viewers, grab it while you can.
Just don't break it.
BM3 VNX LCH.
LCH. Grab it while you can, and good luck to all use that. Got it. Now, once again, jumping back into the game, Blacklist International feeling pretty good with this lead they have. It is very small, but you have to consider the fact the way that they worked around it. Sensui also, hold on.
Oh, flicker in by Haji. They seem to be very confident. Take out Super Prince, and they get him. Super Prince able to let the Eternal Guard down, though, but Kelra coming in from the back. Good damage all around. Knock up with the Earth Shatter, and Eternal Guard is still there.
Amazing. Blacks International calling Delta split, able to retreat, giving nothing over to Fnatic ONIC PH. And all this while, Edward just doing work. Look at how much gold he walked away with.
Yeah, that's massive here. And as I was just saying before that all broke out, you know, this lead that they were able to play around with now, furthering it a little bit further from that. And for Fnatic ONIC PH, it's like, all right, well, where can we find these early victories, these early wins? And that really, it comes down to Escalera being able to find the setups. With this Minotaur pick, they locked in King Kong if he's able to get an aggressive and offensive heavy spin lockdown. But so far, it's more like, okay, we know we're facing this match point. We have to kind of take things a little bit more careful as we approach these things. So they're going to go ahead and start this turtle this time around. But here comes Blacklist.
Re-engage. Haji is the one to watch here. He's looking for Kelra. Knock up with the Earth Shatter. Kelra still very confident to go here, but he spots Oheb and he says, no way, Jose. Not today. We'll see you guys later. Blacklist seem to be just having an easy time with these turtle
I have a feeling that Fnatic ONIC PH are currently once bitten, twice shy. The way that first turtle fight went, it looks like they don't want to play aggressively anymore.
Oh, you
UA gets a kill!
Where'd that come from?
Off cam.
My goodness, off cam kill here. Super Prince going down. Sensui is near. Again, this Carmilla just proving to be quite an advantage, tanking up damage.
This Nana is, yeah, it's going to make waves, right? Out there in all your games because UA is having a game already this early on. And, you know, the damage, he's got a Genius Wand. So, like, when that kind of comes into play and then you're talking about if that lays down and then Hanji pops the Primal Wrath, man, that is going to hurt.
Not to mention Sensui, right? Not to mention Sensui. And just the way things are going right now, I think for FNOP, for Fnatic ONIC PH to actually get back into a winning position, they have to lean hard on Kelra.
Yeah, that's
they can't wait. They can't wait anymore.
That's also the reason why I'm not super worried yet about FNOP or Fnatic ONIC PH. Is Kelra's, he needs some time. He just needs some time, and they can definitely go toe to toe later on.
Yeah, wins aren't coming from elsewhere now.
It's all Kelra.
Because of the Nana and because of Molina's gift, it's so hard to play even as King Kong, even as the Akai.
Yeah, this is tough because the way that they're playing in this round, and it's nice to see Sensui bringing out the Carmilla again because we got a preview of it, of course, from the regular season and everything. But this time around, so far tonight alone, he's found success on it and been able to play around this. And we've seen variations of the lineup built around the pick as well. This works out so great because especially when he's able to land the ultimates, it's tough for FNOP to deal with it, right? For Fnatic ONIC PH, they have to kind of deal with things being set in that course, in that line of fire. And you're going to see it unfold once again. This turtle is up. It is 1-for-1 in the turtle department. But how does Fnatic deal with this?
Ugh.
Edward jumps in, keeping King
the
Kong at
zone
bay.
here. Everyone is capable of just zoning. And look at that, Haji with the Flicker Earth Shatter. King Kong, he could have held out, but he's going to go down. The damage is real, unbelievably real here. Coming in from the mages, from the magic damage of Blacklist. But look at that, counter punch here. At the very least, FNOP, Fnatic ONIC PH comes out with one kill.
Straight up, the Ube pays off for Black in that engagement, but off camera, all the way across the map in the long lane. Gem was able to take down tier 1!
Gem gets one. Edward under the turret, no fear whatsoever. Oh,
Kelra!
Some slick maneuvers. I like the footwork here for Kelra, but it's just not enough. Pure firepower here for Black.
The movement!
Some time, but this is where you say the moves and grooves.
The moves and the grooves. Oh my goodness, the movement right now from Blacklist International.
Styling and profiling.
This is, it's looking like already, I know we're only 8 minutes in, gentlemen, but it's looking grim for Fnatic ONIC PH right now. Like the way that they're trying to find moments on the map it almost, when you think about it, even approaching that first Lord, it's like, do they even have what they need right now to contest this?
Again, I said maybe 2 or 3 minutes earlier, it's all on Kelra now.
All on Kelra.
They can win off of Kelra. And he showed some signs of mechanical prowess. He showed some signs of, all right, if this is what it takes, I'm willing to do it. But the rest of the team have to follow through, and they have to get better at picking their targets.
Yeah. It's scary when you really kind of approach it that, this is your playoff lives on the line here.
Yep.
For Fnatic ONIC PH, and with this kind of gap they're having, the struggle that they're having right now, nearly 9 minutes into the game, you're really hoping that, okay, something can happen for us. And if that's up to Kelra, then you got to let him continue to farm up. He's not going to be where he needs to be so far on this clock.
All the more difficult is the fact that this is already a UA MVP game incoming, man. Look at him, 303, and he's acting on all fronts. Offensively, yes, the burst. Defensively, Molina's gift. Like, it just stops everyone just coming in from Fnatic ONIC PH. So, even this Lord take, I'd say it's less than 50-50. I'd say it's closer to like 70-30. This is Blacklist favored, no doubt.
Jumping
no
again?
doubt about it. It's another engage from Blacklist. Primal Wrath all the way to the final slash. And it's King Kong suffering once more. Dive in, re-engage, coming in from Escalera here. Haji falls, good damage.
Gem forcing him back.
And Gem is all that stands between the rest of Fnatic, and he's doing a good job. Vengeance timed out though, so this could be a reset for both teams.
Yep, that's a wash. King Kong sent home, the rest of Blacklist doing the same. And really, there wasn't much there. So that's a preview of what the best case scenario could be for Fnatic ONIC since they're down 3K.
And so, given the fact that they're down 3K, that didn't look too bad. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it looks grim for Fnatic ONIC PH, but actually that fight wasn't so bad. And I don't know if that was just off the missed timing from Blacklist International, not finding what they wanted to angle-wise. But it looks like that with this, even for the next, that Lord that is going to eventually be claimed here, Fnatic is able to fight back.
I'll tell you one thing, Joseph. Even if it did look like it was quite ideal for Fnatic ONIC PH, it was very expensive. Look at how much they spent when it comes to battle spells and even ults that just came off cooldown just now, compared to Blacklist International, who spent very little, if nothing.
Just the throw of the Earth Shatter, move a little bit, right?
Yep.
Throw those ults, no special care needed.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Lord here on a fifth of its health.
They're going to work on this.
It's a day.
They're going in again.
Happy to go once more straight into Escalera. That's going to be a huge advantage for Blacklist. Now that their roam is gone, and now Jam as well. Their front line demolished in an instant. 2 members down for FNOP.
All right. Spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Thought they would be able to handle it, but it looks like not. Hold on. They get the passive. At least Kelra, though.
All right, all right. King Kong, see if he can get a
He's out of here.
steal at least. But yeah, King Kong's out of here, 100%.
Dude, that passive, devastating. That Curse of Blood, disastrous.
They use so much to get proc that passive and then
yeah. And again, it just comes at very few cost for Blacklist. Sensui just clicks the ult, okay. You're all stunned.
Oh?
Nana, you eat so much.
Yeah.
I'm backing out. I'm going to go back home.
Yeah.
I'm ready to fight again.
And so, this has happened time and time again throughout the series here, where Fnatic ONIC PH now finds themselves on the defensive move. We have to talk about their defensive lineup this time. It's obviously it's better than we saw in the previous game, but still, you're kind of expecting Blacklist International with this lead, this type of lead on that first Lord push. They might force a fight here that Fnatic ONIC PH might not be able to recover from.
That's right.
And really, when it's left to Kelra, like we talked about earlier, has he had enough time to build up?
Joseph, Carl, time is not on Fnatic ONIC PH's side. I got to tell you now, once Blacklist says we're pulling the trigger, we're fighting now, there's very little Fnatic ONIC PH can do to actually put up a threat. If anything, the best thing they can do is retreat.
Yeah.
It's a
Hope for a
tactical
boo-boo.
retreat.
Hope for maybe a failed final slash they can capitalize on. See if that's going to happen here.
Oh,
You see, good damage coming in from Super Friends. You got to never underestimate the Vexana. And again, the position is prime here to go for the take. It's Blacklist.
Oh, that ult dropped down
Has
already.
pinned out. Ult is dropped.
See
Curse
that?
of Blood activated. Everyone just retreating like Leo mentioned. That's all they're doing right now. And there's nothing they can do to stop their base, their inhib turret from falling.
Blacklist happy enough to get that that turret in the base and move on from it. Might still look for some damage on this mid turret.
Almost for free, right? Almost for free.
Oh,
and now
they're working
gonna
on
get
it.
hit too.
Oh, Edward, that's what I mentioned. The failed final slash. Current call activated by Gem. He locks in 2. Edward forced to fight. That's 2 down for Blacklist, but also 2 inhibitor turrets down for FNOP. Fnatic ONIC PH struggling, but they're getting back in.
That's a big swing. They take down Oheb. They shut down Edward. And from here, you can see that maybe there's a little bit of a second win for Fnatic ONIC PH. But it's less about the gold that they're getting. Again, this is a 5K gold lead, sure. But what the map looks like is what's more important. I'd say they're not out of the woods yet. And they need to win this next Lord. 30 seconds in.
This is a huge, I guess, I would say, momentum shift, at least even in morale for Fnatic ONIC PH. Because when they got those 2 kills, yeah, they lost the 2 base turrets, but at least they were able to get something, turn it into items, of course. Even as we look at this, Kalra's getting closer to where he needs to be. He does have some defense as well with the Wind of Nature.
So yeah, if ever he gets collapsed on by Oheb, hell, even Edward. Edward's a threat right now for Kalra.
I think the hardest part about Kalra's job, though, is avoiding the Molina Blitz. Avoiding the magic damage that's going to come through.
That's right.
Especially with Sensui, right? The Curse of Blood here.
Yeah. In my book, Yu is still the MVP.
He is. Yeah.
He's eaten so much skills, forced so much from Fnatic ONIC PH, and threatened them so much with the Molina gift here.
The gift of Molina.
Easier said than done.
Yep.
That's actually so hard to dodge, to be
GOM.
honest, speaking from experience.
I think a lot of people can relate.
Yes, right? It feels like it's so easy to dodge, but when you're there,
it just happens.
It just happens. You just die.
Look
anyway.
Look at Gem's positioning here.
Position is great. Escalera on the back. Obviously waiting for Blacklist to make a move here.
Oh, they're going in.
Front. He looked for the Earth Shatter. He hits someone. It's not the one they want. Aji will fall because of that. Sensui will still get the Lord with the red fight. But the fight might look really, really bad here for Fnatic ONIC. Or sorry, for Blacklist if they go for it. And they will retreat.
Man, turning on Blacklist at this point is so expensive that they spent all of that just to get Haji, and they still have to concede the Lord. That's how tough it is to be Fnatic ONIC PH right now. But good news is at least they can be. Oh, wait!
Edwards on the hunt. 1v2, 1v3. No fear whatsoever for Legend Zero.
All right, they got to deal with this. Lord should be worked on pretty quickly. Curse of Blood's already going to be dropped, but they're going to whittle it down a little bit further. Eternal Guard going to be used as well.
Edwards in the bad spot, man. He's getting crowd control locked here. Able to get out with the flicker, but that's a flicker used defensively for Blacklist.
Yep. 2 big ticket flickers. One on Edward, one on Haji. Yu is just untouched, man.
I mean, when you have that passive and you can really just kind of drop down. Oh, hold on. Fight going to break out.
Dropping down here. The gauntlet has been dropped. Edwards will fall. Fnatic ONIC feels like they can take this. Gems up on front, but the damage can still come in from the weirdest places.
Haji.
Low.
Wow.
Haji. Man, that mountain between Blacklist and Fnatic ONIC PH proved to be the difference maker.
Again, same story as that last engagement that cost Fnatic ONIC PH those 2 inhibitors.
Yeah.
It's a big movement on the map for 2 key shutdowns. Edward and Haji go down again for free. And now, gold lead shrank. Again, for all of the Sonics watching, your team is holding out. 2,000 gold shaved away from that lead. Now 3K ahead. Blacks International, 17 minutes in.
Man, and this is almost deja vu in a way. Blacklist International with a great lead. What they were able to work with. Got a couple Lords. Get 2 turrets down in the base, but Fnatic ONIC PH still holding on. And like you mentioned earlier, Leo, a lot of this has to do with Kalra. As long as Kalra stays alive, he picked up the Malefic Lord just recently, and that will turn a tide in some of these fights. And that's where Blacklist International has to be careful as they approach this. If they're picked off, especially if it's that one ultimate that Escalera is able to set up with the Minoan Fury, could turn the tide of this game and take them to a game number 5 here.
Yep, and I think key here is the fact that in that last engage, it was Kelra who came in. He synchronized the Minoan Fury with Escalera. So they have to time that well. They have to watch out for that. And looking at the head-to-head now, I think, yes, Edward can be more aggressive, but the re-engage is going to come off of Gem. He needs to use his ult very key to try and nullify what the Curse of Blood does.
Yeah.
Because that's some level of CC as well that FNOP have that can also help out after the Minoan Fury.
All right. Lord evolving here. Spawning now.
That's evolved, yeah.
Into the Land of Dawn. Both gold laners also picking up their own Meteor Rose Golds here. RGM, Rose Gold Meteors. They've got those available to them. King Kong going to spawn out Haji, pushing him out. And this could be the game changer here. This could be the game-changing Lord that both teams want. Both for different reasons, of course, to extend the series here for Fnatic ONIC PH. Blacklist International dominating the majority of the game and now struggling to keep things in their favor.
Haji looks for Super Friends. Super Friends, good reaction time, gets out with the flicker.
Oh, Escalera.
Escalera is the one that they're looking for right
Oh,
now.
the heal!
Raging in on the back. Oh my god. It's just so much damage coming from Kellera. They're going to have to back off though. Edward finds him as usual. Legend Zero able to find his target. And King Kong falls as well. That's all that Blacklist were looking for. And because of that, Blacklist International gonna get lead on this Lord.
Leave it to Edward.
Look at what they've done. They've spread out their opponents, and because of the lead that they have, they're able to pick them off with no retaliation at all. The Champions Arena, agents across the world know that the end is nigh. This is going to be very difficult to defend.
Oh, can they hold on? There's still two bodies down.
Oh, another beautiful engage from Legend Zero here. But there's a punchback. There's a punchback here happening somewhere. Super Friends, what's the clear gonna look like? Fnatic ONIC PH are holding on for dear life. It is a rough roller coaster for them. And they're making sure they can clear. Super Friends just barely able to make the work.
4 versus 5 heroes, what they have to work on against Edward. Going to be pushed back a little bit, and now they have to deal with the Lord here.
Here's the Lord. Escalera's 30 seconds out. It's a 4v5. Low HP members for all of the Blacklist members. But Sensui very happy to front here. Legend Zero has that immortality. Gems on the back. He's trying to lure away the Blacklist members, but it is no use. Blacklist International eliminate Fnatic ONIC PH.
Nine games for Blacklist International today, and they stay alive for the playoffs. It's 3-1 against Fnatic ONIC PH.
The Sonics are denied redemption, denied retribution. And Blacks International is just getting revved up. They play 2 best of 5s and have found themselves smack dab right in the playoffs. They have 2 lives.
2 lives.
2 lives. Coming off from the regular season where people were even doubting that they would make it to the playoffs. And now they have cleared the play-ins to secure themselves those 2 lives moving forward. Hey. Talk about passing the endurance test.
I'll be honest with you, I'm guilty. I got real impatient with Blacks International mid-season.
Yeah.
It took a while for them to actually get Haji, everyone, on the same page, and now they're here. They have knocked out 2 teams back to back.
People were complaining about where's the shot calling coming from? What's the problem looking like for Blacklist? And coming into the playoffs, it does seem like they got some stuff figured out, at the very least, for now.
More than figured out.
Yeah.
They got it laid out.
It's laid out for them. This is, again, a 3-1 victory after, getting through what they had in the first series. Let's go ahead and throw it, of course, on stage to hear from both our teams alongside Hans and Mara. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you, Fnatic ONIC Philippines, for giving it your all this season.
Anyone would be able to send a message to the rest of the Sonics at sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa ONIC Philippines?
Sa lahat ng fans ng ONIC, salamat sa suporta na nabigay nyo buong season. I mean, sobrang na-appreciate namin lahat. Yun nga, despite na bagong team, bagong buo, Naniwala kayo na kaya namin. Pasensya na, we fell short. Pero yun nga, hindi pa dito nagtatapos lahat.
It was a great run. Unfortunately, your journey ends here. You may now take your bow. Everybody, let's give him a big round of applause. And now, the winner of our play-ins, defeating 2 teams today, Blacklist International. Congratulations, Blacklist International. Grabe! Parang hindi kayo napagod ah. Come on over.
Come on, move forward, Sensui. We're gonna get first dibs on this mic again. Okay, ikaw ulit. Kasi you played a total of 9 games today.
Wow.
Usually, it's just a best of 3 series pag regular season. What kept you motivated all throughout playing those 9 games and getting a playoff spot in the upper bracket?
Siguro hindi po namin iniisip yung mga games na lalaroin namin. Hindi namin iniisip na sobrang dami ganun. Hindi one step at a time lang kami, saka lagi namin iniisip na na lagi lang game 1 kahit natatatalo kami. Siguro.
9 games, ang dami nun. Sobrang dami nun. Yue ko naman, what do you guys... Oh, yan na. Yan na ang mga Yue fans. Ano nang gagawin nyo? What are you guys gonna be doing after this? Are you gonna celebrate? What do you guys have planned after?
Ano po, siguro magpapahinga muna tapos back to mag-prepare kami sa sa next match. Tapos swimming din.
Swimming! Narinig ko kay Haji, swimming! Swimming tayo! Narinig ko naman kay Coach, matulog! Matulog daw sila.
Swimming might be the option. Edward, this question is for you. Sa'yo muna! Sa'yo muna! Okay, Edward, babalikan lang natin ng regular season. Noon nabanggit mo na ang gusto mong makalaban pagdating ng playoffs is yung Falcons AP Bren. Nabanggit ni Flap TZ from before na okay lang, or actually, gusto rin nila kayong makalaban and you get the chance to do that tomorrow. Anong klaseng form ang makikita natin from Blacklist International going up against Falcons AP Bren tomorrow?
Di lang. Paghahandaan namin sila mamaya at saka bibigyan namin sila ng magandang laban bukas.
For sure, you guys want to eat something good tonight to celebrate your win. Congratulations. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International fought really hard today, surviving 2 formidable teams, and now they get to move on to the next round.
I think it's crazy how a lot of people would always say that Blacklist is terrifying when they're in their playoff form.
They're
This
not
is
to
the
be-
reason why.
Exactly. We've seen why they should not be underestimated. There's something about when a team is under pressure and also in the playoffs na talagang nag-iiba yung kanilang anyo and you cannot predict how they will perform.
The level of mindset that these teams have, and especially Blacklist International, 9 games is no joke. But this time, they showed us how it's done, and they've managed to not only overthrow yung kanilang counterparts na Minana Evos, getting, the win in the first play-in, and then ONIC Philippines, who was waiting for them, beating them in 4 matches.
Great win for Blacklist International, and we're going to break that down for you. So now we're going to go to our analyst, Renmar. Pasok.
9 games and they advance! Blacklist Agents! Y'all know it. When I say Blacklist, you say break the code. Blacklist! Blacklist! Director, show me the MVP! Where is it? MVP, please! And the MVP of that game number 4 is Agent Zero. Edward, gawin nating impromptu. Who wants to join me for an analysis? Anyone? Anyone? Ikaw! Ate, bakit MVP si Edward?
Kasi the best talaga si Edward. Ang pogi-pogi niya pa.
Alright! As an analyst for MPL Philippines, I cannot just say pogi si Edward as my analysis, but thank you. But nakita naman natin yung epekto ng Arlot pick para kay Edward. Up against the CC, na shut down yung presensya ni Gem in the map. When you shut down the CC, you shut down a good amount of movements for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And you can see Edward, even though he wasn't always in the fight, pag nasa fight si Gem, there were times that Edward was just split pushing. But the final slash of Edward, yung tinawag ni Manjin Faldas ng flicker final slash, the flicker slash combination ay nagawang magandang initiation tool ni Edward for Blacklist International, and most importantly, a very good surprise tool for Blacklist International. Hindi naman lagi kailangan si Edward yung nagsiset up with a final slash. He can just surprise the team fight of ONIC Philippines with that combination. 4-2-4 KDA, 62% kill participation, and Blacklist takes the cake. However, despite the MVP performance of Edward, and I really want to talk about this highlight, look at Edward waiting for Kelra up there at the center, getting that pick off. Hinintay niya yung pagbalik ni Kelra with the BMI and then took him down. If Kelra survived that fight, there was a chance that Blacklist International would not push forward. But with Kelra taken down by Edward, Blacklist would just ride the momentum and ride the momentum that they've had all day long to end it at game number 4. ONIC Philippines, though, they made believers out of people. There was a chance, there was a time where people were thinking, wait, it's a sit. Maybe, just maybe, it is their time to turn this around and force game number 5. They will not go down here in this game number 4. But the combination of 3 main magic damage dealers in the center of the map, the Edith, the Nana, and the Carmilla all together. Chain that and you have a lot of damage that Fnatic ONIC Philippines needs to try and survive through. Majority of the objective, of course, went to Blacklist International. All the Lords to the Turtles, although one of them went to Fnatic. After that, Fnatic was taken by surprise. Blacklist went for the turn and took members of Fnatic ONIC Philippines down. In terms of itemization, we have to check out what Edward went for. That is a full defensive build Arlot. No damage at all. He played for utility because he knows that the damage is already being dealt amongst 4 damage dealers. Yes, I count the Edith as a damage dealer. Once it's max primal Wrath stacks, they needed a secondary tank as well, paired up with the Carmilla, so they had 3. The Nana and the Moskov are happy about all of that. Oheb is a rich guy with 763 GPM. Sandbag was Sensui, frontlining for Blacklist International. So you have the Arlot again, the Edith, and of the Carmilla as the frontliners. And the best wingman is Haji with total assists of 8. Super Friends actually dealt the most damage in the game as a Vexana. But at that point, it was just way too difficult for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. Going up against a very disruptive lineup. You look at those 4 heroes, the Carmilla, the Nana, the Arlot, and the Edith together, you get crazy amounts of crowd control. Parang ang taas ng hang time ng mga miyembro ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines because most of the time, naka-crowd control sila, na-knock up sila, or na-transform sila from the Molina, or they got stunned. Crowd control, way too much for Fnatic ONIC Philippines to handle, and why Kelra played the most careful game I've seen him play in recent memory here in the playoffs, and why Fnatic ONIC Philippines lost the early game. They had to play very carefully up against all of the crowd control that Blacklist International brought to the table. You see it in the GPM. Kelra didn't even scratch 700, 760 for Oheb.
Blacklist International just knew the strength of their lineup and made the most out of it, giving Fnatic ONIC Philippines hell. A team that were hell-bent in making it further into the playoffs. Again, we'd like to thank Fnatic ONIC Philippines for the run that they showed, not just here in the playoffs, but in MPL Philippines Season 13. But the journey is not done for Blacklist International. After 9 games today, they will face the reigning and defending Philippines and world champions in Falcons AP brand. One more time before we take it home. Blacklist! You think Blacklist can take down Falcons AP brand tomorrow? Faith is high for the Blacklist agents, and that is it for day number 1. But we're not done just yet. I'll send you on over to Hans Galleria and Mara Aquino to close us off. Once again, my name is Renmar Reptar Santa Cruz. It has been an honor to be your announcer and your analyst for today. See you tomorrow. Here's Hans and Mara.
We opened the first day of the playoffs with 6 teams fighting for the championship title.
And after 9 games that we've witnessed today, I am sure that we get to see a lot more of those intense matchups.
Bukas, break muna tayo sa laglagan dahil upper bracket matches naman ang ating matutunghayan.
Final 4, another set of best of 5 matches. Ilang games kaya mapapanood natin bukas?
Alam nyo, sama-sama natin yan alamin bukas. Kaya huwag kayong mawawala. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
My name is Hans Galeria.
Nang nagpapaalalang, magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody.
And see you tomorrow.
Speaking of Game 7.
Ganda na laban. Game 7 na pala agad to.
Hindi kasi parang, kaya ako nasabi finale, kasi
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But, let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can.
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow. Those are a lot of apps.
That's fine. When you got power all, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.